Team 7 returned from their mission in the Land of Waves, visibly relaxing as they passed through the gates. Even the usually tense Suzuki appeared more at ease, while Sakura sank to the ground with a deep sigh. Kakashi closed his book, a smile hidden behind his mask, and tucked it into his pouch. Their Jounin, clad in ninja attire, turned his single eye to Naruto. He'd expected Naruto to be his usual boisterous self, shouting and running wild. Instead, the boy seemed lost in thought, as if his mind was still in wave country while his body simply followed along. "What's wrong, Naruto? You've been quiet the entire trip back." This silence was uncharacteristic of the bright blonde known for his vibrant hair, blue eyes, and neon orange jumpsuit, a boy who always sought to be seen and heard. Suzuki glanced sideways at his teammate. Naruto, who had fought for him, his now-named rival, was unusually distant. The blonde was acting completely out of character. Even Suzuki's usual taunts, meant to provoke Naruto, were met with indifference, as if he were Sakura. Sakura, still on the ground, looked at Naruto with a raised brow. He appeared to be deep in thought. "Yeah, why are you so quiet? Aren't you happy to be home?" Sakura was sure this would elicit a response. He always answered her. Naruto looked up, a frown on his lips. "I've just been thinking, that's all." "Oh, what were you thinking about?" Kakashi asked. "If it's taking me on a date, forget it." Sakura waved her fist at Naruto from the ground, her threat clear and her intent shining in her eyes. "I was thinking how unprepared I was for this mission, and really, everything, yeah no." Naruto's voice was uncharacteristically soft and light. "I thought I knew everything, that I was ready for the shinobi life. That I was strong, that I had moved on from being weak and helpless. Naruto, this was your first mission, and things didn't go as planned. It happens, it's something you'll have to learn. I've been on countless missions where that was the case," Kakashi lectured, moving closer to Naruto and placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. Naruto subtly shook his head. "No, sensei, I was a danger to you all. I caused more trouble than I should have. If I had just thought things through, maybe that mission could have gone better." That's one way to look at it. No matter how perfect you are, you can always find a way to improve and become better. Kakashi felt a wave of nostalgia. These were the very words his own sensei had spoken to him years ago when he'd thrown tantrums at the slightest obstacle and berated anyone who annoyed him. Zabuza was right, I've been taking this too lightly. I didn't truly understand what being a ninja meant, but now I finally understand. To be a shinobi is to endure and overcome. Naruto removed his headband and gazed at his reflection. He then felt a gaze on him and looked to the Hokage monument to see the fourth Hokage stone face, which seemed to be smiling at him. "I'm going to change and be better. And I never go back on my word because that is my ninja way." Now, he was grinning again, his fist raised towards the fourth Hokage stone face. "I'll be someone my parents can be proud of, whoever they are." Kakashi looked surprised for a moment before smiling down at his student. "Great. You two could learn something from Naruto." "Humph, as if that loser could teach me anything." Suzuki crossed his arms and looked away, hiding a smirk. "I don't want to say it, but Naruto's right. I was completely useless during this mission. I just cried over Suzuki." Sakura also felt pathetic. The mission had been a real wake-up call, showing her that being a shinobi was dangerous work. "Me too, sensei. I'm going to be better." "Ha, you two too? Well, that's certainly great, isn't it?" Kakashi turned to see Suzuki. The cherry on top, if only Suzuki. "Humph, never mind. They should have known better. We can do it together, Sakura-chan." Naruto extended his hand for Sakura to grab. She gripped his hand and was pulled to her feet. "The three of us, the strongest cell in the history of the Leaf Village. He can pull this team together so easily. If he wises up, as he said, he could become a team leader and lead this team without me. He's a natural-born leader." Kakashi's lips curved into a smile. "I'm really starting to like these guys. But I'll see you guys later. I'm going to visit the old man about something." "I'm going there as well, I can take you." Kakashi placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder and looked at the other two. "Take the next 3 days off." And the Jounin vanished in a gust of leaves. "Whoa, what jutsu was that?" Sakura asked, picking up one of the leaves that appeared out of nowhere. She then looked towards Suzuki with a blush. "Suzuki-kun, do you maybe wanna go on a date?" Suzuki gave her a flat stare while she remained hopeful. "Didn't you just say you'd do better? Go train and be of some use. You are so annoying." With that, Suzuki walked off to his apartment to rest and self-reflect. Sakura's head dropped. Suzuki was right, she had said that. Now she had to follow through and make something of herself. Maybe then Suzuki would go out with her. But then she shook her head. "I have to become better for myself, not for anyone else. Like Naruto, he wants to better himself, and so will I." When Kakashi and Naruto reappeared, they were in the Hokage's office. "Sensei, what jutsu was that?" Naruto asked, trying to regain his balance. "It's called the body flicker. A teleportation jutsu. When can I learn it? Instead of shouting or demanding, Naruto simply asked with a curious gaze. It was clear to Kakashi that the boy was genuinely trying to hold back his usual shouts. Whenever you learn to control that abnormal chakra of yours, is that something I should work on? It is. You spend a lot of chakra just using your shadow clone jutsu. If you correctly manage the amount of chakra used on your shadow clones, you could save even more reserves of your unlimited chakra. And then you could use that chakra for even more powerful jutsu. Chakra control is a fundamental skill in understanding chakra. Without that, you would just be pouring gallons of water into cups of water. Hiruzen spoke this time. He had listened to the student and teacher go back and forth until he could intervene at the right moment. Oh, so if I control more of my chakra, I can use the rest for even stronger jutsu. Naruto finally grasped the concept. He was off to a good start, already making improvements. So what brings you here? Are you going to show Naruto how you do mission reports? Hiruzen asked, stamping his signature onto a piece of paper on his desk. No, I am here to give my report, though. Naruto has his own reason. Kakashi moved to the desk, pulled a scroll from his vest pocket, set it down, and moved back to Naruto. I am here to ask you about the Shadow Clone Jutsu. And what about it? Since you are an old man, you must know a lot about jutsu. Hiruzen's brow twitched, but he let Naruto continue. And I was wondering if there is anything else I might have missed when I took the scroll not too long ago. Yes, due to my vast knowledge and fountain of jutsu knowledge, I know a little about the Shadow Clone Jutsu. That was an understatement. He knew all there was to know about the jutsu since his sensei, the second Hokage, was its creator. You said you had mastered the jutsu, Naruto. Was that a lie? Kakashi obviously teased Naruto. The boy flushed and poked his fingers together. What? I don't remember saying that. You've got me mistaken for someone else. Anyway, there's a key fact you missed when learning the jutsu. The most important part of the jutsu. Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe and blew out small white clouds. The Shadow Clone Jutsu can recall the memories of each clone. So, you can theoretically gain the experience of each clone along with everything it has discovered. Hiruzen saw no harm in Naruto learning the true secret to the jutsu. He already had a very good understanding of the jutsu anyway. This would not only make Naruto more powerful but would also bolster the strength of the village for their Jinchuriki to master the jutsu. And, to be honest, Hiruzen owed Naruto this. That means I could gain double the training if I used another clone to help me with training. I could get years of training done in only a couple of days if I summoned thousands of clones. Despite how hard he tried, Naruto couldn't help but yell out his excitement. Man, I'm gonna train even harder now. Here, take this. Kakashi dropped a bag of coins into Naruto's hand. This is your payment for completing this A-rank mission. Go and buy some new clothes to signify a change. Those are about to fall apart anyway. What? A-rank? Your team had a C-rank. Hiruzen said. You'll see in the report. It was something, to say the least. Naruto looked down at his torn jacket and pants. They were in tatters and showed clear signs of damage. His pant leg was missing from the ankle down, while his right sleeve was torn open. Damn, this was the only ninja gear I had. Well, go treat yourself, Naruto. You deserve it. I'm proud you're changing your life around. Kakashi's words were heartfelt. He was truly glad that Naruto would aim to do better. Just what happened on that mission? Hiruzen wondered, worried. Yeah, thanks. I'll see ya around, old man and Kakashi-sensei. Naruto dismissed himself and left through the door. So, Kakashi, want to inform me on what the hell happened on his protection mission? And why it caused such a drastic shift in Naruto's mind from just one mission? Naruto walked down the village streets, subjected to the usual hateful gazes. Did these people have anything else to do? One day, they would all respect him and look up to him. But for now, he'd just ignore them and carry on with his life. But what store should he go to? There were many options, but most stores just kicked him out or charged him more than usual for food. Those were civilian shops, so hopefully, a ninja shop would be better. To his left was a rather large store with a giant kunao as its logo. Taking a chance, Naruto opened the door, and a bell chimed. Hello, welcome in. A cheery voice greeted him from a counter. Naruto saw a brunette girl about a year older than him. She gave a welcoming smile, her soft brown eyes staring through him. Her hair was tied up in two twin buns that resembled panda or mouse ears. She was also oddly familiar to him, as if he'd known this person his whole life. Her outfit was rather cute, if he was honest, a navy blue kipeo-styled sleeveless shirt with red trimmings on the edge. Her pants were black bottoms rolled up past her ankles, with a ninja pouch on her left thigh. She's a ninja, Naruto noted by the blue forehead protector tied around her head. So there was a chance she'd let him stay. Is there anything I can help you with? She was polite. Off to a good start. I am looking for shinobi attire. This is my first time here, so could you show me around? Naruto was also being polite, trying to curb his loudmouth personality. Follow me this way. Our clothes are in the back corner of the store. She quickly came from around the counter, revealing her blue shinobi sandals. Oh, okay. Naruto followed the girl to the back of the store as she asked him a question. Is this your first time here? Yeah, I've never really shopped for equipment before. Really? Then how did you get a hold of your equipment? I just used what was provided by the academy. And you're still alive? You must be lucky. Ha! Or it's just that I'm a super ninja with unmatched skill. Well, that lid exploded. It would take some time for him to settle down and become more of a thoughtful individual after all. She giggled to herself, and the buns on her head twitched with her laughter. That seemed to trigger something in his brain. He'd seen that before, he was sure of it. And this feeling between the two of them was so strong, so rich in fondness. Your buns twitch when you laugh, that's adorable. You're like a little mouse, he said half-heartedly while stifling his own laugh. To this, the girl froze in her tracks. She turned around and looked at him with wide eyes. Say that again. I said your buns twitch when you laugh. She stared at him for what felt like an eternity, searching for something in his eyes. It made him a little uncomfortable, as girls didn't look at him for this long, especially the cute ones. So what was she looking for? Your name, what is it? Naruto Uzumaki. If possible, her eyes widened even further, and she stumbled backward, her knees beginning to shake. It's you. I've been looking for you. Her eyes welled up, and she engulfed Naruto in a tight hug, resting her head against his neck. Where did you go, Naruto? There was something about the way she said that and how she hugged him. It was starting to come back to him as he took in her features, brown hair, oak-colored eyes, and a birthmark on the back of her neck. It was her, that girl from long ago. His first friend. Back when Naruto still lived in an orphanage with the other kids, he used to get picked on and always ended up in fights. He was known as a problem child who would never get adopted and would forever be alone, never to be loved or cared for. What a loser. You think you could ever become Hokage? Of course I can. I'll prove it to you. I'll show you all how great I am. Naruto shouted to the three kids in front of him. Yeah, right. One of the kids punched him in the face. Naruto growled and turned around, slamming his fist into the kid's face, laying him flat on his back. He wasted no time and went for the other two but was quickly overpowered by the older boys and brought to the ground, where they repeatedly kicked him. Little punk. As if the village would ever accept a monster like you. A girl came around the corner. She gasped in shock. What are you doing? What does it look like? Putting this loser in his place. Her face twisted into anger, and she rushed forward, dealing with the boys quickly. Just a couple of well-placed punches, and they were crying for the caretaker. Humph, jerks. She looked toward the blonde boy getting back to his feet and wiping blood from his nose. I had that under control, Naruto huffed. Yeah, sure, buddy. You may have hit that one guy, but that's it. You have no combat skill whatsoever. I didn't need a girl to save me. Is there a problem with me being a girl? Huh? She raised her fist, her eyes blazing with fury. No, I was just joking. Not funny. She crossed her arms. You're welcome, by the way. Thanks, I guess, he said, looking at her. Her eyes softened. I heard what they were saying. Do you think they are right? Want to laugh at my dream? Naruto didn't even sound like he cared much. He had become numb to the laughter by this point. Of course not. I think it's good that you want to become Hokage. It's better than what most of us want to become, anyway. Tenten, unlike most kids, admired that he had high goals. She also had high goals. I also have high goals. I wish to become the strongest kunoichi and become a master of all weapons, and cleave mountains in two with just a swipe of my blade. What's a mountain? A giant rock with a pointy tip. She gave an intelligent answer to the intelligent question. But anyway, don't let those cowards get inside your head. They are just mad you have something you want to be, while they don't. They are the real losers. Naruto felt touched by her words, as they resonated with him. He would cherish each and every word she said to him. For life, he would always remember those words. Say, want to be friends? Why not? Tenten said, smiling. Hokage-sama. She grinned as she teased him. Very funny, little mouse. And since that day, Tenten and Naruto couldn't be seen without each other. They were joined at the hip. They trained, played, pranked, ate, and sometimes slept with each other. During this time, Naruto was happy, truly happy. He gained a precious person in his life. But it was taken when she had been adopted. It was a sad day for Naruto. No matter how much she said they would hang out or meet up, it didn't cheer him up. It was a teary goodbye for both of them. It was that day that sparked a downfall in Naruto's personality. He started getting physical with the kids, leaving them injured and sometimes sending them to the hospital on very bad days. It was then that Hiruzen got him his own place to stay. Naruto and Tenten looked for each other, up and down. They never realized how big the village truly was until that moment. So Naruto started pulling pranks in order to draw Tenten out and maybe grab her attention. But it was all for nothing. The two never ran into each other. Ten-chan. Naruto hugged the girl back, his tears dampening her shoulder, while his own jacket became damp from Tenten's tears. Where have you been? I looked all over the place for you. I should be saying that to you. I always went back to that piss of an orphanage to try and find you. I pulled pranks around the village for you, to see if you would notice me. Naruto frowned, as that plan hadn't worked at all. You weren't going to find me there, since I moved out of that place. I have my own apartment now, he said. Tenten separated from the hug and smiled. You have your own place? At 16. I'll have to come over sometime. She smiled and hugged him again. You'll invite me, won't you? Yes. You can come over anytime you want. What's mine is yours. Into his shoulder, Tenten smiled. Just like back then. Of course. Naruto grinned. I've missed his smile so much. He's gotten so handsome. She broke the hug again and coughed into her hand. So, you are here for clothes, right, Whiskers? Haha, very funny. It is, that's why I'm laughing. She continued to giggle at his old nickname. Her laugh, it still makes me smile. I've missed the sound of it. Naruto gained a fond smile as his eyes radiated warmth at the sight of Tenten's laughter. She's even prettier than before. Okay, for real this time. You want some clothes, right? Tenten walked, pulling Naruto along, as his eyes drifted to Tenten's rear end. She had grown indeed, and he was loving it. He's still a healthy guy, after all. It seems you like sportswear, not really shinobi-like, but it's your style. Tenten sized Naruto up with her fingers, poking out her tongue as she did so. Yup, you have no fashion sense. Hey, it's not that bad. Naruto defended himself with all the dignity he had. Whatever, Naruto-kun. You'll just never look as cool as me. She cocked a hand on her hip while smirking hotly at Naruto. Meh. Naruto shot her down. She glared and gave a pout. See if I give you any discounts today. Hey, I was just pulling your leg. No need to be rash, that's what I thought. So, about getting me some clothes. Naruto picked up where they left off. Yeah, let me look and see what can fit you. What size are you? XL. How about all black? Is there orange in it? Tenten flipped through the shelves, placing Naruto in all kinds of outfits and making him wear what she thought would look best, from full jumpers to black robes and full sets of armor. Look at this one. I like it. Naruto picked up the top and bottoms and ran into the fitting room before Tenten could see. He quickly unzipped his orange jacket and took off the mesh armor underneath, practically jumping out of his pants. When the door curtain opened again, it revealed Naruto wearing a black-collared jacket. It had orange vertical stripes on the upper arms and wrist, and it was open, revealing a plain black shirt underneath. It was more of a chill look compared to his hyper and in-your-face jacket. He wore slick black pants. So whatcha think? He's always been this attractive. Tenten blushed, stammering, why you look good. She then cleared her throat, regaining composure. It looks much better. You truly look like a shinobi now. Naruto smiled. Thanks, I'm honored the fashion queen approves. Flattery won't get you anywhere, just like it never got you any of my snacks, Tenten reminded him, recalling his past attempts to charm her for extra cookies. Ah, that's no fun, Ten-chan. Naruto tossed his old clothes into a white bag. What else do I need? You need some underlying protection. Mesh armor is helpful, but it's not as reliable as better options, Tenten said, tapping Naruto's stomach. She noticed his slim build and lack of muscle. Naruto, you're quite small. For a 16-year-old, you should be taller and more muscular. Have you been eating properly? Ramen and spoiled milk, he replied with a grin. No wonder. You won't grow if that's all you eat, Tenten chided, narrowing her eyes. You need a balanced diet. I recommend bulking up with lots of protein. Ugh, you sound like Kakashi-sensei. And what the hell is protein? Naruto rolled his eyes and sighed. Kakashi is your sensei. And how do you not know what protein is? She exclaimed in shock and anger. Yes, Kakashi is my sensei. Who's yours, might guy? Tenten shivered, hearing a faint youth from outside. Protein is a large group of molecules that support cell structure, hormone synthesis, and muscle growth. Naruto just blinked, staring like a lost child. Keep going, I don't understand anything you're saying. Tenten sighed in exasperation. Lots of protein makes you healthy and big, she explained slowly, as if to a small child. Understand, I'm not an idiot. Jerk, Naruto grumbled, though without true hostility. I know, just a little slow, she said innocently. Naruto opened his mouth to retort but relented. Yeah, just a little. Tenten immediately felt bad. No, I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. It's fine. I've always been a bit slow to learn, but I'm working on it and trying to change. Change. Tenten had missed a significant part of his life after the orphanage, so she had no idea who Naruto had become. Yeah, I just got back from my first C rank that turned into an A rank mission. It opened my eyes to what the world is truly like. I don't want to stay the way I am, I want to change and be better. Tenten smiled proudly at his statement. He had indeed changed and was showing signs of maturity. It was good that he recognized his flaws and wanted to improve. That's good, I'm proud. You should always strive to do better, she said, her honesty evident. Thanks, Ten-chan. Anytime, Naruto-kun. Tenten turned away before she became lost in the endless depths of his eyes. Now, let's get you some proper gear and armor. Great, I've got some training to do, Naruto said, following Tenten to the counter. A rack displayed various sheets of armor that shinobi wore under their clothing. I'm giving you this carbon fiber armor for free as a reunion present. Thank me later, Tenten said, taking a piece from the rack and placing it on the counter. It's high quality and very resilient to blunt force attacks, kunao, and shuriken. It's underrated and should be worn more often. The armor was sleek black, resembling a shirt more than traditional armor. Naruto picked up the lightweight material, tossing it a couple of times. Light as a feather. But won't you get in trouble for this? Tenten waved him off. I'll count the cash later anyway. Plus, this is a family business. My parents will understand once I tell them. If you say so. Naruto folded the flexible material and put it in his bag. Here's your kunao kit, ninja wire, shuriken, sealing tags, paper bombs, smoke bombs, and a first aid kit. As Tenten continued, Naruto's jaw dropped further and further. After the purchases, Naruto's money had vanished into the register. It would be a long time before he could replenish Gama-chan. Okay, Ten-chan. It was great to finally see you after so long. We have to catch up sometime, Naruto said, stopping at the door as Tenten walked him out. Of course. We can train just like we used to, Tenten said with an eager smile. I'm free tomorrow if you want to train. I can wow you with my skills, Naruto said with a confident smirk. We'll have to spar since you keep bragging about your skills, Tenten replied with a challenging smirk. Just don't be upset when I leave you in the dirt. We'll see. When I win, you have to buy me ramen, Naruto offered, extending his hand. Bet. And when I win, you've got to train with my sensei. Naruto disliked the smile Tenten wore, it gave him bad vibes and he'd likely regret it. See ya around, Ten-chan. Naruto hugged her tightly, a contented smile on his face as her soft arms wrapped around his back. Okay, come and pick me up tomorrow. She pulled away from the hug, smiling softly. She watched him leave with a slight apprehension. What if she didn't see him again? The last time she saw Naruto, he was a small 5-year-old boy. Now he was 16 and a village ninja. She'd have to ask for his apartment address so she could visit whenever she wanted. Yup, I'll do that. I'll make sure not to lose him again. Lose who again? Nothing. I was just thinking out loud. Her dad said, emerging from the forge. He was tall and lean, with scars along his arms. He was a gruff-looking man with short brown hair and calm red eyes. His apron was covered in burn marks and black dust. Tenten's father, Itachi Higurashi, was a retired shinobi who had fallen in love with crafting weapons. Say, do you know what mom's making for dinner? He asked his adopted daughter. I think she said beef tacos. That's my favorite. He smiled, his taste buds watering. I wanted mac and cheese. Tenten returned to the store with a cute, defiant pout. Having raised her, Itachi was immune to the look. Nope, don't even think about it. He waved a finger at her. I don't want to see that look. He was a calm individual, years of training preventing him from succumbing to his daughter's expression. Dang it. It would have worked on mom. Itachi chuckled softly. He then noticed one of the carbon fiber armor sets was missing. So did you finally sell one? Not sell, I gave it away, Tenten said fearfully, recoiling under her father's gaze. Why would you do that? It better be a good reason. He crossed his arms, looking sternly at Tenten. I gave it to Naruto-kun, the boy from the orphanage I told you and mom about. Remember, I told you I was looking for him all the time. Itachi knew who she was talking about. Naruto, I saw him prank the Hokage about 2 weeks ago. He painted the Hokage monument. What? No distractions. So you gave this high-quality armor away to your little boyfriend? Dad, stop. It wasn't like that. She and Naruto were just really close friends. Okay, since you really care about him, I'll let it slide this time. I know how much he means to you. Itachi wanted to meet the kid. He didn't know much about him other than he was the Nine-Tails vessel. Villagers always spoke ill of the boy, but Itachi understood sealing, so he knew Naruto was merely holding the beast inside him. Moreover, Naruto seemed to have a deep bond with his daughter, so Itachi felt he had to meet him for that reason alone. Thanks, Dad, I won't do it again. Naruto intended to train, but he ended up staying with Tenten longer than planned. However, it was okay, worth it in his opinion. He'd just trained the next day. Naruto lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. I'm going to do better, be better. Grow strong to protect those precious to me. Naruto held up his fist, clenching it with resolve in his eyes. For Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi, and Tenten. To gain strength to protect you all. Naruto wasn't doing all of this solely for their sakes, but a large part of it was. He was taking Haku's words to heart. However, one couldn't protect anyone without power. So that was what he needed above all. Power. Naruto was at the training ground bright and early. The big yellow sun had just risen, painting the world blue and vast. He was dressed in his new outfit, and he had to admit, it was growing on him. He had already warmed up and was now considering his next move. Kakashi-sensei says I should work on my chakra control, so I'll start with that. And there was the problem. Then Naruto remembered how they used to stick leaves on their foreheads and spin them in their palms. So, he went to one of the many trees and channeled chakra to the soles of his feet to walk along it. He grabbed a handful of leaves and jumped back to the ground. Taking off his headband, Naruto stuck one of the leaves on his forehead and channeled chakra to the center of his brow. As soon as the leaf touched his forehead, it was blasted off, disintegrating into tiny green specks that floated in the wind. Well, this is going to be harder than I thought. Before he could continue his training, Naruto remembered he told Tenten they would train. I better get her before she complains my ears off. Naruto crossed his fingers and summoned a shadow clone. Go and get Ten-chan. Roger, boss. The clone grinned before running off to complete its task. In the Hokage's office, all the Jounin senseis were gathered. Hiruzen watched as they lined up, awaiting his address. Okay, you all know the Chunin exams were about to begin in a couple of days. They all nodded. Well, it's getting pushed back by 2 weeks. The Tsuchikage has decided he wants to join, along with the Raikage. Even the well-trained Jounin showed signs of shock. For 2 of the Leaf's main enemies to join caused shock and a little trepidation. Are we sure that's a good idea? You know what the Raikage attempted last time he sent one of his ninjas into the village, Kurane said with restrained anger. She was Hinata Hayaga's sensei, so she was obviously close to her student. I am well aware of that, but the Raikage has formally apologized and given his word that he won't attempt anything like that again. Hiruzen calmly responded to the scowling sensei. Now, does that mean I trust him? No. He will be heavily surveyed and watched around the clock. They all felt better, reassured that the man would be watched like a hawk. But that didn't address the other cage. And what about the Tsuchikage? Kakashi asked, for once not reading his book and looking focused. There isn't too much to worry about with him. He's just a grumpy old man who doesn't know when to give up the hat. Hiruzen chuckled slightly while the Jounin sweat dropped. That sounded a little like their cage. Now, I know our nations were just at war not long ago, but time has passed, and it's all been left in the past. He is well aware of what this means for our villages. This is a step towards peace. Hiruzen felt strongly about his words. Of all the cage, he and Onoki had the most history. Both had been around longer than necessary and had seen the world bathed in blood. Now it was time to rinse off all that blood. Hiruzen wouldn't hold his breath. Onoki was a stubborn mule, so he doubted they could just start talking about peace after one little visit, even if it was the Chunin exams. So you all have an extra 2 weeks to train your genin. I expect them to be up to standards and put on a show for the other nations. We'll be hosting 3 of the great nations. And make sure to be on your best behavior. This is going to be one hell of an exam. Asuma lit a cigarette, only to be glared at by Kurane. He glared back. He was smoking this one to the bone. He'd make it up to her later anyway. That it will be, my son. Hiruzen allowed a slight smile across his face. Now, that is all. Enjoy the rest of your day. Tenten waited on the roof of her shop, dangling her feet. From there, she had a good view of Naruto before he could see her. She'd been waiting for at least 30 minutes, but it wasn't a bother as she spun a kunao on each of her fingers, whistling a tune. Then she spotted a tuft of spiky blonde hair moving along the street. He looked good in his new outfit, very good. Tenten could honestly say Naruto had grown very handsome, round cheeks, deep, hypnotizing blue eyes, and that smile that lit up a room. She shook her head, regaining control. Up here, Naruto-kun. Naruto looked up, shielding his eyes from the sun. Can you come down? I can't see you because of the sun. Tenten flipped off the roof, landing gracefully on her feet. Acrobatic. My team is composed of taijutsu specialists, so it's natural that I've adopted some of their teachings, she explained, placing the kunao back in her pouch. So, where are we training? I'm on the east side of the village, training ground Velvet. I've never been to that one. Is it nice? It's what you'd expect from a training ground. Trees, grass, a lake, and a big open area. Nothing to write home about then. She laughed. Nah, wouldn't even write about it. Naruto laughed with her as they walked to the field. Until Tenten noticed what Naruto had said. Why'd you say it like that? Like what? You said I'm. Like, this isn't you. She poked a finger in his cheek, making sure he was a real person. Naruto looked confused before understanding dawned on him. That's because this is a shadow clone of mine. The blonde grinned at the brunette. Shadow clone? What's that? Tenten had never heard of the jutsu. From the name, she assumed it was a cloning technique. It makes real copies that I can freely manipulate. They take a portion of my chakra, and I can split it evenly or randomly, Naruto explained, giving a surprisingly detailed answer without leaving much room for questions. A real clone. Once more, she began poking Naruto's side. So this is a shadow clone, huh? Yup. Grinning, Naruto added, I can also recall the memories and experiences of each clone. I just learned about that yesterday. I'm jealous, can you teach it to me? She asked hopefully. Not a chance. This jutsu takes a lot of chakra. And you don't look like you have a lot of chakra. And what's that supposed to mean? There was a clear warning in her question. It means you don't have enough chakra for it, Naruto replied, disregarding her warning glare. Is it because I'm a girl? Tenten stopped walking, looking at Naruto with hints of anger. She was tired of being underestimated because of her gender. Naruto looked at her. Really? Do I look like the type to judge gender? Tenten turned her head, not answering. It's a jutsu that takes a lot of chakra. Even Kakashi-sensei can't make more than me. I'm only telling you this to keep you safe. Now she felt bad for jumping to conclusions. Sorry, Naruto-kun. It's fine, I knew you'd react like that. Naruto continued walking, and Tenten fell into step beside him as they entered a forest. How did you know that? Because I know you, Ten-chan. Even as kids, you were always strong-willed, keeping your head when everyone else underestimated you. It's something I admire, Naruto said honestly, missing the blush that spread on Tenten's cheeks. That's what I admired about you, she replied, speaking from the heart. Well, we're just the perfect match, aren't we? He said with a joking grin. The bun-haired girl laughed, bumping his shoulder. We are, aren't we? They walked in comfortable silence through the forest, basking in the calming atmosphere. Soon, Tenten heard frustrated shouts and looked at Naruto, who gave a nervous grin. Stepping through the last trees, Tenten saw a field covered in Naruto clones, all struggling to stick leaves to their foreheads. Damn, this is crazy. And they're all your clones? Every single one, a clone said before vanishing in smoke, its memories returning to the original Naruto. Yo! Tenten saw Naruto hanging upside down by his feet above her. Shocked by the awesomeness of my jutsu, aren't you? I've got to say, I am impressed, Naruto. She smiled up at the blonde. Naruto dropped to the ground beside her. So, what do you want to train in? Before she could answer, a clone shouted, I did it. I finally got it to stick. The clone disappeared seconds later. Then all the other clones cheered, high-fiving each other. Nar haha. Tenten hunched over, bursting into laughter. What's so funny? Tenten looked up to speak but dropped to her knees, laughing again. You haha. Stick a leaf. Her laughter continued, making her unable to speak. Naruto rolled his eyes as she mocked him. He now understood the humor. Yes, I just learned how to stick a leaf to my forehead. Oh my god, my stomach hurts. You're a genin and just learned this? What have you been doing? She wiped a tear from her eye and got back to her feet. Naruto's face fell, his mood shifting quickly. I haven't been the best ninja. I've been joking around this whole time. It wasn't until my recent mission that I got a taste of what the world was really like. It's filled with monsters, vermin, and those suffering under them. Tenten listened, giving Naruto her full attention. That's true. It's not right, but that's how the world is. But it shouldn't have to be. Naruto quickly exclaimed, raising his voice. A world where kids don't know their parents, families torn apart by ruthless people who only care about filling their pockets. It's sick. Naruto-kun, Tenten softly murmured his name. He turned his blue eyes to her, and she noticed his pupils had become slits. Just what happened on that mission, she wondered. I'll change it all. I won't allow a world like that to exist any longer. Me, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto proudly declared, thumbing his chest as his eyes returned to normal, filled with passion. I'll create a peaceful world. I'll do it for sure. That's a big goal, Tenten remarked. Are you sure you can handle it? Are you kidding? Of course I will. Just watch me. Tenten smiled. He had truly changed and grown up. It was amazing. She now felt invigorated to do more. What happened on that mission, Naruto? What caused this big change? A story for some other time. Now, it's time to train. I'll tell you later. Let's train for now, as time is ticking. Tenten smirked. Down for that spar? If you want to lose so badly, be my guest. Tenten pulled out a scroll and aimed it at Naruto. Unseal. A stream of fire rushed from the sealing paper toward a surprised Naruto. He had to quickly jump out of the way or be burned. He dispelled his clones to gain the knowledge on how to better control his chakra. With that done, Naruto could fight better and more efficiently. It wasn't like he had any jutsu, which was a flaw he was realizing. This would just allow him to have a better hold on his restless chakra. So Naruto used the shadow clone jutsu again. 5 clones appeared, pulling out kunao and throwing a volley at Tenten, who smirked. Exploding dragon strike. A seal unwrapped itself from Tenten and rushed from the ink. A fiery dragon head roared toward Naruto, tearing through the kunao, sending them off target. It connected with Naruto, exploding in a great blast. Was that too much? Tenten saw Naruto's smoky body fall to the ground. She moved closer, still on guard. The body puffed into smoke, momentarily blinding Tenten. When the smoke cleared, she was wrapped in ninja wire and pushed to the ground. Quick and easy. Naruto rubbed under his nose with a grin. Tenten struggled, her hands still free. She rolled her eyes. His lack of experience was showing. You're cocky, but you haven't earned it. You're still a rookie. I've been a genin for a year now, you have to do better. She used hand signs and summoned a tanto to her hands. With a flick of her wrist, Tenten cut the wire and quickly cut down the clones. She's free. Get her. A clone shouted, rushing in only to be stabbed, followed by another and another. As this continued, Naruto watched from the trees with worry. She's destroying them so effortlessly. I can't hit her. Naruto watched as Tenten jumped into the air. She pulled out 2 small scrolls. Double Dragon Strike. The 2 fiery heads rushed down and exploded on his army of clones. Now she was looking for him, tanto in hand, until she clicked it back into the sheath on her waist. She's equipped for war. Where are these weapons coming from? Won't come out. I'll force you out. Tenten began to spin like a tornado, throwing many sharp objects, including kunao, shuriken, swords, tantos, and knives. Think. Got it, she uses long-range weapons, so she must be weak at taijutsu. Naruto rushed at Tenten with all his speed, which wasn't much. Tenten reacted quickly, taking a stance with her palms flat and out. Hayakuretsu Kyaku. In a flash, Tenten struck Naruto with rapid kicks, each landing with pinpoint accuracy as if she had him locked on. She's crazy strong. Naruto exclaimed, falling back, only to snap back into focus. He went back into combat, exchanging blows with her, trying to brute force his way through her defense. Naruto didn't fight alone though, he used his shadow clones. He'd punch and kick, and once he was done, he'd let another shadow clone go while the clones summoned more clones until Tenten had to keep fighting off an ever-growing army. Naruto sent a row of clones into Tenten, who now used a great sword to take big swings and cleave them in half. Is this all you can do, Naruto-kun? Tenten had to admit, this was super annoying. Fighting nothing but clones and constantly seeing smoke made it hard to see. I've got some more. Naruto came flying through the smoke like an arrow released from a quiver. His attack landed, his fist sinking into Tenten's gut, making her bend over, gasping for air. And to close it out, more clones fell from the sky like rain. It was a dogpile as they bombarded Tenten with attacks. Once it was over, Tenten had a bruised cheek while blood dripped from the side of her mouth. Wow, Naruto, you beat me. I don't know if I should be proud or angry. Naruto came over with a big smile. Told ya I was gonna win, didn't I? Naruto rubbed the back of his head with a sheepish grin. Tenten wiped the blood from her lip and felt the bruise on her cheek. Then she drew a katana out of nowhere and rested it underneath his chin. Or maybe not. Tenten smirked, feeling cocky at her victory. No, you said I won. Naruto shouted his complaints. Like the books say, we are shinobi, we lie, cheat, and kill. A ninja must see through deception. Tenten placed the sword on her back in a standard scabbard. Remember that, Naruto-kun. Yeah, I get it. Naruto pocketed his hands. Though if we're being real, I beat you. So this is my victory. He grinned shortly after. If it helps you sleep at night, it just might. Naruto had a question for his friend. Tenchan, what were those papers that released all those weapons in jutsu? Tenten moved her fingers, and threads of chakra extended to all her lost weapons. It's called sealing jutsu. It can do a wide variety of things, often used to hold things for later use. Like you saw, weapons or jutsu if you're really skilled like me. She sealed up all her weapons again and tucked them back into her pouch. To hold things. Naruto rested a hand on his stomach. Yeah, to hold things. Tenten looked at Naruto, who was holding his stomach. Are you hungry or something? No, just thinking. You want me to teach you? Was it that obvious? It was all over your face. A giggle escaped her lips. Don't worry, it's fine, I don't mind. We're best friends after all. Naruto smiled warmly at Tenten. Yup, best of friends. Okay, let's get some more training in. The Chunin exams are coming up, and I want to be ready for them. Naruto nodded. Whatever it is, I'll be ready for it. So the two trained for hours. Naruto used more of his clones to practice his chakra control. This time, he would stick to a tree and put a leaf on his forehead. He and Tenten would spar, and she lectured him on small details he should have known, like how to throw a kunao properly even though he could nail his targets with ease. It wasn't good enough for the weapons expert, though. Just for giggles, Tenten gave him a sword, and she beat the crap out of him in Kenjutsu to the point he didn't want to pick the sword up again. It was a real rage quit, causing Tenten to laugh. After that, she gave him a crash course in sealing, which Naruto barely understood, but he was interested. 4 hours, they trained. Until one of Tenten's teammates came to get her. It was a Hyaga with clear white eyes, making him look blind. Tenten, Guy-sensei is calling. He has important news for us, the brown-haired boy with fair skin said passively. He wore a beige shirt with dark brown shorts. His right arm and leg were covered in bandages. Tenten frowned. Do I have to? Yes. His answer was stoic, and he narrowed his eyes. He says it's about the Chunin exams. Fine. Tenten sighed in defeat. Sorry, Naruto-kun. I'll see you later. Don't worry about it. Naruto waved her off, feeling sad she had to leave so soon. Why do you want to stay with this loser anyway? What are you doing with him? Niji asked. Training. Why? It won't accomplish anything, you're still weak. His words were cold and reflected in his eyes that belittled her. Hey, Ten-chan is very strong. Stronger than you ever will be. Naruto quickly came to her defense. What would you know about it anyway, with your girly brown hair? Humph, commoner. Entertain yourself. He turned his back to Naruto. Why you? Naruto growled dangerously. No, let it go. Tenten stepped in front of Naruto and looked into his eyes. It's fine. I've gotten used to it. She looked away, becoming sad. This made Naruto even angrier. You mean he talks to you like this all the time? That's not right. Naruto got ready for a fight and was about to summon his clones. Until Tenten grabbed his hands. No, Naruto-kun, you can't beat him. He's the strongest member of my team. A genius from the Hyaga clan. You'll only get hurt trying to fight him. Tenten forced Naruto's hands down as she spoke, wanting to stress the power Niji wielded to the blonde. I don't care if he is a genius. I'll crush him. Naruto narrowed his blue eyes toward Niji's back, who turned to meet Naruto's heated gaze. No, you can't beat him as you are. We'll train some more tomorrow, yeah? Tenten made Naruto look at her by grabbing his face. Fine, but he better watch how he talks to you. Naruto finally relented and calmed down. He had to work on his temper and think before acting, as if Niji was halted from saying more as Tenten glared at him with a fury he'd never seen in her eyes. Whatever, you know the way back. Niji flashed away once he was done. See you tomorrow. And thanks for trying to stick up for me. No problem, but you can't let that guy talk down to you like that. Naruto looked at Tenten angrily. She was so calm about this. Tenten ducked her head. I try, but he's right. I can't defeat him. He's stronger than me. Then we will both get stronger. Naruto clutched her hand in his. To defeat both the geniuses on our teams. Tenten smiled. She was doing that a lot around Naruto. Deal. They separated, and she waved before leaping into the trees. Team 7 had assembled for a meeting in their training ground. As always, Kakashi was running late. But instead of standing around, Naruto was training his taijutsu against a clone. They weren't hitting each other, simply shadow boxing. What's he doing? He's not hitting anything, Sakura asked Sasuke, confused. Training. He's just getting down his footing, Sasuke grunted. Do you train like that, Sasuke-kun? No. And what's with the outfit change? Sakura observed the new look. I like it, oddly enough. Tell him, not me, Sasuke said. But the Uchiha also noticed Naruto seemed to be in a bad mood about something. He wondered what could make Naruto, of all people, so angry. Yo! Their sensei flashed into view with a lazy wave. You're late. Normally, Naruto and Sakura would shout in unison, but it was only Sakura, as Naruto was still training. Looks like someone used the funds well, Kakashi noted while dropping from the tree. Gather around, you three. Naruto finally stopped training and walked over to his sensei. Sasuke and Sakura joined him, waiting for Kakashi to speak again. Do you want the good news or bad news first? Good news, sensei. Okay, I've signed you all up for the Chunin exams. Sakura beamed. You mean where we can get promoted to Chunin? Someone has done their research. Kakashi noted the smart girl on the team. And the bad news is, they've been pushed back by 2 weeks. Naruto finally spoke up for the first time. Good news, we have 2 extra weeks to train. Giving a nice smile, Kakashi answered, that's one way to look at things. So we are going to train non-stop for the next 2 weeks, Sasuke declared, looking sternly at their sensei. The wave mission had served to wake him up as well. He thought he was plenty strong, but that was far from the truth. He had almost died during that mission to someone weaker than Itaki. If that's what my little genin want, great, because I need your help, sensei. I want you to teach me how to shoot a fireball like Sasuke, Naruto said. During his fight with Tenten, he realized he had no jutsu to deal with her and could only use his clones to dogpile her. It's not that easy, Naruto. I have a fire affinity. Sasuke looked cocky at Naruto. And what's that supposed to mean? Naruto glared at him. It means you can't do one. Do you even know what affinity you have? Sasuke crossed his arms, looking at Naruto curiously, but he already knew the answer. I don't know. Naruto shouted with anger as his face turned red. Hearing Suzuki's mocking chuckle, Naruto then got in his face. I don't need it to beat you anyway. Yeah, right. Before they could get out of hand, Kakashi intervened. Naruto, Suzuki's words have a little bit of truth to them. You need to know what affinity you have before just attempting a jutsu. Kakashi then turned to lecture Suzuki. And you don't need to talk down on him like that. Why not answer his question? Because he's a loser. The Uchiha was bopped on the head. Knock it off, will you? You're a team, help each other. Kakashi turned to Naruto. We will train for the next 2 weeks and get you all ready. These exams are going to be the biggest we've had in a while, and I want you ready. And like that, Team 7 began training for the Chunin exams in 2 weeks. Walking down a long, dark hallway with menacing steps was a tall man with long red hair that spiked down his back. He was covered in a dark black cloak with red fur on the collar. In his hand was a long, single-tipped spear that had black seal markings running from top to bottom. Its golden body covered in black ink painted a lavish picture. He came upon a door and walked in without asking for permission. In the room, he saw a white-skinned man standing over a dead body as he played with their insides. So, you answered my calls? I'm glad. They turned and looked at him through strands of black hair. So you want to team up? The man looked at the person in front of him. His dangerous red eyes betrayed hints of disgust. Whether for himself or the man he was now going to work with was undecided. I am doing this because it will be better for me. You will take all the backlash while I remain unknown. His voice carried superiority and confidence. This person was strong, so strong that Orochimaru was on guard the whole time. Using me? For shame, Orochimaru hissed. But you are not as hidden as you might think. I managed to get a hold of you after all. Orochimaru gained a smirk, and his golden eyes shone with mirth. You are no normal shinobi, a freak is what you are. The spear in the red-haired man's hand touched the ground, and a sealing formula quickly spread around the room too fast to react. It began to glow brightly, revealing the sound for Orochimaru's personal guards, in each corner, already transformed into stage 2 of their curse mark. They were frozen in place, along with Orochimaru. Their chakra also drained into the seal and flowed into the spear, leaving the man's guards in their normal appearance. The vile and evil chakra then entered the man's body, causing his veins to glow slightly as his eyes took on a more fiery red. A multi-purpose seal. That's rare. It froze us, lit up the room, and took our chakra. And he made it with just his spear alone. Orochimaru gained a nervous grin at the man's display of power and skill. He would be a great ally or a terrible enemy. I crafted these seals for your little plan. Make sure that old man loses everything. He tossed some sealing tags on the table. The area then lost its light again. Just like I have. The person was gone in a flicker of movement, leaving no trace of his presence. That Uzumaki. He is more trouble than I thought. Orochimaru stopped his racing heart and took a breath. I'll have to think of a way to stop him, somehow. Pick up the pace, you too, Kakashi urged, met with a loud huff and a quiet pant. He took a long, noisy gulp of ice-cold water, aiming to annoy his students. Man, this tastes good, he declared, exhaling a cold breath. Sensei, please, gimme. Sakura pleaded. Sure, Kakashi splashed water in her face. Last place doesn't get water, just a pat on the back. He patted her back and jogged to catch up with Suzuki. Behind him, Sakura collapsed, utterly drained. Suzuki-kun, would you like some water? Kakashi rattled a bottle in front of him. Suzuki, hopeful, lunged for it, but the bottle vanished. 10 more miles, and I'll give you some water. Kakashi almost chuckled as Suzuki's head dropped. Don't live off simple hope. Hoping maybe this time it might work. Hoping that this jutsu might work. Hoping this time I'll be good enough. That's not how the world works. You know that. Kakashi sternly lectured the Uchiha, keeping pace. You need to take advantage of what you have and how you can apply it to work in your favor. Look at Naruto, you'll learn something from him. With that, Kakashi sped off to catch the rapidly advancing blonde. It had been a while. Team 7 was taking laps around the Leaf Village for some conditioning, aiming for 20 miles with a little extra. Kakashi believed running until their legs felt like jelly was an excellent way to improve the stamina his other 2 students lacked. It's been 2 weeks, and their team has been training non-stop like maniacs. The Chunin exams would begin in 2 days, and they had a lot of work to do. Kakashi made sure to be constantly present for their training. Sakura, and the entire team, now ate chicken every night, even if he had to force it down. They were all quite small, except for Suzuki, which was a surprise. The boy was naturally lean, which contributed to his good looks, but it could be a disadvantage in a fight without chakra. I wonder how Naruto is? I haven't seen him in a while, Kakashi mused, recalling when Naruto had tested the durability of Suzuki's chin with his fist. Naruto Uzumaki, the knucklehead of their team, had truly changed. He showed rapid growth in every shinobi category. Naruto could now hold semi-intellectual conversations with Sakura without spacing out and actually think before acting in his fights with Suzuki. The blonde hadn't had a complete personality flip, but there was a significant difference between the Naruto from when he first started and him now. Tenten seems to be quite the teacher. She really made Naruto into something I didn't think was possible. Who would have thought she could take such a small detail and really cause it to be life-changing? Not to mention the training she put the blonde through, which was essentially guys training boot camp on a lesser scale. Naruto, for some reason, took to the training like a bird to the sky. A simple jump, and his progress soared. He was making guys training look like a cup of ramen. This led Kakashi to what he was seeing now, a small, sweaty figure running at a quick pace, making it look easy. When did he take his shirt off? Kakashi wasn't expecting to see Naruto's bare back. In just 2 weeks, Naruto had started shaping up and gaining defined muscle in the right places. His shoulders spread further, and his back was more detailed. On Naruto's shoulder was a big log, not a small one either, one that could make your knees buckle under the weight. But not Naruto. He was carrying that boat as if it were a feather. They don't know me, son. They don't know me, son. Who's he talking to? Could it be the fox? Catching up to the blonde, Kakashi I smiled. Naruto, where did you get this log from? That's a lot of weight, it might be too much. Naruto turned, looking affronted. This weight means nothing. If anything, it's too light. And as for your question, Naruto turned and gained a determined expression while looking forward. I was born with it? This weight, that is. Perhaps this wasn't a simple log. Maybe it meant more than just that. But it was clear Naruto wasn't talking about the log anymore. The weight referred to the responsibility of the 9 tails, the hatred of the villagers, and the world. Hoping for some water? I don't live off that hope shit. I ain't thirsty anyways. Naruto brushed his sensei off again and kept running, yelling, "They don't know me, son," the whole way in the middle of the village. Kakashi chuckled to himself. What a shinobi he's becoming. I've got to carry this weight, who else but me? I'm the only one who can. I can do it. I've been doing it. Naruto's positive thoughts served to fuel him even more, as he didn't quit and simply kept moving forward. The power is all mine. As he ran, memories surfaced of kids picking on him for training. They mocked his efforts and called him a failure, loser, and a nobody who would ever amount to anything. Nobody wanted to see him become strong or achieve his dream. Except for one girl. She had always cheered him on, urging him to keep going, carrying him when he couldn't move himself. Tenten had always seen fit to push him or hype him up when everyone else wanted him to kneel. So for her and himself, he'd prove them all wrong. Even now, he could hear the whispers of the villagers. There he is again. That boy is such a nuisance. He's out here screaming again. I wish he'd just disappear. He's a demon. So it was for that reason he was screaming his chant. None of these weak-minded fools knew who Naruto Uzumaki was. Seeing their anger, he smiled and kept running towards his dream. Puts a grin on my face. He opened his mouth and laughed, vocally mocking them all. They don't fucking know me. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, bitches. Kakashi now understood. Naruto was speaking to himself and the villagers. Their hate fueled him, motivated him to prove them wrong. Sensei, your son. It's incredible. Kakashi clenched his fist, feeling motivated by Naruto. Perhaps I should get back into training as well? I can't let something like Wave happen all over again. As Naruto ran along the path, he saw a girl lying on the ground. Sakura, why are you sleeping? Naruto dropped the log in the middle of the road and poked his teammate's body. The girl only grunted, taking no action against Naruto. So, he did what he thought was right. Naruto picked the girl up and placed her over his shoulder like a sack. I'll carry your weight as well. He began to run again, catching Sasuke, who was barely moving his legs. Come on, duck butt. My grandma runs faster than you, and I don't even know her. Sasuke gritted his teeth at the mockery before springing ahead of Naruto. He then tossed a smirk to the blonde, who grinned back. During all this, it served to wake up Sakura as she slowly blinked her eyes. She felt Naruto's hot body carrying her like she was some box. She quickly got angry and hit him on the head, hurting herself instead. Oh, Sakura. You're up. Over the 2 weeks, Naruto began to see Sakura less and less romantically. Not that she had grown ugly, as she was super cute and nice. It just faded away until it became nothing but a gust in the wind. Naruto, you idiot. Why are you carrying me half naked? Because you fell on your ass. I wasn't just going to leave you behind. Naruto shouted back, glaring at the pinkette. When Sakura used to scream and yell at him, Naruto normally deserved it and just let it happen. He thought that if he raised his voice back, she would get even more angry at him and ruin his chance of dating the girl. From the beginning, there was never any chance of Naruto gaining Sakura's affection, not when Sasuke was around to sweep the girl off her feet. And when Naruto realized it, he laughed. Sasuke had it all, the fame, attention, and respect of everyone. He even had the heart of the girl he used to love. And he brushed it all off. There was a point where Naruto would have done anything to get what Sasuke had. But he came to realize it all meant nothing if you weren't happy with yourself. Then you should have left me there until my Suzuki-kun picked me up. As if his scrawny shoulders could hold you up? You ought to be lucky I'm such a nice guy and picked you up in the first place. Naruto! When I get my energy back. A slap sounded, and Naruto spanked Sakura on her plump butt. She was so shocked, all she could do was blush and hold her mouth open. And Naruto! Her face burned red in anger and embarrassment as Naruto had been the first boy to touch her backside, which was supposed to be Suzuki. Acting quickly, Naruto threw Sakura onto Suzuki's back and laughed as he ran past. Naruto! I'm gonna kill you. You hear me? I'll rip off your arm and beat you with it. Sakura rustled in Suzuki's arms as she cursed the laughing blonde, until Suzuki let her go and watched as Naruto had to run quicker or be beaten to death by Sakura. Suzuki ran to catch up, trying and failing to hide his smile. Back at the training ground, Kakashi's students were resting on the ground. Sakura had fallen onto Suzuki's back, who was too tired to push her off, though he wouldn't have anyway. Naruto lay on his back, looking at the clouds. Okay, break time's over. Kakashi closed his book and walked over to the resting genin. This is the last day of training, so we gotta make it count. You've all been doing well so far. Let's not slow down our steps now. Do you mean it, sensei? We've grown stronger? Sakura asked, sitting up with a hopeful smile. For her question, she got an eye smile. Yes, you've made the most progress, Sakura. Because to be frank, you were the weakest member on the team and still are. But because of how weak you were, your progress reached the moon. Sakura didn't know whether to be happy or insulted. It was true she was the weakest on the team and often held the two boys back. But her sensei was right, and she had shown tremendous progress. So she just gave a strained smile. Sakura, Suzuki called, sitting up. You have excellent chakra control. Perhaps you should use your great intellect and study medical ninjutsu as well as genjutsu. To no one's surprise, Sakura gasped and turned beet red. Suzuki-kun, you really think so? She received a firm nod along with a smirk. She gave a warm smile with pure joy swimming in her emerald-colored eyes. Thank you. Her smile caused the Uchiha to turn in the opposite direction or else start to feel strange. While looking away, he saw Naruto and Kakashi smirking devilishly at him. I'm going to kill those two. Yeah, Sakura, Suzuki makes a good point. You've got some of the best chakra control, but you are lacking when it comes to fighting. Instead of blowing up at Naruto, Sakura held her tongue and listened. Tenchan always talks about Tsunade Senju, so maybe you could be like her. Just better, of course. Tsunade Senju. But she's a Sunin. Sakura knew all about the powerful woman, there weren't many who didn't. Aha, I hear she's the best medical ninja in the world and has super strength. Thank you, Naruto, I'll look into it. Sakura was grateful for the help. Naruto had calmed down, and when he wasn't hounding her for a date, she discovered he was good company. They bickered like siblings, and she found he always got on her nerves like one. She had begun to feel bad for how she treated Naruto, it wasn't right. Now, as their team grew closer, she and Naruto naturally did, and they became extremely close friends. Now, you and me, Suzuki. Today is the day I beat you. Humph. In your dreams. Kakashi stepped between the two. Just a minute, I didn't tell you what we would be doing. The boys settled and listened. Naruto, you know the drill, create your shadow clones and go read books while the others do chakra control practice. Naruto created an army of blondes, and they all filed off into their groups. And Suzuki, you and Naruto can fight, but after that, we are going to work on speed training and advancing your control over the Sharingan. Kakashi then turned to Sakura. And we've got some chakra building exercises for you as well as more physical training, so you'll be with Suzuki. Sakura dropped her head at having to do more physical training. Yes, sensei. Now, you two make the seal of unison. The boys raised their fingers before locking them. Alright, now. Kakashi jumped back to give them some space. Fight! Two arms of Naruto's shadow clone popped from the ground, reaching for Suzuki's ankles, but he was quick to evade and leap into the air. Suzuki then saw Naruto hurling more clones toward him. It wasn't impossible, but it was hard. Suzuki managed to dispel the clones with visible effort. Ever since Naruto had developed a fighting style, his taijutsu had soared. The clones put up a fight before being killed. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Suzuki heard the words echo from behind him. Slightly covered by the sun, Naruto could be seen with two other clones. There was no grin on his face or any twitch of facial muscles that would serve to show he wasn't in control. It was quite scary to see Naruto being so quiet and not telegraphing his moves like he used to, something he no doubt learned from Kakashi. Naruto Stream. The clones, whose palms were covered in wind nature chakra which soon covered Naruto, helped increase his velocity as he sped toward the Uchiha. Suzuki activated his Sharingan and attempted to predict Naruto's trajectory but failed to do so as he felt Naruto connect a palm thrust to his gut, sending him crashing into the ground. Naruto landed beside Suzuki with a slight smirk. My wind style training has progressed far, don't you think? Sasuke couldn't speak as the wind had been knocked from his lungs, forcing him to cough. He glared at Naruto and used chakra to increase his speed. He did a sweeping kick towards Naruto's feet, which Naruto predicted and moved backward. Sasuke planted his arm and used his leg for an upward kick to Naruto's head, which Naruto caught. Sasuke rolled underneath Naruto and came up from behind the blonde. Naruto grabbed Sasuke's arms and used his superior strength to force his arms open and moved into a spin kick. Sasuke put up his guard and was sent skidding on the ground. He got up and saw Naruto in a stance that was becoming familiar to him. His right foot was extended, and he had his hands out, ready to lay quick and powerful strikes onto him. Even using my Sharingan, I find it hard to copy his moves. He's so fast and strong, not to mention his clones ganging up on me. Sasuke got to his feet and wiped the blood coming from his mouth. About time you made this interesting for me. I was sick of beating your skull in. You look tired, can't keep up? Sasuke ignored the provocation, charging forward to engage Naruto in taijutsu. Their fists collided, a jarring impact that reverberated through their bones. Sasuke steadily gained the upper hand, landing a barrage of punches, kicks, and occasional elbows. Naruto countered by deploying shadow clones, evening the odds. They relentlessly pressed Sasuke, whose attacks were increasingly thwarted as Naruto's blows connected with greater frequency. Naruto parried Sasuke's subsequent assaults, then delivered 2 forceful punches to his chest. Their pace intensified as chakra amplified their attack power, showcasing their escalating skill. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. A clone propelled Naruto clear of the jutsu's path. Naruto then created more clones, launching himself leg first into the defending Uchiha. I'll show you another jutsu I created. It's similar to your fireball in a way. Naruto punched Sasuke away, creating space. He bypassed hand signs, as they were unnecessary. His chest expanded before he exhaled a colossal chakra blast, moving with the unstoppable force of a train. That looks like. Kakashi reacted with alarm. It resembled a tailed beast bomb, typically performed by tailed beasts. No, sensei. Sasuke-kun can't be hit by that. Sakura looked distressed, prepared to intervene herself. It's fine, Naruto wouldn't hit Sasuke with something that might kill him, or maybe he would. He definitely would, and they both knew it. Sasuke prepared to dodge, but his limbs suddenly felt bound, gripped by a Naruto clone. You were distracted by the light show, a clone said cockily. Damn, was all Sasuke uttered. A flash of light enveloped the training ground as the jutsu detonated with a massive boom, shaking the surrounding area. When the smoke cleared, Sakura gasped in shock, rushing to the damaged ground. Well, Naruto, I've got to say. Kakashi shook off the numbness in his hands. His gloves were incinerated, and some skin on his hand was torn, burned, and shredded. That was a powerful jutsu. You might have taken the hands off a lesser man. Aside from a slightly singed vest and damaged hands, Kakashi was unharmed. It was designed that way, Naruto said, walking over to inspect his handiwork. How did you block that? I simply coated my hands in chakra. Kakashi's eye smile was evident. But I underestimated your jutsu. Sasuke appeared somewhat shaken, having narrowly avoided the jutsu. Honestly, he wasn't sure he could have survived it, given the power he felt from it. Naruto, how strong have you become? Sensei, do you need healing? Those cuts on your hand look pretty bad. Kakashi gazed at his bleeding hands in amazement. It cuts like wind style, burns like fire, and is unbelievably potent. What is this? Naruto, what kind of jutsu did you use? Sakura asked, looking at Naruto, who seemed to be observing everything with stoic confidence. I created it during my training. It's just my chakra blasted from my mouth in the form of a ball. I call it Starfield. Kakashi looked impressed. Naruto was better at naming jutsu than his father, but he was more impressed by Naruto creating the jutsu. How did you come up with this? Naruto smirked, crossing his arms. Like I said, it's derived from the fireball jutsu. Just no fire and all chakra. Pretty easy, anyone should be able to do it, really. So, can you teach it to me? Sakura asked, giving Naruto puppy eyes. Surely it would work, no one could say no when looking into her emerald eyes. Just a minute, Kakashi interrupted. This jutsu won't be possible for just anyone, or really anyone else besides you. Kakashi had observed closely and experienced firsthand what the jutsu offered. What do you mean? Sasuke asked, approaching with a frown. Naruto possesses a tremendous amount of chakra, the most in the village. Not only does he have the necessary chakra for something like this, but it's also incredibly potent, Kakashi lectured. And the most important fact is the hints of wind blades in his natural chakra. Naruto and one other are the only ones with wind chakra in the entire village. Naruto nodded in agreement. My chakra is special to me. He shot a mischievous smile at Sasuke. And you can't have it. Humph. As if I'd want a jutsu created by a loser. Who lost? Sasuke clicked his tongue. You only caught me by surprise. Your excuses aren't good enough, Suzuki-kun, Naruto mocked, knowing exactly how to provoke Suzuki. Want to go again? Anytime, loser. Kakashi chopped both of them on the head, getting their attention. Spars over, to your posts for training. For now, the rivalry between the two boys was put on hold until further notice. Their final day of training before the big exams continued, with Naruto and his army of clones practicing chakra control, taijutsu, studying, and advancing their wind nature. Suzuki, Sakura, and Kakashi performed speed drills. The two genin had to practice evasion training towards the end to cool down, which involved Kakashi throwing kunao and shuriken at them until they collapsed or were cut 3 times. Naruto yawned as he walked through the village. He was heading to grab a bite, famished from his recent training. Naturally, Naruto was taking the path to his usual ramen stand. 5 leaves spun on his fingertips, seemingly dancing to his chakra's tune. Even as his hand drifted through the air, the leaves clung to it. Deciding to have some fun, Naruto summoned wind to his hands, blowing the leaves into a small tornado. I'd say my chakra control has come a long way compared to what it used to be. His once terrible chakra control was now good enough to manipulate 5 leaves simultaneously, meaning he was beginning to conserve chakra. Having the shadow clone jutsu was a blessing. He truly had to thank whoever created this jutsu. He began utilizing the knowledge transfer effectively, becoming proficient in many areas. Even now, his clones were reading at his house. One unexpected topic was sealing. Once Tenten introduced it to him, an unseen connection pulled him in. It was surprising how quickly he took to it, like a fish to water. It even impressed Tenten to the point where she began teaching him things. It brought a smile to his face as he loved spending time with Tenten. But he couldn't help feeling nervous around her sometimes, or that she was constantly on his mind, plaguing his thoughts daily. I wonder what she's doing. I'll go see her once I've eaten. Even now, Tenten centered his thought process. Could it be? Was he falling for Tenten? It had only been 2 weeks. There was no way he had fallen for the girl that quickly. But there was always a chance. He found her beauty enchanting, unable to tear his blue eyes away from her garden of brown. Damn, she was too cute for her own good. Not to mention, she had a big butt and large thighs that always looked so inviting. Damn it. Why is she making me feel like this? I'm gonna get hard if I keep thinking about her butt. Because of this, Naruto lost concentration, and the leaves slipped from his fingers to the ground. Or they would have, until an updraft of wind blew the leaves back into his hand, also ruffling his hair. Naruto wasn't surprised by the person, but rather by the powerful wind style. I think you dropped something. A flirty, confident voice reached his ears. He looked up and saw a girl leaning on a fan in a tree, smirking at him. She wore attractive clothing that made her look noble and stunning, to Naruto's honest assessment. She was so gorgeous she could have made a lesser man blush and beg for her name. Her lithe form was covered by a short-sleeved black kimono with a slit up her leg to her thigh and a revealing neckline. It was cinched by a red sash. For accessories, she had on black fingerless gloves and a fishnet leg warmer on her left ankle. Her hair was tied back into 4 spiked ponytails, with 2 sandy blonde bangs falling over her black forehead protector. Thanks, Sand Kunoichi. Naruto smiled up at the girl. He could sense her watching him, but wasn't sure why. Perhaps it was because he was also a wind user. Naruto had also discovered he was a sensor type, which in short, meant he could see with his eyes closed. He wasn't very good at it, so he found the skill pretty useless at the moment. Sand Kunoichi, she repeated, sounding offended. She leaped to the ground and strapped the massive steel black fan to her back. Her teal eyes playfully glared at Naruto. I have a name. I can't read minds. If you want me to know your name, Naruto gave a charming smile, you're going to have to tell me. Perhaps it was because he was getting stronger and his body was shaping up that his confidence flared with a vengeance. Suddenly, he just naturally felt more self-assured. When boasting to Suzuki about how he could beat him, he felt as if he truly could. His arrogant attitude was now genuine. There was no need to fake his confidence or lie to himself to feel strong. Truly feeling strong for the first time in his life, this newfound confidence made talking to beautiful girls easier and more natural. It helped make Tenten smile, which he loved doing, and it seemed to be working with Temari, which might not be a good thing. Eager to know my name, are we? She felt like playfully teasing the blonde, as he was quickly becoming entertaining. Want me to guess? Go ahead. You look like a Riko, R-I-K-O, Temari echoed. Then she laughed loudly, wiping a tear from her eye. Naruto was glad she didn't hit when laughing, unlike the brute Sakura. He found her laugh pleasant to his ears and, oddly enough, warming his heart. Her laugh made him laugh as they shared chuckles. You have to let me guess your name now, Temari said, showing a wry smile toward Naruto. Why not? Go ahead. Scanning Naruto's face to think of a name, she took in his features, his eyes, an endless sky blue that seemed to pull her in as if he were casting a genjutsu, his slightly round cheeks covered by whisker marks and complemented by spiky blonde hair, making him look feral and rugged. Her face quickly flushed, her cheeks turning pink. This boy was the first ever to make her blush. Back where she was from, boys found approaching her impossible, fearing her murderous brother. What is this feeling? Why does my heart feel so light? She had become so lost in his eyes that her staring was noticed by a smirking Naruto, who observed her blush. I see you found something you like. Naruto's words snapped her out of her thoughts. Ha! Oh, Temari coughed into her hand, feeling extremely embarrassed. She saw Naruto laughing joyfully and glared. It's not funny. Stop laughing. Sorry, this is the first time something like this has happened. Naruto calmed down and simply reassured her. Feel honored it was by someone as noble as me. What? Are you a princess? I am, actually. The girl's confident attitude was back in full swing. My apologies, princess. Naruto performed a fake bow. Your disrespect is noted. Temari folded her arms over her impressive bust, which caught Naruto's attention. His eyes drifted over the woman in front of him. Gyat, that was all Naruto could think. If Tenten was cute and adorable, the specimen in front of him was sexy and sensual. Not to say he didn't find Tenten sexy, which he did. These two just portrayed it in different ways. The name is Naruto Uzumaki. He finally introduced himself and extended his hand for a shake. Temari, princess of the hidden sand village. She reached her hand out, and the two blondes shook hands. Simultaneously, both blondes felt a jolt in their bodies and smiled, enjoying the feeling. Naruto pulled his hand away first and swore he felt Temari resist the action, but he shook it off and continued smiling. Naruto, since I'm new in town, would you mind showing me around? I'd like to get somewhat familiar with my surroundings for the upcoming exams. Naruto rubbed the back of his head, feeling tense. I was about to go get something to eat. Can it wait for another time or something? Much like Temari, Naruto too was bold and blunt, often speaking his mind. But he felt bad for an unknown reason. Temari instantly regretted that. She cursed for asking. It was basically asking him out on a date. But she didn't want to stop talking to Naruto just yet. Well, would you mind showing me a restaurant? I'm feeling kind of hungry myself. I don't see why not. I hope you like ramen. Temari placed a slender finger on her chin. No, I've never heard of anything like that. Come on. I've got the perfect spot, Wind Rider. Okay then, Wind Chaser. Smirking at each other's newly assigned nicknames, Naruto walked past the girl, who quickly fell into step beside him, slightly brushing her shoulder against his. I want to ask you something, Naruto said. You may. Your wind style felt strong. Are you proficient in it? Temari smirked hotly at Naruto. No need to feel inferior. I saw you playing with your wind. It looks like you've only just begun training in it. That obvious. Naruto groaned in dissatisfaction. Temari giggled into her hand. Don't feel bad. It's not like I was able to topple buildings when I first started. Naruto gave her a flat stare. You're being sarcastic. That obvious, Temari said, smiling up at the taller blonde. Naruto rolled his eyes. Very funny. I'm sorry. But her laugh made it obvious she wasn't sorry at all. Temari noticed something. As they walked and talked, her cheeks began to ache from smiling so much, and she was laughing as if it were the first time she had ever felt joy in her life. Had she really been that deprived of happiness in her life? The laughs she and Naruto shared were some of the best she had ever had. Back in the sand, Temari never laughed like this. There was nothing funny about her life there, just a constant sandstorm of sadness. Much like the sun in her village, it dried up her happiness. But the sun here. Glancing at Naruto, she smiled as his sun-kissed blonde hair bristled in the wind. His smile was radiant and true, warming her unlike the cruel, unforgiving sun back home. This warmth, Temari placed a hand over her chest and smiled gently. I don't want to leave it. And voila, Temari looked up to see a modest-looking shack. It had an inviting aura and a mouth-watering aroma emanating from it. Smells good. Tastes even better. Naruto walked over and held up the flap for her, nodding his head for her to enter. Thank you. She thanked him before moving to the bar-style counter. She pulled the fan off her back and leaned it against the counter next to her seat. Welcome, the young woman behind the counter greeted with a smile. Naruto, glad to see you're back. How could I ever stay away? Naruto chuckled. You know, I'll just have my usual, coming right up. Dad, Naruto's back, so just make a bunch, she yelled towards the back. She then looked at the blonde next to Naruto, a teasing glint in her eyes. Oh Naruto, you dog. What's Tenten going to think if she sees you with another girl? What? Stop, it's not even like that. I'm just showing her around the village. So you bring her to your favorite food joint? Naruto, do you have a girlfriend? Temari asked, looking at Naruto more seriously than she intended, unsure why she felt so angry and sad. She instantly developed negative feelings toward this Tenten person. No, she's talking about my best friend, Tenten. Naruto shot a look at Ayam, who merely batted her eyelashes. I've been bringing her here over the past week. Naruto might not have noticed, but Ayam, as a girl, saw Temeri's quick reaction. Naruto, you're about to have an interesting week, the ramen cook mused, eager to see how things would unfold. Oh, anyway, Ayam, can you show her the menu? This is her first time having ramen. Sure thing. Oh boy, that hit the spot. Naruto let out a big sigh as he stretched. I can't believe you didn't pay for my meal, Temeri grunted. Naruto laughed. You're cool, but I'm not paying for you after just meeting you. Even still, I told you I was the daughter of the Kazekage. It would be an honor to treat such a noble woman. Maybe next time. Temeri glared before turning around. Do you still want me to show you around? Naruto asked. It would be your pleasure. What a drag, Naruto thought, but he smiled. You are very prideful and confident. Problem? Her hand rested on her slim waist, and she cocked a blonde eyebrow. No, I like it. Women are more attractive when they're strong. Temeri flushed. Eh? You heard me. Naruto tilted his head slightly with a smirk, fully aware of what he'd said. Temeri quickly regained her composure and gained a sexy smirk. You keep talking like that, she said, moving closer and placing a palm on Naruto's chest, and I might pay for your meal. It was Naruto's turn to flush as he avoided eye contact. Hee, I wouldn't complain. You saw that bill. Temeri patted his chest and smirked. The wealth of the Kazekage is vast. Pay my bills while you're at it, Naruto joked. It's supposed to be the other way around, Temeri jabbed. Well, I'm poor, so good luck with that. Though he was joking, there was truth in his statement. Perhaps if you tour me around well enough, I'll give you a tip. Naruto fell into character. This way, my lady. Temeri grinned broadly. That's more like it. Nah, being a kiss-up isn't for me, Naruto relaxed seconds later. Where are you trying to go? Temeri's sweat dropped, but she was secretly glad Naruto wasn't that kind of guy. She'd dealt with sycophants her whole life, so Naruto not walking on eggshells around her was a refreshing feeling, a second wind, so to speak. I'm not sure. I just want to walk around and see the sights. Temeri made sure the fan on her back was tied tightly to her red sash. Any place special around here? There are the Hokage faces, but I don't feel like walking all the way up there after just eating. Yeah, me too. So the blondes just walked around the village, Naruto recounting the many pranks he'd pulled off in certain areas and how he'd had to run from village shinobi for his antics. To this, Temeri remarked that he was just like her weasel summon, who always caused trouble. As they moved through the village, Temeri noticed the stares directed at Naruto when he wasn't looking, or how people looked at him with such hatred it made her uneasy. These regular people just glaring at Naruto for no reason with unblinking eyes of malice. It reaffirmed her thoughts on the matter and answered the question she first had, and why she was following Naruto in the first place. Alright, it's getting dark out. Do you need me to walk you to your hotel? Naruto asked, leaning on a wall. No, it's fine. I can protect myself if some bad guys try to attack me. Temeri took a sip from her sweet tea. I just blast them all away with my fan. Speaking of that, when can I use it? Naruto put his bottle in the trash and pushed off the wall. When you can do this. Temeri held the empty bottle in her hand before it flattened instantly. What did you just do? Naruto asked, his eyes wide in shock. Temeri pulled out a kunai, putting Naruto slightly on guard. Relax, I'm not going to stab you. She placed the kunai in her hand before, like the bottle, it was crushed, this time into a ball. I am confused, Temeri. Do you know how wind is formed? She asked a simple question and tossed the kunai in the trash. Naruto shook his head. It's formed by air going from high pressure to low pressure. When you get good enough, you can change these pressures. The smashed cup instantly refilled and reshaped by her wind chakra. That's amazing. Naruto was shocked. He didn't think anything like that was possible. Can you teach me? No, I can't. Temeri floated the cup into the trash and smiled sadly at Naruto. We are from different villages and might face each other in the Chunin exams. I can't let you get too strong, or I won't be able to crush you. Naruto shuddered. Maybe, if Temeri got strong enough, she could actually crush someone from the wind pressure alone. But he gave her a challenging smirk. Fine then, if I beat you at any time during the Chunin exams, you have to help me with my wind style. Temeri snickered. It will never happen, but fine. I'll humor you, Naruto. They shook on it. Once again, the jolt shot through their bodies. While holding hands, Temeri's hand fit perfectly inside Naruto's larger hand, much to their surprise. Temeri let go first this time and thought Naruto, this time, resisted. They stared at each other in silence for several seconds before breaking eye contact and looking anywhere but at each other. I'll see you around, Temeri. Why yeah. See ya. Temeri backed up and was swept up in a tornado of wind that slowly phased out of existence. Man, she's so cool. Naruto couldn't help but praise. He walked off and stopped for a second. What am I doing? Why was I acting like that with her? For the life of him, Naruto couldn't find an answer, so he just sighed and walked off with his hands in his pockets. Tenten was lying in her bed, gently kicking her feet. She was reading through a magazine of weapons, enjoying different types to get ideas for her next masterpiece. Where is Naruto? I haven't seen him all day. She frowned and rolled on her back, in her nightwear, small shorts and a button-up pajama shirt with shuriken on it. I can't seem to stop thinking about him. I wonder if he thinks about me the way I think about him. Tenten took a breath. I can't believe it, I'm crushing on Whiskers. Tenten recognized these feelings creeping into her heart. Naruto wasn't her first crush, as Neji held that spot. But with Naruto walking back into her life, those feelings quickly shifted. He had her up all night thinking about him. She imagined herself as a romance protagonist, with Naruto sweeping her off her feet with his sensual words, only to be reminded that Naruto wasn't that kind of guy. He was cheesy and his pickup lines needed work. But she noticed he was becoming more flirty with her. And on some occasions, she caught him checking her out, which excited her. His eyes would become so lustful, and she wondered if he was going to act on his feelings. The same could be said for her, however, when Naruto wasn't looking. She snuck in looks at Naruto's body. He was becoming so powerful, and that was a massive turn-on for her. Tenten placed the magazine on her face and squealed as she rolled on her bed. Damn you, Naruto-kun, making me feel like this. I can't help it. Tenten laid back on her pillow and looked to the ceiling. Maybe I've always liked you, but just never realized it. What was she going to do? Naruto didn't know the first thing about love, which was probably why he was so bad at romance. Well, it would be nice to grow with him together as a couple and figure these things out as a team. She then heard the sound of something crash against her window. The lights were off, so she couldn't see what was out there clearly. It happened again, and she moved closer while grabbing a dagger hanging from her wall. Crack! Now that she was up close, she saw a blonde throwing small rocks at her window from the street. Naruto! What are you doing? Hi, Ten-chan. He gave her that grin. Despite her heart jumping, she glared at Naruto. Where have you been all day? Naruto scratched the back of his head. Well, I was training with my team all morning till noon, I think. Then I did some things on my own. And I met this girl named Tamari, and showed her around. Pretty busy day. She locked in on that last part. What? Naruto jumped up to her window and stuck to the wall. Come outside, I need your help with some sealing. Naruto tried to pull Tenten out the window, but she protested. Stop. I'm not dressed. She wrestled out of his grasp. I can't go out like this. Naruto looked at Tenten, really looked. He found her dress very appropriate, but he didn't want any other guy looking. So maybe they should just stay here. Okay, I'll just come inside. He moved her aside and jumped into her room. Naruto-kun, get out. My parents are here. Then we better be quiet. Naruto wiggled his eyebrows, grinning at Tenten with hunger in his eyes. The girl blushed and tried to cover up. Stop looking at me like that. Tenten turned around and glared at Naruto over her shoulder. I'm not helping you with your sealing. You should have asked that Tamari girl since you were with her all day. Naruto leaned his head back on her pillow. For real, Ten-chan? Yes, now leave. But I haven't seen you all day. Naruto got up from her bed and moved closer until her back hit the window. I've missed you. I want to spend some time with you. He was hovering over her and looking at her fiercely with those blue eyes of his. Tenten's face burned red as things were getting crazy too fast. Naruto just showed up and he was in her room while she was barely wearing clothes. It's just like those romance books. The guy shows up in her room in the middle of the night just like this. He backs her into a corner and whispers sweet words into her ear. Next thing you know, Tenten's face steamed red. Do you even hear what you're saying? You're not that naive, are you? I do know what I'm saying. In 2 weeks, Naruto had shown a vast difference in maturity. His words were becoming thought out and not just released without thought. So in times like these, he knew the meaning behind his words. Can we not hang tonight? Naru-kun, it's late, and I'm tired from training today. She still blushed and looked away, until she felt her chin be raised and directed to look at Naruto, who was giving her a tense stare. Only for a bit. Okay? But you better not try anything. Naruto then grinned and backed off. Good, I promise it will be quick. Tenten had to calm her racing heart as Naruto plopped on her bed and patted the spot next to him. What do you need help with? Just how to understand this barrier seal. What are you doing on barrier seals? That is in the second book. I just gave you the first book yesterday. Tenten laid down next to Naruto. Those clones have been slaving away. Naruto laughed as he received the memories of the clones a couple of hours back. Poor things. Their ringleader is a cruel tyrant. Anyway, what is that? Naruto pointed toward a three-pointed symbol. A three-pointed seal. Which means, she stopped and waited for Naruto to figure out the answer. Oh, you need 3 points or seal activations to use this barrier seal. Yes, you should have learned the importance of seal points in the first book. Seal points are what you call the number of sealing matrix to create a seal. So, you would have to create a 3-trigram seal to use this barrier. Cool, can you do it? Naruto asked his teacher in sealing. Of course I can. Do you know who I am? Someone who likes stuffed animals. Naruto looked at the front of the bed, which was covered with stuffed animals. Tenten placed her dagger on the bed, right next to Naruto. Tell anyone and you're dead. What? It's kinda cute. Humph. Focus. Tenten. Her dad yelled, getting close to her room. You got to go. Hurry. Tenten and Naruto jumped from the bed in a rush. Alright. I'll see ya around. Naruto dived out the window, grinning. Nice ass by the way. Gore. He has a jutsu to piss me off. I swear. Just coming in here and getting me all worked up. Tenten. Her father knocked on her door. Come in, Dad. I heard a lot of moving around up here. Are you okay? Yeah, just trying some moves out before I go to bed, she replied and did a couple of kicks. Okay, well, go to bed. You need your rest, he said. Good night, love you. Love you too, Dad. Good night. 2 days later. You guys ready? I could hardly sleep last night, Naruto said, walking in the middle of Sasuke and Sakura. Me too. We are going to crush this, Sakura replied. She had grown confident and strong, so when offered the chance to take part in the exams again, there was no hesitation in her answer this time. Kakashi says this is going to be big, so we should not hold anything back, Sasuke spoke, looking as confident as ever. We won't. Team 7 walked down the halls of the academy confidently with Naruto in the middle and his 2 teammates flanking his side. Everyone who saw the team backed off, feeling the powerful aura coming from the 3 genin. Their heads were high and faces calm to an extent, which made many wonder if they were being affected at all by this. You guys better turn around, this is no place for children. An older Chunin was blocking the door and pushing away someone he knew very well. Yes, especially cute little girls like you. Back off. Sasuke saw Naruto tense up and glare. Just as Naruto was about to blow up, he pulled him back. Will you relax? That is a genjutsu. The Uchiha pointed to the room number, which was incorrect. I know, but I don't like how he's hitting Ten-chan, Naruto growled out in a whisper. Those little shoves and slaps? You've hit her harder during training, I'm sure she doesn't even feel those hits. Hearing Sasuke's words made him relax and understand the truth. She's acting, Naruto stated the obvious. She is. So calm your head and think. From what he heard, Tenten was a strong kunoichi who didn't like being looked down upon, so he was sure if she found out about how Naruto was acting now, she wouldn't be happy. Sakura, you most likely found out this was fake right away, right? You are the best at genjutsu in the team. For his comment, Sakura smirked like her 2 teammates would. I did. Knew you would. Sasuke matched her look and felt proud of Sakura. Alright, let's get going. Naruto started walking toward the stairs and sent a wink toward Tenten, who was being helped by her teammate. I'll be right back, their teammate in green announced before joining Team 7. I should have seen this coming. He's going after Sasuke. Tenten placed her hands on her hips. I'm curious to see how good Sasuke is, though. Niji, her Hyuga teammate, remained silent, his gaze following Lee's path. Hold it. Team 7 spun around to see a kid with a bowl cut glaring down at them, specifically at Sasuke. He flipped down, landing on his feet. My name is Rock Lee, and I wish to fight you. Don't you know who I am? Do you still want to fight? Sasuke asked, seemingly uninterested, as he turned away. Lee's large eyes fixated on Sakura, and he quickly blushed, causing Sakura to pale. Also, Sakura-chan, I love you. Sakura froze at his confession, nearly fainting until Naruto smacked her upside the head. Naruto turned from the glaring Sakura to Lee, who was now focused on Sasuke again. Lee's bandaged hands indicated intense training. Naruto knew of Rock Lee from Tenten, who always said he trained extremely hard in taijutsu. Armed with this information, Naruto turned to Sasuke. Hey, from what I know, this guy's a taijutsu expert. Look at his hands, they're covered in bandages. Sasuke gave Naruto a side-eyed glance. Is that all? He won't be much trouble for me to defeat, then. That's all I know. But he knows about you and your clan and still eagerly wants to fight. I bet he has something to counter you. Naruto patted Sasuke on the shoulder before stepping back next to Sakura. If you're going to fight, make it quick. It won't even be 10 seconds. Sasuke sprinted towards Lee, who maintained his strong stance. Sasuke threw a punch, but Lee vanished from view, making Sasuke's eyes widen. He turned to see Lee blinking back into view above him, spinning. Leaf Hurricane. Sasuke luckily ducked and dodged the attack. Lee saw this and braced his arms for a kick aimed at Sasuke, who put up his guard. Nothing too crazy. I can still win. They exchanged blows for a short while before Lee suddenly vanished again, and Sasuke was sent flying back from a leg kick. Damn, did he just vanish? Naruto asked. That's what it looked like, Sakura said in disbelief. His speed. That was insane. Suzuki's expression turned serious as he activated his dojutsu. I'll see his next move. Stop dragging your feet, Suzuki. Let's go. Naruto couldn't help but feel amused as Suzuki got his ass beat in only a couple of seconds. Hey there, you three. Kakashi, their sensei, leaned on the door. What happened? He noticed Suzuki glaring at nothing. Suzuki-kun got into a fight with this guy named Rock Lee. And Sakura stopped speaking as Suzuki glared at her. Well, you win some and lose some. Their sensei offered his profound advice. But there isn't much time left. So you three go on and do your best. Will do, sensei. Naruto saluted and walked through the door as the other two nodded at Kakashi. As soon as they entered, they were met with stares of hostility and killing intent. This immediately put the three on guard as they were subjected to the glares and scornful chakra. Naruto and Suzuki noticed Sakura shaking slightly but doing her best to fight off the intent. Like a switch had been flipped, Naruto and Suzuki's looks turned chilling. Naruto's potent chakra slowly rolled off him in waves, suffocating and damaging the room. Suzuki sent his own killing intent, infusing his chakra with Naruto's, making it even stronger as the effects visually changed the class. In an instant, the roles were reversed, and many found themselves on the floor, losing consciousness from the mix of potent chakra. Naruto's chakra largely destroyed the room, while Suzuki's only amplified the intensity a little. Well, the blondie's got it going on, an aggressive-sounding redhead said. I'd be careful. His chakra is very potent and thick, a stoic and calm voice warned, a blonde bombshell looking over at the situation. Yeah, maybe he's going to kill us in this exam, a dark-skinned boy with white hair said. Naruto and his team moved to another section of the room and waited for everything to begin. While waiting, they were greeted by the other Leaf teams, which happened to be their entire class. Naruto looked around for Temari and gave her a wink. She smirked and gave him a small peace sign in response with her own grin. This interaction seemed to be noticed by Tenten, as her eyes narrowed on both blondes. Temari saw the eyes on her and glared back at Tenten, immediately understanding who this was. Their rivalry sparked at that moment, one that would definitely be solved in this exam. That was when their proctor came in and began the written test. Okay, let's see what scrolls we have. Sakura patted the pockets of the unconscious Rain Genin lying beneath her. Damn, it's not what we need. Even so, Sakura took the scroll and also robbed the ninja of his weapons. Hold up. I can feel a strong team coming. Naruto alerted his teammates as they followed his gaze to the large trees. A rainfall of lava seeped from the trees, forcing them all to dodge the shower of melting lava. Yo, let's see them scrolls, Tree Lickers, a slim-built girl with a wide grin demanded. Dumbass, we should have just snuck up on them, a girl the same height as Sakura said, landing next to the pink-eyed teen. She was wearing an orange full-body hoodie that exposed her slender arms and revealed her back and thigh. Underneath the hoodie were black tight shorts and a top. On her back was a large four-pointed shuriken with hooked edges. The girl's long green hair was tied into a ponytail. There were wristbands on her arms, which looked to be seals. But no, I want to show off my lava and burn this forest to the ground, she mocked. Shut up, Kitsuki. Before I erase your ass, whatever, Kurotsuki. Can you two focus up? A deep male voice came from behind Team 7, causing them to spin around. When did he get there? Naruto thought, alarmed as he saw the strong, built male wearing a red battle robe while holding an extremely tall battle axe. Where metal normally was, instead was a glowing blue gem that looked just as deadly. Nice flank, Nokamai Tadabaru. Kurotsuke leaped off the branch and grinned as Team 7 appeared trapped. So, is it going to be the easy way or the hard way? Naruto's expression shifted into a stern one as he sent the stone ninja a death glare. I think we'll take the hard way. Just like that, Kurotsuke flashed in front of Naruto's face, and they stared fiercely into each other's eyes. Oh yeah, fine by me. We'll see if your answer changes when you're knocking on death's door. Kurotsuke brought up her leg and aimed for a head kick. Naruto caught the quick and powerful leg, gripping her tightly around her ankles. Naruto sensually rubbed his hands up Kurotsuke's long legs, feeling her toned thighs even though they were blocked by fishnet leggings and dark red shorts. For his actions, Naruto saw Kurotsuke blush intensely and glare venomously at him. Why you filthy pervert. I'm gonna melt your ass for good. The leg he had been holding quickly became hot, and lava formed. Luckily, Naruto let go before he was burned. Quick temper and easily distracted. People tend to fight more sloppily when angry, but there's also the risk of being amped by one's rage. I'll have to be careful of her. Naruto landed beside Suzuki, who already had his Sharingan activated. Couldn't you control yourself, Naruto? Suzuki asked, getting back-to-back with his teammate. Just wanted to anger her, she'll fight more sloppily, Naruto whispered back so no one but Suzuki and Sakura could hear. Their female teammate had also joined their backs and was watching the tall and handsome Nokamai. What are we going to do? Suzuki asked, bringing a kunai to his hands. We don't know how strong these guys are, but we know the black-haired one can use lava style, a Kekii Genkai from some clan, which means she'll be naturally stronger than these other two. Naruto withdrew a demon wind shuriken and unfolded it. The 4 blades vibrated with intensity as Naruto flowed his chakra through them. Let's just feel them out first and gain a sense of their power. Naruto showed his newfound intellect to his new teammates as their semi-plan was formed. Okay, Sakura. I'm going to take the guy behind you with the axe, and you take this chick with the shuriken. Got it. Hey, you assholes. What are you whispering about? As Naruto said, she had a quick temper, and it was showing its ugly head. Blondie, you are so dead. You won't be leaving here alive. Talk, that's all you are, Naruto responded with a smirk, which only increased her anger. Girl, you need to relax, he's only messing with you. Her teammate, Kitsuki, tried calming her down, sweeping a hand through her green hair. Shut it. I'm going after the blonde, you two do whatever you want. Kurotsuka leaped down towards Team 7 with a leg drop. Her leg quickly became covered in a layer of rock that shattered the grass floor to bits when it made contact. And like she said, her target was Naruto Uzumaki, who was fending her off with his shuriken while she aimed to cave in his chest with her fist. She had to duck as the weapon almost took her head off. That wasn't the end, as Naruto forced her into a defensive position with his aggressive fighting. She roared and used her right hand to catch him with a hook only for Naruto to duck and swivel behind her. She spun around with her elbow and saw, to her confusion and slight worry, an army of Narutos giving her stares of conviction. Where am I? A voice whispered in her ear, sending shivers down her spine. Basic clones can't beat me. I am unstoppable. Moving forward, Kurotsuke leaped into the army of clones and punched one in the face. Ha! I felt it. Which means, her heart sank to her stomach, and she quickly found herself in the middle of an army. Shadow clones are real copies of the original. It's a forbidden jutsu in my village, and not even jounin are able to master this jutsu. The voice speaking to her stopped its talking, causing her to frantically search around for the real Naruto. But I can. And the onslaught began. Kurotsuka found herself hard-pressed to defend herself from the assault of Naruto's clones. A strong punch across her face made her head snap back while she was quickly punched 2 more times. You bastard. She channeled her anger into her chakra and started fighting back. Even still, she found herself being struck countless times while she could barely dispel these clones. So you are lacking in taijutsu. I recommend you train in the art before trying to fight me again. Even as the clone beat her, he still managed to rile her up. Enough of this. Her chakra exploded in a large wave as it destroyed some of Naruto's clones. Fine then. Let's see just how good your jutsu is. Huh. Now battered and bruised, her red vest was all messed up thanks to that blonde. Earth-style, earth-flow spears. All of Naruto's clones were destroyed as spears of earth shot from the ground, impaling them. Don't underestimate the hidden stone. Over with Suzuki, he broke away from his clash with Nokomai. His fight was also tough as the man wielded that 2-handed axe with ease. There were too many close calls to count where he had almost been cut in 2. Suzuki used his Sharingan and launched a hail of kunai toward the individual who was running from them all. He then wove hand signs for his jutsu that would hopefully give him a chance. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Rushing towards his opponent were shuriken covered in fire chakra that locked in on his chakra. Heave-ho! A large swing of his axe sent the jutsu off course and into the thick trees around them. A jutsu-like dash, he was halted from speaking as Suzuki appeared behind him with a kunai covered in fire. Suzuki lunged forward only to be surprised as the man backflipped behind him and cut into his back, drawing blood and a scream of pain from him. That was nice, attacking when you saw I couldn't possibly dodge as I was still in motion from my other attack. He walked closer to Suzuki, who stumbled to his feet. I was just able to react in time and move as you saw. Damn it. I can't lose here, not when my brother is still alive. I have to make him survive so that I can see his death. Suzuki wobbled to his feet and glared sharply at Nokomai. I have to win, to protect them, which is why I need power. Suzuki's blood pumped as he readied his heart for battle. Second wind. Nokomai swung the axe at Suzuki, who dodged and struck out with kicks towards Nokomai, who blocked. It'll die down soon enough. Instead of responding with words, Suzuki channeled his chakra. Uchiha style, dragonfly dance. Suzuki's hands were blanketed in fire as he rushed forward with faster and stronger taijutsu. Nokomai blocked the young Uchiha's attacks with more effort as he sent 2 big slashes towards Suzuki, who in response arced his arm downwards, sending twin blades of fire towards Nokomai. Earth wall. Nokomai rose up a wall while stomping his foot into the ground, blocking the oncoming attack from Suzuki. The wall dropped, and out came Nokomai, swinging his axe in focused swings. I can see him, I'm predicting his moves. Suzuki dropped low and performed a barrage of kicks to Nokomai's face that left burns. As Nokomai slid back from the attack, the shining blue gem on his axe glowed brightly. That is more than enough chakra. This fight is over. Fireball barrage. Suzuki sent a volley of fireballs to Nokomai's position, and they all exploded in a fierce explosion, covering the area in debris. But the Uchiha wasn't done there as he opened his mouth and sent an inferno of fire rushing toward the impact, causing an even more incredible explosion of fire that formed into a vortex of flames. Suzuki couldn't help the smirk that crossed his face. But staying focused and keeping his head leveled, the boy took a breath and fell into his stance. That was pretty good. Suppose if it wasn't for my baby here, I might have been burned alive. Walking from the fire untouched was the lithe form of Nokomai. You have my respect. I may have 2 years on you, but you are the toughest fighter I've fought in a while. How are you not damaged? Even if you are that tough, there should still be some damage to your body. Suzuki's mind raced for ideas as he tried to come up with a reason. Then, Suzuki saw the axe float from behind Nokomai. It's thanks to this baby right here, Earth Shaper. An axe forged in the lava of the four-tailed monkey, able to split mountains and carve trenches. But what's really special about it is the anti-chakra field it can create. Anti-chakra? Like cancelling out chakra? Suzuki asked, his voice shaking. Yeah, but it can only affect the chakra in the air already out of your system. The only problem is the timer is short, and it takes a while for the jutsu to be prepared as it takes a lot of chakra. Nokomai tapped the blue gem on the tip of the axe, smirking. So whenever this field comes up, I am on a timer. Which means this fight has to come to an end. Suzuki clenched his teeth together as he could see the faint barrier around Nokomai. What could he do? Jutsu won't work while that field is up. So I'll have to use Taijutsu or just run down the timer. But with no indication of how long it would take, I'd just be wasting my own energy. Suzuki's eyes glinted in determination. Fine then, bring it on. Nokomai chuckled. Alright, you better put your guard up. Nokomai rushed forward and clashed with Suzuki's kunao, which was broken on contact, forcing the Uchiha to improvise as he launched flame-covered kunao at Nokomai. Seeing this, Nokomai hurled the weapon at Suzuki, who bounced off a nearby branch, only to widen his eyes when Nokomai appeared behind him holding the axe. Thinking quickly, Suzuki used substitution and watched the log be split. Suzuki pulled ninja wire from his pouch and attached them to kunao and shuriken, which he then threw at Nokomai. The stone ninja blocked or evaded the attack as he landed on the ground, which is what Suzuki wanted to happen. He yanked on the thin wire attached to his weapons as he pulled them back. Nokomai felt his body tighten up and be pulled. What is this? He looked to see ninja wire wrapped around his body and forced the axe from his hand. Suzuki smirked. With his Sharingan activated, he noticed the barrier dropped around Nokomai. As I thought. He needs to be holding the axe for the barrier to be effective. Now's my chance to attack before he breaks free. Suzuki placed the wires in his mouth, holding them tightly, and flipped through hand signs. Fire style, dragon fire jutsu. Not good. He must be able to see the barrier with his Sharingan. The Uchiha are truly dangerous. Flexing his chakra and muscles, he managed to snap the wires with great effort. He quickly reached and grabbed the handle of his axe, forming the barrier slightly late, suffering burns and feeling the heat scar his body. Suzuki, saving his ultimate attack for a rematch with Naruto, realized that wouldn't happen unless he defeated his current opponent. He channeled chakra into his right arm, engulfing it in a fiery aura, and unleashed Flame of the Rich Dragon. A white, roaring dragon made of flames coiled around his arm, lunging toward a wide-eyed Nokomai. World Splitter. Nokomai roared, meeting the fiery dragon head-on with his own secret technique. The resulting explosion echoed for miles through the forest, leaving a crater where Suzuki lay wounded on his stomach. Good fight, Nokomai whispered, his purple eyes gleaming with respect as he looked down at Suzuki through a curtain of brown hair. Sakura, hidden behind a tree, gasped for breath. Her dress was torn, revealing the nasty bruises left by the rock jutsu she'd endured. She realized her efforts to maintain her skin were in vain against such attacks. Damn it! Even after all that training, I'm still no match for her, Sakura thought, eyeing the stone kunoichi with worry. I can't beat her head on, I'll have to use deception and lead her into a trap. She felt through her ninja pouch, planning her supplies. A determined look replaced her worry, and she moved into action. Kitsuki hummed, spinning her ninja tool around her finger. She had dominated Sakura throughout their battle, repeatedly cutting her or landing devastating earth jutsu. Come on out, Pinky. You and I both know this fight is all but over, she yelled into the trees, slowly turning to catch any glimpse of her opponent. Getting no response from Sakura, Kitsuki checked on her teammates. The blonde one was on the defensive against Kuratsuka's very jutsu, while the Uchiha appeared to be winning against Nokomai. As she walked, Kitsuki tripped over a wire, immediately recognizing it as a trap. She scanned her surroundings with onyx eyes, ready for anything. But nothing happened, and her guard slowly lowered. Her ears twitched, picking up the sound of something swinging. She turned to see a log, studded with senbon like a mace. She barely reacted in time, and it clipped her shoulder, embedding 3 needles. Arg, damn that stings, she grunted, yanking them out and glaring in the trap's direction. She dashed after Sakura, certain the girl couldn't be far. Landing on a tree branch, Kitsuki heard a sizzling sound and looked down to see a paper bomb. Thinking fast, she covered her skin in a thick layer of rock. To her confusion, only a puff of confetti exploded from the tag. The smoke then formed letters, "Better watch your backside." Kitsuki spun around, expecting an attack, but was met with dead silence. The forest was unusually quiet, especially since her teammates had been fighting nearby. It was a genjutsu. She channeled her chakra and broke free. Again, she heard a sizzling sound, this time on her back. A loud explosion erupted, sending tree bark flying in small chunks. Kitsuki was flung from the smoke, her rock armor crumbling. She landed on her back, spitting a little blood, then rolled onto one knee. Her ears rang intensely, causing her to groan in pain as her vision blurred. A thick tree log fell from the branches, landing a solid hit on Kitsuki, sending her flying into the air. Fire style, fire blast. Sakura announced her presence, breathing a small ball of flame. That jutsu is pathetic, I can take a hit from THA. Kitsuki's thoughts were cut short as the small fireball connected with her gut. Though small, its density and mass made her gasp for air. It seemed this jutsu wasn't for widespread damage or spreading flames. The real strength of this jutsu is its density and mass. It could even knock an elephant off its feet. So a small girl is no match for it. I'll have to thank Suzuki-kun for teaching me this jutsu. Sakura grinned, landing on the ground. That should have been enough to knock her out. Still, she held out a kunao, just in case. A roar and a cry of summoning could be heard, followed by a puff of smoke. Sakura shivered in fear as dangerous yellow eyes gleamed from within the smoke. A deep, menacing growl emerged, further frightening her. Then, a glowing orange ball appeared before the jutsu launched at her. She jumped into the trees, dodging the stream of fire. Playtime's over, I can't believe you made me use this. I'll give it to ya though, Kitsuki said, perched atop the head of a monstrous, lizard-like beast. It had a spiky beard, rough red skin, and horn-like spikes on its sides. A swipe of its long tail swept the wind away as the giant bearded dragon stomped forward. "Meet Big Red, my spiked companion," she said, rubbing the lizard's head. "Now, I'll be taking that scroll from you. How do you have a summoning contract? You're only a genin." Sakura yelled in fright, her knees shaking. "It was a reward for completing one of my missions. Unlike you Leaf guys, we're trained to kill and protect our village. Not chasing after boys or attempting to solve the world's problems, only village problems," Kitsuki said, crossing her arms and glaring down at Sakura. Sakura took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She thought back to her 2 weeks of training and all the conversation she'd shared with her team, all their bonding, and surprisingly, alone time with Suzuki. Her training. She'd grown stronger to protect these memories and her village. Her eyes snapped open, glaring fiercely at Kitsuki. She tied her headband around her forehead, pulling out a kunao. "I'm a kunoichi, and I've trained hard to say that. I'll show you the power I've gained to protect what's close to me," Sakura declared, an uncharacteristic determination that put Kitsuki on guard. "Atta girl," a voice said. Sakura felt a hand on her shoulder and saw Naruto standing beside her, grinning. Despite her surprise, she was glad to see him. "Naruto, what are you doing here? What about the girl you were fighting?" He thumbed over his shoulder, his eyes still on Kitsuki. "She's a little preoccupied at the moment." Sakura and Kitsuki followed his gaze to see Kuratsuka banging on a blue barrier, glaring at Naruto. "Naruto, you let me go right now. I put a small seal on her before we started fighting, when I grabbed her leg. So that wasn't just you being a pervert." Sakura had to admit, that was smart and foresighted of Naruto. "Say, you've got more respect for me than that, right?" Naruto asked, his brow twitching. "Hate to interrupt your lover's bout," Kitsuki said, eliciting a loud "what" from Naruto and Sakura. She continued, "This fight won't last long, and neither will that barrier. I can feel and see how weak it is." Naruto narrowed his eyes. "She's right. Maybe if I'd made that seal in advance, it would have been stronger. But we don't have much time to take her down." "Okay, let's just make this quick and see what we can do," Sakura whispered, and she and Naruto nodded. "Right. I'll move out first." Naruto leaped forward, aiming to knock Kitsuki off the giant lizard. The beast was over 10 meters tall and incredibly bulky. "Don't just run right toward me." Kitsuki wove hand signs and spewed a horde of rocks at Naruto, who vanished in a puff of smoke. Naruto then fell from the sky, his next jutsu already activated. Beast Wave Gale Palm. A giant claw of wind escaped his hand as he tried to crush the lizard with his powerful jutsu. The lizard raised its head and growled, blowing out a stream of fire that grew larger upon contact with Naruto's wind. Naruto screamed as he was burned, sending him back to the ground. "Wind is useless against Big Red. Try harder." "Fine then." Sakura descended with a barrage of tree logs, forcing Kitsuki and Big Red to scramble away. "They're so annoying." Kitsuki moved quickly through the forest floor, Big Red trampling everything in his path. then try and stop us," Naruto yelled, swinging in from behind a tree and dropkicking her off the beast. He caught Kitsuki by surprise, sending her flying into the forest. While she was airborne, another Naruto clone, propelled by Naruto's stream, rocketed down, sending her crashing into the forest floor. "Sakura, I've got a plan." Naruto landed beside Sakura, who was in a tree. "What is it?" They both moved as Big Red ripped the tree down with his sharp claws. Naruto sent a beast wave gale palm into Big Red's face, stunning him momentarily. "I'm going to use Starfield, and you're going to hit it with the fire jutsu Sasuke taught you." Sakura immediately understood Naruto's plan and grinned. Taking them both out with just one jutsu, Sakura said, grinning at Naruto. "On your mark." Naruto slid to a stop and puffed out his chest. He got Kitsuki, who had climbed back onto Big Red, into view. A shadow fell over both of them, and Naruto was forced to throw Sakura out of the way as he was crushed under the giant fist of a stone golem. "Naruto!" Sakura yelled from the side, watching him get punched by the rock monster. "That's the end of this fight, Pinky. You're alone now with no one to help," Kurotsuke taunted from atop the head of a giant golem made of earth. Facing Sakura was an insurmountable challenge, a fire-breathing lizard, an earth golem, and their teammate who had defeated Sasuke. But still, Sakura clenched her fist. "My teammates wouldn't give up, and neither will I," Sakura yelled her defiance. Nokomai sighed. "You've got to respect the girl's guts. But it's all for nothing, she's not strong enough to back up her words," Kitsuki said, stepping forward. "I'll finish her." "Get the scroll while you're at it," Kurotsuke ordered, arms crossed. Kitsuki flashed from her position and appeared behind Sakura. "Until next time." Sakura tried to attack but was chopped in the neck. Searching Sakura's gear, Kitsuki found what she was after. "Just an earth scroll, we still need the heaven scroll." "Ugh, and I was hoping to get lucky on our first try," Kurotsuke tutade, letting her jutsu crumble. She walked over to Naruto and kicked him. "And that's for feeling me up, bastard," she grumbled, walking off. "More fights for us then," Kitsuki said, following behind Kurotsuke and Nokomai. Naruto rested his back against the cave wall. Sakura and Sasuke lay wounded. "Guess I should patch them up." Naruto pulled bandages from his pouch. He took off Sasuke's shirt and wrapped his back as best he could. Sakura just needed bandages and to be cleaned of dirt that might get into her wounds. Naruto felt his own wounds healing and took a breath. Kurotsuke had wounded him badly. That whole team, they were so advanced. Things would have been worse if they'd fought us as a team. Naruto narrowed his eyes, feeling angry. Now we're down both scrolls, injured, and open to attacks. We're going to need a big comeback tomorrow. Naruto took off his jacket, leaving him in just his plain black shirt. He used it as a pillow, placing it behind his back. "What's our plan going to be? We've got to pick off one of the weak teams. But who is so weak that they couldn't even put up a fight?" Naruto started thinking about the teams he had observed during the first exam. Team 8, Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuyasaka, Shino Abaram. A team primarily focused on tracking, which would be almost impossible to sneak up on. Hinata could see us with her Byakugan, Kiba could smell them, and Shino might have set up traps with his bugs. The next team, Team 10. Shikamaru is a smart guy, but he's weak and should be easily surprised by an attack from his comrades. Koji is a big hitter who could be trouble, but nothing Sasuke or I couldn't handle. Then Ino. A grin appeared on his face. They now had a target. But guilt quickly began to churn in his stomach. Perhaps this should just be a backup plan if all else went wrong and they desperately needed scrolls. Damn it, curse my pure heart. I need to think about the benefit to my team right now. I can't be swayed by personal feelings. But Naruto couldn't help it, that's just who he was. A kind-hearted individual who didn't like causing suffering to others. His biggest hurdle would be finding a way to set aside his emotions like a true shinobi would during missions. He turned his eyes to Sakura and Sasuke. Unbeknownst to him, Sakura had somehow found Sasuke's body and was using it as a pillow, while Sasuke was turned on his side, almost fleeing from her. At least those two are sleeping well. He chuckled and shut his own eyes. I wonder how Tenchan is doing now. Temari as well. Maybe I could get one of them to help me. He then drifted into a restless sleep. Bye-bye now. Temari waved as she watched the rain ninja splatter into blood, quickly absorbed by her brother. Their blood was awful, her short, red-headed brother said darkly. The sand returned to the tan gourd on his back. His teal eyes scanned the surroundings for new prey. Her two brothers began walking into the forest. Are we heading back to the tower now? I think we might be able to set a record at this point, the tallest one, wearing a black bodysuit with cat ears, said. It shouldn't be too far from here. No, the youngest sibling all but shouted. I need to kill some more. Until I am satisfied. But Gaara, you've already killed enough teams. If this keeps up, the leaf might suspect us of something, Kankuro muttered back, shakingly. I don't care. We're not leaving until I am satisfied. Gaara glared at Kankuro, causing the teen to freeze. I hope Naruto-kun is okay. I'm feeling so worried all of a sudden. Temari felt uneasy, staring into the deep forest. Temari, tell him, Kankuro yelled, catching her attention. While she was thinking about Naruto, Kankuro was holding Gaara by his collar, glaring at him. Tell him we should just go. If we stick around just so he can sate this bloodlust, it's only going to cause more problems. Let go of me. Gaara used his sand and pulled Kankuro off his feet. Fine then, we can head to the tower. Just watch your back in your sleep. After his threat, Gaara said nothing else and walked into the forest. Thanks for the help, big sis, Kankuro said, quoting the title as he glared at Temari. Even with Kankuro's shouts, she remained lost in thought, a frown creasing her usually pleasant face. What's wrong with you? You've seemed out of it lately, Kankuro asked, approaching and touching her forehead. Are you feeling okay? He added, his concern for his sister evident. Temari quickly brushed his hand away. I'm fine, don't worry about it, she said, quickening her pace to catch up to him. And stop using my makeup. Tenten disengaged from her sword fight, facing a girl her age with calm, fiercely blue eyes. We've been fighting for 20 minutes, and I've only landed a few cuts while she hasn't missed once, Tenten thought. She re-engaged her opponent in their Kenjutsu spar. Their blades clashed, and with each passing moment, Tenten found herself accumulating more cuts. You're too weak to face me in battle, the girl whispered as 4 new cuts appeared on Tenten's body. You have some skill, but it's barely mediocre. A swift pivot sent Tenten flying from a kick. Tenten, Lee yelled from his own fight. Not so fast, bushy brows. At a speed Lee hadn't anticipated, he was punched into a tree. You're in my way, Lee shouted from the ground, wiping blood from his face. Karui spat at his feet. Then come and move me. Suddenly, Lee's eyes narrowed with fierce determination. You leave me no choice. I'll crush you and save Tenten. Then Karui was cut off as she was sent spiraling into the air. What the? Lee appeared, unleashing a barrage of kicks to her gut before speeding away and returning for his final move. Leaf drop. He brought his leg down in a brutal kick, knocking Karui unconscious and leaving a crater where she landed. Enough talk. This ends now, Tenten declared, surrounded by floating ceiling tags that summoned various weapons. Secret Art, 1000-weapon fleet. The weapons launched at Samui with incredible speed. Samui took a deep breath, lightning chakra sparking from her body. Lightning armor, blade sweep. With a sweeping motion, all of Tenten's weapons were blasted away, impacting the surrounding area. Following her sweep, Samui brought her hand down to complete the 2-part attack. A massive arc of lightning shot from her blade, aimed directly at Tenten. Air Palm's barrage. Several gusts of wind countered her attack until it dissipated. Samui looked up to see Niji and Lee standing in front of Tenten. Hand over your scroll or die, Niji stated, his voice laced with unbridled hatred. Realizing she was at a disadvantage, Samui pulled a scroll from her cleavage, causing Lee to blush. She rolled it on the ground before slowly moving toward her 2 knocked-out teammates. Without a word or backward glance, Samui disappeared into the trees. The next day, Team 7 moved silently through the trees. Naruto was outlining his plan, which involved hunting for a weak team to pick off, with Team 10 as a backup target. Sasuke's stomach growled, drawing glances from both his teammates. Did the prince miss his 5-star breakfast? Naruto teased with a grin. Shut up. I'm getting hungry too. We should find something to eat, Sakura said, rubbing her stomach as the lack of food began to affect her. Well, if you see any animal that doesn't look like it's trying to eat us, go for it, Naruto replied. In the meantime, let's stay sharp. I don't want to be ambushed. Who made you team leader? Sasuke asked. Even though Naruto had grown smarter, being ordered around by him still left a bad taste in Sasuke's mouth. Sakura did. What? Sakura, you agreed to this? Sasuke turned his wide eyes to his pink-haired teammate. Ha! No, he's lying, Sasuke-kun. I'd never. She then hit Naruto on the back of his head. Don't put words in my mouth, idiot, she fumed, glaring at Naruto, who rubbed his head. Whatever. Don't make me tell Sasuke what you were mumbling in your sleep. Oh Sasuke-kun, I'm a good kitten, Naruto laughed loudly, watching Sakura blush and Sasuke turn his head away. I did not say that. Humph, whatever helps you sleep at night. Their joking ceased abruptly when a cut appeared on Naruto's cheek. They all stopped on a branch, wondering where it came from. Suddenly, their section of the forest began to rumble. A whistle pierced the air, followed by winds they'd never experienced, powerful enough to blow Naruto completely away. No! Naruto! Sakura yelled in a panic, instantly worried for her close friend. Naruto found himself stuck in a tree from the force of the wind jutsu. Damn it! It's just one thing after another in here, he grumbled, pulling himself free with great effort. Then, the ground beneath him cracked, and a giant snake emerged, swallowing him whole. The snake quickly slithered away through the dense forest, its mission to either draw the Uzumaki away or eliminate him. Inside the beast's stomach, Naruto was tossed around, growing increasingly enraged. With a furious yell, he summoned an army of shadow clones, instructing them to stuff the snake's mouth. As expected, the snake had to spit, expelling all of Naruto's clones. While inside, Naruto also took the liberty of leaving some paper bombs as a parting gift. With the snake gone and him out of its stomach, Naruto looked in the direction he thought he came from. Shadow clone jutsu. Clones puffed into existence. Spread out and find them, dispel when you do. Yes, boss, the clones replied before rushing off to carry out their mission. Now, what to do in the meantime? Naruto expanded his senses, hoping to find something. Then he felt a familiar chakra signature. Looks like luck's on my side. I'll grab the scroll before the clones find my team. Naruto leaped into the trees, heading in the direction of Team 10. Ino shivered. Guys, I just have a bad feeling. About what? Koji asked, stuffing his face with chips. Like someone's after us, Shikamaru said, a rare steel in his eyes. Yeah, how do you know? Ino asked curiously. Because I felt it too. Something's definitely about to happen, and we need to be ready. Out of nowhere, Shikamaru felt a weight on his back before he was slammed into the ground, spit flying from his mouth. Shikamaru, Koji yelled, quickly moving to act. His hand expanded into a large fist, punching the assailant off his best friend's back. Shikamaru, are you alright? Shikamaru could barely move, whatever hit him had landed a critical blow. And no, my back. Ino quickly ran up to see what was happening. Oh my god. What just happened? I don't know. But whatever it was, Koji turned to where he'd hit the thing, only to see empty space. No, it's gone. Ino, watch out. Naruto was frozen mid-kick, aimed at Ino's head. Man, I almost had her. They were all shocked to see the prankster attacking them. Naruto, what do you think you're doing? Are you trying to kill me? Naruto gave an eye smile. Of course not, just slight brain damage. Well, no more than you already have. The Yamanaka fumed, turning red. I'll show you. She walked up, drawing her hand back for a slap. Wait, Ino. Don't get so close to him, Shikamaru warned, holding Naruto in place with his shadow. Naruto, what are you doing, man? We're comrades, Koji asked, sounding hurt. Naruto sighed. Yeah, but I need some scrolls to pass. And you thought our team was the weakest to pick off, right? So you came here alone to wrap this up, Shikamaru deduced, sounding a bit angry. Nothing against you guys, we're still friends and all. Naruto grinned, reassuring them. Then why? Why are you coming after us? Ino demanded. It's like he said. We're the weakest team, and their team must have lost both of their scrolls and decided to make a play. In truth, we were thinking the same thing about your team. If all we had to do was isolate Sasuke, the rest would be easy. Shikamaru once again showed his intelligence, revealing what was going on in his brilliant mind. Doubtful. Even the old me could have held you three off, let alone how I am now, Naruto said calmly, putting the three on edge. He's different. I don't know what happened outside the academy, but he's not playing around. And my grip on his shadow is weakening, Shikamaru thought. Enough talk. You guys will still have 4 days to find a scroll after this. Naruto's chakra spiked, and the shadow on his feet loosened before snapping off, allowing him to move freely. Koji, knock him away. Hearing Shikamaru's order, Koji sent both of his fists out to attack Naruto. Expansion Jutsu. Quickly using a jutsu he was becoming familiar with, Naruto used Beast Wave Gale Palm to grab both of Koji's arms before throwing him with great force into a tree. Damn! Shikamaru turned and ran, but was slow due to the pain in his back. The Nara pulled out smoke bombs and threw them on the ground to blind the blonde. Where are you going? Shikamaru was punched across the face as Naruto spotted him through the smoke. He bounced across the ground, the strength of the blow enough to cloud his vision in darkness. As he refocused, Shikamaru saw Naruto standing over a shaking Ino. Ino, just give it. Ino hesitantly reached into her pouch and pulled out a heaven scroll. Naruto took it from her hands and nodded once. Sorry about this again, but I'll see you all at the end of this. He turned and, with a leap, disappeared into the wind. God damn it. I can't believe we just got beat by the dead last of our class, Ino yelled, slamming her fist into the ground. When this is over, I'm going to hang him over a pit of snakes. Shikamaru ignored Ino's rants and looked to see Koji unconscious. With just one attack, he knocked out Koji, almost broke my back with just his strength alone, and he had enough power to resist my shadow paralysis. During that exchange, he had been trying to force Naruto to move in the opposite direction, but nothing happened. Naruto merely wobbled on one leg. What a drag. Sasuke stared at his executioner, who licked her lips with a wide grin. Sakura was beside him, trying to help as best she could. Some grass ninja appeared on a snake's head shortly after blasting Naruto away. They fought for Naruto and to gain a scroll from this single individual. It quickly devolved into a fight for survival. Even after barely landing attacks on this woman, their blows did nothing, only causing her to move faster and punch harder. I don't get it. Why is someone so strong still only a genin? Sasuke turned to look at Sakura, who was breathing heavily. You retreat and find Naruto. I'll hold her off while you escape. No. Sakura didn't even look at him, keeping her unflinching eyes on the opposing ninja. Her response was quick, her mind already made up. That would be suicide for you. You can hardly grip your kunao straight. Sasuke turned and cursed his trembling arm. Sakura knew this because her arm shook openly for the ninja to see. Even with Sasuke's newly awakened double Tomo Sharingan, he was still being pushed despite his power-up. What's the next move? Falling leaves, the female mockingly asked them, tilting her head. Sakura, we need to trap her somehow and let me hit her with my most powerful jutsu. You think she'll let that happen? I don't know why she's here, but it's definitely not for the scroll. This whole time she's been holding back. Blows I know could be fatal are just bruising or cracking bones. So she's looking for something. Maybe looking for you. Orochimaru was impressed that the kids could bounce ideas off each other like that and arrive at the correct answer. From what he'd seen so far, Orochimaru was impressed and content that Sasuke could serve as his vessel. Though his eyes were not yet fully matured, he still had a lot of growing left to do. Under his teaching, Sasuke would grow to be formidable, his eyes maturing to a point Orochimaru deemed satisfactory, until Sasuke had surpassed his older brother and his unimaginably powerful Mangekyo Sharingan. It's like Kakashi said. Shinobi from other villages take powerful shinobi and study their bodies. Sasuke narrowed his eyes dangerously at the woman chuckling in front of him. The other villages would love to take his eyes and use them for their own goals. The world was like that, people operated to suit their own gain. So she's after your Sharingan, Sakura concluded. She moved closer to Sasuke, standing beside him with the unspoken message, okay, so I just need to protect you then, humph. Sasuke couldn't suppress the smirk on his face. He felt touched and appreciated her actions. Let's go. Sakura moved first. Sasuke followed behind, feeling invigorated as his bond with Sakura grew, forcing them to fight harder than before. Sakura winced as she reached for her left arm. It was sore and felt like it was ready to fall off at any moment. However, this pain was nothing compared to the pain in her heart. Lying next to her, she saw Sasuke trapped in agonizing pain. He groaned in agony on the ground, currently unconscious after being bitten by the revealed Orochimaru of the Sannin. They had lost from the start by fighting that man. Not even their sensei Kakashi, the strongest jounin, would be a match for the cage-level shinobi. Another loss, Sakura muttered under her breath. She clenched her fist, almost growling at the rage filling her heart. She was tired of losing and being weak. That's why she was training so hard. To prove she wasn't holding the team back and that she could be something better. Sakura wanted to become a better version of herself so she couldn't sleep. However, right now she had to put her anger on hold and tend to Sasuke. Naruto, get back here soon. She needed the blonde's strength and leadership. Her heart went out to him as well. She hoped he was okay. Outside, Sakura felt 3 foreign chakra signatures appear. She also heard the sound of her traps going off. No doubt about it, trouble was headed her way. Sakura looked outside to see 3 ninjas wearing the headband for the Sound Village. The one hunched over and covered in bandages, revealing only his eye, spoke first. Some lookout you turned out to be. You look ready to drop, he mocked her, swinging his arms as if they were limp. What do you 3 want? Sakura grabbed a kunao from her pouch and fell into a guard stance. Wake up the Uchiha. We want to fight him, he ordered, finishing with a chuckle. Sakura scowled. Another person here for Sasuke. Yes, he was totally cool, handsome, strong, and extremely likable. But it felt like the whole world already knew Sasuke's name when he was only 16. I know Orochimaru ordered you all to get here. Does it have anything to do with this mark on his neck? And why are you waiting until now? Were you too scared to fight us beforehand? Sakura scowled as the 3 in front of her must have thought she wouldn't fight back. A curse mark? Dosu's mind raced, wondering why Orochimaru would order them to kill the last Uchiha if he wanted him. You think we're scared of a weak little girl like you? Their sole female teammate, with black hair, yelled. Yeah, you're just lucky we didn't find you sooner. A spiky-haired boy matched his teammate's energy. If you want my teammate, you'll have to take him over my dead body, Sakura declared, readying to fight. She pulled a soldier pill from her pouch and quickly swallowed it. These pills are used on long missions, keeping users awake for days and providing extra chakra and energy. Before they could rush forward and fall into the girl's trap, Dosu lifted a piece of oddly green grass. This grass is too green, and this dirt is freshly planted. Try harder next time. Dosu led the charge, jumping into the air, followed by Kin and Zaku. Sakura cut the invisible wire next to her, and a snapping sound was quickly heard. A massive, thick tree log, capable of smashing a house, swung down from the trees. Such a shame, little girl. Dosu extended his right arm, revealing a large gauntlet with holes. He used his left for a ram hand sign, sending the wood exploding into splinters. What did he just do? All he did was touch the log. I should avoid his right hand, Sakura thought quickly, jetting through hand signs and about to finish her jutsu. Leaf Hurricane. A green blur appeared from nowhere, easily knocking the 3 sound ninjas away. When the sound team recovered and regained their balance, they saw a young boy with a bowl cut and an all-green bodysuit with orange leg warmers. "My name is Rock Lee, the Hidden Leaf's beautiful blue beast," he proclaimed, striking a fighting stance. Everyone could see from his strong body and well-built stature that Lee was powerful. "You're just a freak," Dosu spat. "Sakura-chan, anytime you're in trouble, I'll be there to save you." "Anytime," Lee said, scratching the squirrel's chin which had been posing on his shoulder. He gently placed it on the ground, allowing it to wave goodbye and scatter off. "Thank you, Lee, I appreciate the concern," Sakura thanked the blushing boy, holding her kunao. Dosu narrowed his eyes at the two and made a decision. "Zaku, you kill Suzuki. I'm going to kill these two." "Alright, I'll make things quick," Zaku said, catching the scroll Dosu tossed to him. It must have been for safekeeping as he charged toward the enemy. Dosu moved to attack before the Leaf Genin could come up with a plan. Looking him dead in the eyes, Lee shoved his arm into the hard earth as easily as if it were liquid. He pulled out a thick tree root with one arm and threw it at him. "I have an advantage. I've seen his jutsu before, while I'm still a mystery to him," Lee thought, knowing he was still at a disadvantage in a 3 versus 1 battle. This meant he had to fight seriously or be defeated, which would mean the death of his beautiful Sakura. Damn, he's just as physically strong as Naruto. Why are the small guys so strong? Sakura was amazed as she watched Lee's strength. Dosu was sent backward as the tree log came faster than expected. He thought he would impact the tree behind him, but instead found his back being crushed by Lee's gauntlet-like leg. Dosu was flung rapidly through the air, cratering the ground. "That is one." Lee landed gently and locked onto his next victim. He saw Zaku and moved to attack. Zaku aimed his arms and fired a super decapitating airwaves, a stronger variation of the normal jutsu. The airwaves from Zaku's gauntlet moved at the speed of sound, a sharp attack of sound waves infused with rushing air. Lee figured that out as the mix of both airwaves and sound waves knocked him to the ground. It was enough to put him down, though Lee was up the next second and staring Zaku down. He remembered his sensei's lesson about using the full strength of your body. Normally, a human can only use 20% of their muscle's strength. If you used everything, all 100% of it, it would kill the muscle and turn it into nothing. So the brain puts a cap on how much the body can take. Get it? It's all just in the mind. I understand, Guy-sensei. There's more to it, though. This jutsu is different and uses chakra, which forces the brain past its limits, allowing for continuous high-speed taijutsu. It's a secret technique that can draw out the complete power of the body. Guy-sensei, there is something precious I must protect, which meets the conditions of the lotus. Lee used his right hand to perform a ram sign and disappeared from thin air. It caught all of them off guard, as it looked like Lee was never even there. But really, he was just too fast for any of them to see coming. This is why when he landed his next punches on Zaku and Kin, they felt heavier as they had been completely blindsided. Lee wasn't done as Dosu had finally re-entered the battle, and Lee wasted no time in attacking him. He appeared crouching under Dosu and quickly high-kicked him into the air. Lee vanished and reappeared behind Dosu in the air. He used his now loose bandages on his hands to trap the sound shinobi. Dosu tried moving but couldn't and only wiggled. Primary Lotus. Lee and Dosu came spinning down. They were upside down, which meant Dosu was going to land on his head and die from the force. "Dosu, I've got you." Zaku quickly recovered, placed his hands in the dirt, and sent rushing airwaves underneath them. That didn't feel right at all, Lee noticed as he landed next to Sakura. From the large hole in the ground, Dosu got up and only rolled his neck a bit. "Man, you finally got that crack out for me." Lee's eyes went wide, and he looked shocked. "How did you survive that?" "That would be thanks to me." Lee and Sakura heard a voice behind them, causing their blood to freeze. Decapitating air waves. Holding out his 2 arms, Zaku blasted them off right into the next wave of attacks. "Don't leave me out." Kin threw a dozen needles at the two. Lee covered Sakura with his body and was stabbed in the back by all the needles. Seeing this, Sakura was once again amazed at how willing Lee was to protect her. They impacted the ground and groaned for a bit. Sakura looked at Lee's back, which resembled a sticky bug you'd find in the grass. "Lee, I'll do the fighting while you recover. I can heal you once this is over." "No, Sakura-chan. You're too injured to fight." Lee still climbed to his feet even after the damage he just received. "If there is no pain, then you haven't done anything." So Lee clenched his back muscles, which caused the needles to fly from his back. This kid is physically strong beyond belief. He's super tough, but it's not the outside eye attack. Dosu rushed in, followed by Lee who ducked under his attack. However, it was too late as Dosu had already activated his melody arm. Immediately, Lee started to feel the effects caused by Dosu. His perception of the world became dizzy, and he experienced a new kind of vertigo. You've got quite the fast jutsu there. But ours is even faster. Even when Dosu stood right in front of him and spoke directly to his face, his voice sounded warped and distant. But our jutsu moves at the speed of sound unlike you. Effort by itself does nothing. Remember that next time you face a superior opponent. Lee tried to stand, and he did, only to fall seconds later. His body was sluggish, and he was finding it hard to just function. The green suit-wearing ninja hunched over and threw up his lunch. See this, Dosu said, pointing to the gray gauntlet with holes on his right arm. I call it Melody Arm. It lets me use sound to attack. You're using sound vibrations to explode the eternal eardrum, Sakura quickly deduced. Indeed. And the human eardrum breaks with sounds over 150 decibels. And by going deeper and assaulting the semicircular canal, which is the deepest part of the ear, I can upset your balance. So he can amplify the impact of sound, blast it, and direct it all in one. But that's all. Outside of his arm, he has nothing. Sakura was now ready and figured out a way to combat Dosu. You're next, girly. Dosu dashed at Sakura, who surprisingly rushed back head-on. Dosu swung, and so did Sakura, who used her right palm to strike Dosu in his exposed ear while using her left arm to block Dosu's attack. Was that supposed to hurt? I didn't feel a thing, little girl, his deep voice mocked Sakura, who grinned. Quit your yapping, fool. Dosu couldn't believe it. Somehow, he was getting dizzy, and he found the world shifting. His legs gave out, and he just stared wide-eyed at the grinning Sakura. What did you do? How can you reverse my effects? Dosu was on his knees and threw up. His brain felt like it was bouncing around in his skull. Your jutsu isn't automatic. You must activate it yourself, which meant I just had to hit you before you launched your jutsu at me. I targeted the same thing as you, just with my hands. You don't need a special gauntlet for it. Get back in the lab and think of something better next time. Sakura then proceeded to rock Dosu across the face, sending him skidding across the ground. Dumb bitch. Zuko screamed. Super decapitating airwaves. Sakura had no hope of dodging as she wasn't able to move that fast. She was barely able to stay on her feet as the strong gust pushed her further and further back. Kin appeared behind Sakura and took a handful of Sakura's hair, beginning to vigorously pull. Such pretty hair you have, Pinky. Lee stumbled to his feet and moved in to defend Sakura. Leaf Hurricane. The attack was pathetic as Lee completely missed and ended up hitting nothing. This ended up using his strength, which caused him to slump on the ground. Zaku, hurry up and go kill that Uchiha. Kin yelled to her teammate. Already on it. Zaku yelled at Suzuki. No. Sakura was about to move when Kin yanked Sakura's hair right into her knee. Don't move, just watch. Kin gave a cruel smile as she whispered in Sakura's ear, watch as you are powerless to do anything. Sakura felt her eyes sting, but she refused to cry. She didn't want them to feel like they won. She had trained to catch up to her two powerhouse teammates. This feeling was killing her. It must be what Suzuki felt like the night his family was killed. She hated it. Sakura clenched her fist in the dirt and grit her teeth. I'm not going to be weak anymore. Everyone's saving me? I'll protect you all this time. I am strong, I am the spark that brought light to the universe. Sakura pulled a kunai and cut the hair Kin was holding onto, shocking the girl for a moment. Sakura used this to her advantage and decided to strike while she still could. Most ninjas use chakra to amp their bodies for greater effects during battle. Tsunade uses this the best, allowing her to go even further and destroy mountains with just her fist. This is done by channeling chakra at the point of impact and releasing it upon hit. But it needs to be perfect, in order to bring out everything. Sakura's right fist found its home on Kin's jaw, who didn't even have time to feel the pain as she was knocked out on contact. The force caused the air to tremble and no doubt shattered Kin's jaw completely. The hell, all Zuko saw was Kin being flung several feet away into the forest. He turned and saw Sakura running at him with clear intent to deliver the same treatment Kin received. Calm down. Zuko released a blast of air from his palms toward Sakura, who was further cut. However, her position was replaced by a log, indicating the use of substitution jutsu. This happened 3 more times as Zuko was fooled by the jutsu right after another. So with this next blast, he didn't even bother using much chakra as Sakura was going to use substitution jutsu. Though when the girl above him didn't move, Zuko widened his eyes in fear. Blood splashed on his cheek, which meant this was the real Sakura. Her fist was aimed back and ready to strike, a blow that would leave him in the same condition as Kin. Sound drill. Sakura was drilled in the side by a blast of sound, knocking her off track. Dosu didn't waste time and crashed his foot into Sakura's gut. Enough fooling around. It's time we put an end to all this. I agree. They all looked to the trees to see 2 figures watching from a large branch. It was a Hyaga and a girl with brown buns. Take your sorry excuse of a team and get lost. Niji crossed his arms and looked down on the weaklings. The Hyaga. Dosu felt nervous now. If Niji and this other girl decided to jump in and fight him in a weak Zaku, it would not be easy, and they might die. Are you the ones who did that to Lee? The girl asked, glaring. He just got in the way. Dosu then felt his cheek be cut and saw blood drop to his feet. A kunao rested at his feet, his fresh blood dripping down the weapon. Quickly and suddenly, everyone felt an evil chakra creep into the field. They all looked to see Suzuki standing as a murky dark purple wisp of chakra floated off his body like steam. They all felt their bodies tremble with raw primal fear as a monster had risen from its slumber. Sakura trembled vigorously as she saw burning marks spread from Suzuki's neck all the way down to his left hand. Suzuki raised his head and took notice of everything going on as his blazing scarlet Sharingan gazed around with a sharp understanding. His half-closed eyes landed on the brutally damaged Sakura, and only for her. Only long enough and hidden adequately for Sakura to be the only person to take notice of the special look they shared for each other. Suzuki's eyes showed concern and worry for her condition, but it was quickly washed away and replaced by a fierce anger. Sakura, who did this to you? The question was icy but soaked with hot rage. Suzuki didn't even let anyone answer as he moved into action and kicked Dosu through the dirt. Uchiha prick. Zaku aimed his arms at Suzuki and channeled his chakra. He has a curse mark. Why would Lord Orochimaru send us after him then? How did he even survive? Dosu lay on the ground shaking in fear as the monstrous form of Suzuki reminded him of Orochimaru and his terrifying presence. Extreme decapitating airwaves. This was by far the most powerful attack Zaku possessed in his small arsenal of jutsu. The current of air ripped the ground to cinders at the speed of sound to ensure nobody would be able to dodge. Was that your best? Zaku paled, his skin grew cold, sweat caked his face, and his heart raced. He wasn't even able to put up a fight when his arms were pulled behind him and they began to be pulled. The only thing Zaku was able to do was scream at the top of his lungs. Stop. LL, let me go. Suzuki's brutal grip tightened, eliciting a scream from Zaku. You seem quite attached to your arms, Suzuki remarked. Both Zaku and Dosu understood the implied threat. Zaku frantically tried to escape, using his body to resist, but Suzuki pinned him down with a foot to his back, driving Zaku's face into the dirt. Sakura watched, astonished by Suzuki's unprecedented brutality. The dark markings spreading across his skin clearly affected him. He was stronger, yet also colder and more ruthless, cloaked in an ominous aura. A part of her had grown numb to the harsh realities of the shinobi world, having witnessed bloodshed and mangled bodies. She even suspected she had just killed Kin with her unreserved punch moments earlier. Yet, another part of her, the fangirl, the head-over-heels heroine, urged her to rush to Suzuki, to cry about him not being himself, to plead with him to stop. She considered intervening if he truly lost control. However, a brief shared glance confirmed Suzuki was entirely lucid and in control of his actions. As his deeds unfolded before her, Sakura realized the curse mark amplifying his emotions. Oh my god. Is this how the Uchiha truly are? Tenten was unsettled, surprised by the cruel vengeance Suzuki exacted. Unlike most girls her age, Tenten had already shed her innocence, her count of defeated enemies growing with each mission. Still, her victories were typically swift, never drawn out, and her team never reveled in inflicting suffering. That power, it isn't his. What do you mean by that? Tenten turned to Niji, who was using his Byakugan. The power comes from the mark on his neck. It's absorbing chakra from the environment, specifically nature. Nature? Like nature energy? The same thing the Toad Sannin uses. Tenten had studied the Sannin extensively, aiming to surpass not only Tsunade but all of them. This intense study granted her complex knowledge uncommon among genin. Niji nodded. But he can't control it. His body just seems to draw it all in without his permission. I'm surprised he hasn't lost his mind from the dark chakra. I think this deadly forest, saturated with negative chakra, is making him stronger. Back with Suzuki, he gave one final, forceful pull, and a distinct popping sound echoed. Zuka screamed one last time before Suzuki kicked his head into the dirt. All this. For a moment, Suzuki stood still, blocking out all distractions, savoring the power. This power is exactly what I needed. I feel like I can do anything with this kind of power. My goal has just become easier. Suzuki began walking towards Dosu, who trembled, his knees shaking, wobbling in place. He was about to be devoured by a monster. Suzuki-kun, you can relax now. We've won. They don't want to fight anymore. Sakura stepped forward, gently placing a hand on his chest. Suzuki grinned, an unusual expression for him. He usually smirked condescendingly, but never showed his teeth so broadly. Of course not, unless they want to die. A shiver ran down everyone's spines at his clear threat. No one dared challenge his might, not even Niji, whom Tenten expected to speak up. Tenten, their other teammate is coming, so we won't engage. So that's why. Hee, I don't think he knows it, but he acknowledged Naruto as a threat, same as Sasuke. He's not turning his nose or taunting them like he usually does with those beneath him. Tenten was surprisingly pleased by this. Sasuke took another step, but Sakura increased the pressure on his chest, making him pause. He finally looked at her abused face, a lump over her left eye, a bruised cheek, messy pink hair waving in the wind, and small scratches marring her body. Their eyes met again, drawing their attention to each other. Sasuke instantly began to calm down thanks to Sakura's touch. His amplified emotional state started to fade, but not before one more action. He raised both hands and cupped her face, his eyes showing a carnival of desire. Inner Sakura was losing her mind. Sasuke allowed the mark to recede back into his shoulder, and everything about him returned to normal. His hazy expression was replaced by his usual placid visage. Are you okay now? Yeah. I don't have a clear picture of all this, but I'm gonna get out while I still can. Dosu threw up his hands in surrender. Hey, I give. Let's make a deal, shall we? I'll give you our scroll, and you let me and my team go. Get lost. Next time, you won't be walking away. Sasuke glared, getting back to his feet to project an image of strength. Dosu slowly laid his scroll on the ground, careful not to provoke any hidden rage. He then moved to Kin, who had unfortunately been killed. This meant they failed this part of the exam and couldn't proceed. It didn't matter anyway, he just grabbed Zaku and walked away with his head down. Sakura then turned her head and looked at Team 10, still waiting in the trees. And what do you two want? Tenten jumped down. We're just going to collect our lost teammate. For a reason unknown to Sakura, Tenten wore a wide, expectant smile. It made her look beautiful, her cheeks alight with healthy vitality and sparkling brown eyes. Tenten retrieved Lee and vigorously shook him awake from his catnap. It seemed to work as Lee blinked a couple of times before groggily speaking. Tenten? Is that you? Lee reached out and began poking her face. Yes, now stop poking me. Annoyed, she moved Lee's hands from her face. What happened to the sound ninja? He looked around and only saw the remains of their battle. Sasuke drove them off. Tenten looked at the Uchiha, who was glancing at his own hands and slightly shaking. That power must have left his body in shock. We could easily take them out now, just me and Niji. That's amazing, not even I could do that. Why did you hold back so much against the team anyway, Lee? They shouldn't have done so much damage to you. Tenten pulled the teen up, he stumbled briefly. You told me it's best not to lay out all your moves in the first battle, Lee said. Yeah, but if you're about to be killed, it's best to just use everything you have. Before Lee could answer, the ground began to tremble, intensifying, putting everyone on edge as the vibrations rumbled through the forest. Quahahaha! Boisterous laughter erupted from the forest, causing the two members of Team 7 and Tenten to smile knowingly. But the odd thing about the laughter was that it didn't come from just one person. Rushing from the tree line was a blonde army of Naruto clones, all dirty from the woods. They didn't have time for questions as a monstrous bull, larger than buildings, charged from the trees after Naruto. Ole! Naruto was atop the bull and backflipped off it, landing on the ground. Come on, big bad. The bull snorted smoke and charged directly at Naruto, who caught the bull by its horns and grinned. He performed a feat that left their mouths agape. He picked the bull up with minimal effort and threw it hard into the trees. Naruto jumped and dropped like a falling comet onto the bull, which died from the impact of Naruto, who had cloaked his body in chakra for more power. Naruto turned to grin at everyone. Who wants some protein? Humph, that bull must have been fake. No way a shrimp like you could have done that. See this blood? Smell it? All real. Naruto moved to place his bloody hand in Sasuke's face. And who you calling shrimp? I'm way bigger than you are, if it helps you sleep better. Wanna be put to sleep? Can you two just kiss already? Sakura, that's gay. Naruto turned and gave her a deadpan look. Her brow twitched. And here I was happy to see you. Well, I'm glad you guys are okay. I tried following your guys' chakra, but my sensing skills still need a little work. I just barely felt Sasuke's chakra spike. Naruto grinned at his rival. Man, you've gotten strong. I didn't know you had that kind of power inside you. Yeah. Sasuke didn't meet Naruto's eyes as he recalled the feeling of that overwhelming power inside him. Naruto-kun. Tenten jumped on Naruto's back, smiling. Hey, I'm glad you're okay. Naruto returned the expression as Tenten got off, still smiling. Did you help out these two? Tenten shook her head. Lee did. We only just showed up. Really? Thanks, Lee. It was my pleasure. I saw Sakura-chan in need and had to help her. Lee saluted. Oh, Sakura-chan. Naruto's face broadened into a devious grin. Hey Sakura, I didn't know you had charmed Lee. Say, was he your knight in shining armor? Did he come in and swoop you off your feet? Before Naruto could continue, Sasuke stepped in to save Naruto from the beating he was about to receive. It doesn't matter. What does matter is this scroll I got. He's definitely jealous. Naruto and Tenten exchanged the same look and thought, causing both of them to chuckle together. That's great, Sasuke, because I got a large supply of scrolls. Naruto pulled out a plain scroll. Release. Out came a healthy amount of scrolls. Shadow clones go a long way. I was basically my own mini village in the forest. No team stood a chance. Wow. Tenten's eyes lit up, and she leaned against Naruto, blinking cutely. Hey, Naruto-kun, do you mind if I can have a scroll? I'd really appreciate it. I'll even make it up to you later. She blushed, ran her hand along his arm, and made direct eye contact. Naruto looked away, stuttering. His boxers tightened, causing him to freak out and blush. What the hell, Tenten? She's turning me on. Tenten internally grinned, knowing she was about to win. To seal the deal, she tilted her head and smiled cutely. Got him. Yeah, go right ahead. Lee looked confused, shifting his gaze between Tenten and Naruto. Neji frowned. Pathetic. No way, Naruto. Sasuke sighed and shook his head. She made that look easy. Maybe I should try it on Sasuke. Thanks. Tenten leaned up and quickly kissed Naruto on the cheek. See you at the tower. Naruto blinked, still blushing, and felt his cheek. Need some lotion. Shut up. Naruto was jolted out of his stupor and sealed the scrolls back up. Let's just head to the tower. We don't need to spend another night here. Naruto left without waiting for the other three. Team 7 made their way to the tower in the forest, hoping to reach it. All 5 days had passed, and this was the last day of this part of the exam. It didn't even feel like 5 days to them, as their battles seemed almost instantaneous. The sun was setting, and the sky had begun to bleed purple, casting a night shadow over the large forest. Their minds were a bit tired, and so were their bodies. Well, Sakura and Sasuke's bodies were tired. Naruto was only barely feeling the effects. Sasuke lingered at the back, checking their surroundings and ensuring no one was hiding in the trees. Sakura was in the middle, casting a small distorting genjutsu over them. It wasn't extremely powerful and could be seen through by a stronger genjutsu user. However, it did its job by making them invisible at first glance. And Naruto, their powerhouse, took the lead, using his basic sensory knowledge to try and avoid enemy ninjas. Using it this way allowed Naruto to increase his proficiency at an astounding rate. Thanks to this, Naruto knew there was something up ahead. There's another team up ahead. The other two readied themselves at the warning. It looks like they've seen through our genjutsu as well, damn it. Sorry, Sakura muttered weakly, feeling ashamed of her weak skills. Don't apologize, we can definitely take this team. Like a spark, Sakura felt uplifted. She smiled and eagerly nodded. A ninja in a white bodysuit suddenly leaped out at Naruto, who reacted quickly and punched the guy to the ground. On the ground, the ninja turned into black mud and dissolved into the dirt. Sasuke frowned and scanned the area. That was a clone. Some form of shadow clone. I felt that hit. Didn't know there were other variants to the shadow clone. Other than commenting, Naruto never stopped, so neither did the others. Don't you remember Zabuza? He had water clones, Sasuke reminded. Oh yeah. Another clone leaped from the trees and attacked Naruto again. It was even easier this time as Naruto struck out with a punch, causing the clone to splat on the ground. He's putting a lot of strength into these punches. Or has he just gotten that much stronger? I can't help but think he seems aggravated and anxious even. Sakura noticed the brutal efficiency with which Naruto was eliminating these clones. If it had been a real person, they would have died on contact. 5 clones launched out of nowhere and all aimed to attack Naruto. Like clockwork, Naruto dispatched the clones without being touched. Now I'm annoyed. Naruto crossed his hands and flooded the area with his own clones. You want clones? I got clones. There were more than 100, and they all spread out to find the person responsible. While this was happening, they still moved forward in the direction of the tower. No one stopped in their pursuit of the tower. I found them, Naruto said and jumped off in the direction his clone popped. You two go on, I will catch up in no time. Wait, Naruto, you shouldn't fight them alone. Sakura halted and tried to reason. Let's go, Sakura, he's not alone. Remember, he can make an army if he needs to. Sasuke reminded Sakura, who seemed to just now be realizing how strong Naruto was. He's going to be fine, so let's keep moving. And he was gone into the trees, moving again. Sakura looked at Naruto's back and took in Sasuke's words. It's so strange, they argue like they hate each other but fight in perfect unison together. They have such strong trust for each other. I don't understand boys. Sakura quickly followed after Sasuke but wished Naruto to be safe in his fight. Naruto stood alone on the tree trunk, arms crossed with a scowl. Are you just going to hide forever or come and fight me? Nothing. The forest remained silent and Naruto scowled. Fine. If you won't come out, I'll force you out. Naruto began to raise his chakra levels until he started glowing blue. I don't know how to freely shape wind yet, nor am I super advanced, and I only know a few wind jutsu. I'll just use what I have. The trees around Naruto began to receive razor-thin cuts, which grew larger until they completely felled trees and left deep trenches in the ground. The wind began howling as a tornado began forming in front of Naruto. It grew rapidly in size, and the power of the wind also increased. Building-sized trees were torn from the ground, and chaos erupted from the devastation. Wind style, wind blade tornado. This was just a B-rank jutsu, which could have its rank boosted depending on the caster. All you had to do was pour more chakra into said jutsu, and Naruto had oceans of chakra to spare. Shouts were heard as the ninja terrorizing Naruto and his team were pulled from their hiding spot. They flew into the geyser of wind and screamed as their bodies received hundreds of cuts and slashes within seconds. The tornado was massive at this point as it began to level the entire area. Naruto's fury and the forest of death. Even miles away, other teams watched as a tornado ravaged the forest. On the ground, Naruto's eyes turned a primal, ferocious ruby red. Despite this, his face remained calm, his posture relaxed, as if destroying the forest was as mundane as a leisurely stroll. He blinked twice, and his eyes returned to their cerulean blue. Naruto released his jutsu, and the bloody bodies of 3 genin hit the ground. Warily, he approached them, kicking one over to hear a groan. The genin's mouth was filled with blood, his body torn. Naruto hadn't intended to nearly kill them, but his rapid, intense chakra draw combined with his emotional state had allowed some of the Nine Tails chakra to seep in. Still, he felt no empathy for the 3 beneath him. He took their scrolls and disappeared back into the trees to rejoin his team. The Forest of Death Arena. Naruto's team regrouped just outside the tower, their 2 scrolls the only thing separating them from safety. The wall of the safe haven was covered in text, which Sakura easily deciphered. As they unfurled their scrolls, their old sensei, Irika, appeared as if by magic. He congratulated them and delivered a proud speech before escorting them to their current location. Leaning on the railing, Naruto surveyed the large stone room. On his side were his team, Team 8, and Team 10. Across the room stood Kurotsuki and her teammates, the Cloud Team, and Gaara with his 2 siblings. He spotted a familiar head of wheat blonde hair, a grin spreading across his face. Temari had made it, safe and sound, no surprise, given the silent power he'd sensed during their brief time together. Her teal-green eyes met his bright blue, conveying mutual relief and happiness. Temari winked and blew a flirty kiss, which Naruto dodged, eliciting an affronted gasp from the San Kunoichi. He chuckled at her glare. This time, instead of a kiss, she sent him her middle finger. "I was beginning to think you wouldn't make it," Tenten said, approaching him with amusement in her eyes. "Were you waiting for me?" Naruto asked, giving her a suggestive look. The directness of his deep tone and hungry gaze caught her off guard, making her flush. Her face turned scarlet. "And no, I was just worried something might have happened to you." "Well, thank you, Ten-chan." Naruto was overjoyed that someone genuinely worried about him. His life had transformed since joining Team 7, and he was grateful for it all, radiating warmth and comfort with his smile. "What's with that smile?" Tenten asked, having finished admiring his handsome features. "Nothing, I'm just happy, that's all." He was honest. The anger and anxiety from the forest were finally dissipating. From her side of the arena, Temari observed the scene, feeling excluded and cast aside. Who was that girl? Why was Naruto looking at her that way, making her blush? Was Temari just a backup, a side chick? She knew why she felt this way. It was a quick, perhaps love at first sight, attachment. Naruto made her feel emotions she never knew existed. For this reason, Temari mentally put a hit out on Tenten. She wouldn't lose the feelings Naruto gave her, and she'd fight for them if necessary, though she hoped it wouldn't come to that. Damn that whiskered blonde. I still haven't forgiven him for feeling me up. To Temari's left, the girl from Stone glared at Naruto. I hope I can fight him again. I'm gonna melt him down so not even his ashes remain. Why are you still on that? He only did it to distract you. He's obviously not tripping about it, Kitsuka said, running a kunao along her demon wind shuriken to sharpen it. Because it was uncalled for and insensitive. Kurotsuki yelled, her face red. Calm down, Kuro, you'll have your time to fight the blonde again. Don't lose focus, as right now you still need to get through the second part of this exam, or you can wave goodbye to making it to the finals. They're tall, slightly tan-skinned sensei said from behind them. His muscular body was covered by a black cloak over his rock jounin attire. His brown hair was a perfect mess, yet it suited him. Okay, Rieger sensei. I'm just itching to get at him. Kurotsuki felt his rough hands pat her head. She looked into his orange eyes and grinning face. I know all of you will pass, he reassured, making all 3 teens feel better. Naruto did what? Temari's brow twitched. Now she wanted to send Naruto another middle finger, this one backed by genuine anger. A few feet away, Samui and her teammates stood, perfectly healthy and in top condition. Their extremely tall sensei stood behind them, massive, with bare arms like tree trunks, showcasing his gains. His skin was caramel, and he had long braided black hair. His sleeveless cloud jounin attire, a white vest, protected his skin. He wore big, baggy, tattered black pants and sandals. Alright, things are really about to get out of hand. Are you three ready? His deep voice was powerful, demanding obedience. Yes, Nando-sensei. All three students answered in unison. The giant screen on the wall lit up, drawing everyone's attention. The proctor, hands performing a hand sign, spoke, slightly obscuring their view. Alright, as I said earlier, there are too many of you, so we are going to trim the numbers down a bit. This screen will cycle through names at random, and if you are picked, proceed to the arena floor. After speaking, the proctor coughed and patted his chest. Let's begin. Hey-8 yelled. The screen flashed names randomly, capturing the Genin's full attention. Some were anxious, frightened, excited, or impassive, but they all shared one goal, to win. The screen slowed, landing on two names, Suzuki Uchiha vs. Amwa. Starting off strong, I see, Kakashi said, patting Suzuki on the back. He leaned down and whispered, don't use your Sharingan. Suzuki stiffened. Of course Kakashi knew, he was the strongest jounin in the village, nothing escaped his eagle eye. This curse mark draws on my chakra, meaning I shouldn't use it, but I needed to fight. I need my Sharingan to win. Suzuki rubbed his shoulder, staring down at the bored-looking, dark-skinned teen waiting in the ring. So be it, I'll try not to use it. We've been doing intense physical training. I'm no Naruto, but I should be able to do damage with just my body. Good luck, Suzuki-kun. Sakura cheered, clapping her hands. He ignored her, focusing on winning. As he prepared to leap over, his arm was grabbed. Suzuki shifted his eyes to see Naruto giving him a serious, almost chilling look out of place on Naruto's face. You better win, I'm the only one who can beat you. Naruto's voice was low and frigid. Suzuki felt his intent through their bond, they were close, but he'd never seen this look on Naruto. Did beating him mean more to Naruto than he'd realized? Returning the look, Suzuki smirked in anticipation and amusement. Don't worry, Naruto, I want to fight you too. And I'll prove to you that I'm better. Yeah, we'll see. Naruto released him, a more familiar expression returning to his face. Just don't embarrass us. Suzuki flipped down, landing perfectly. He walked toward Amwa until they were 10 feet apart. Amwa's black eyes met his onyx ones. You two ready? Is it okay if I quit? Both were surprised. Suzuki wondered if the stars had aligned, if his clan had risen from the dead. Would he just get a pass? You can if you want. Amwa. If you quit, I'm actually going to kill you. Karui yelled from the railings, lightning already sparking from her skin, ready to leap over. Fine. But what if I die, and this sparks a chain reaction of mass murder? Which might lead to my team dying in a bloody war, causing our village to retaliate with a war that burns the entire world to chaos? And the aliens watching decide we are a lost cause and destroy Earth with a giant laser? Are you going to fight? To stop all of that from happening? Hey-8 asked, deadpan. Yes, I will. Amwa gripped the red-handled katana on his back. Are you ready? Hey-8 asked Suzuki. Yeah. Jumping back before giving the signal, he yelled, begin. Even before Hey-8's command, Suzuki retreated to maintain distance, giving himself time to observe key features for a win. In the seconds it took Amwa to draw his sword and charge, Suzuki noted Amwa's unimpressive speed, unproblematic form and guard, and what he had in his pouch. This made him grin. The fight was winnable without a doubt. Drawing a kunao just in time, Suzuki parried and blocked Amwa's attacks. He used his agility to dodge or parry and counterattack. The clanging of metal filled the arena as they fought, sparks flying and shallow cuts appearing on both their bodies. Yeah, he's no Zabuza. His sword Kenjutsu is something I can easily adapt to, Suzuki thought joyfully, drawing another kunao and holding it like menacing daggers. The match began to favor Suzuki. He moved quickly and precisely, striking like an attacking snake, cutting Amwa's left shoulder, drawing blood. Suzuki was relentless, giving Amwa no room to breathe or strategize. With lighter weapons, Suzuki attacked quicker, using it to his full advantage. Dashing forward with a lunge-like stab, Suzuki was parried, leaving his back open. Amwa moved to capitalize, but then saw the spinning kunao Suzuki had left in the air an explosive kunao. Amwa's hair stood on end as the paper sizzled away, exploding powerfully, blowing chunks into the stone floor. Wow, Suzuki sure is doing great. Sakura exclaimed ecstatically. He looks good with those kunao, perhaps he should pick up a blade, Naruto added. But that other guy was good too, he only suffered one real hit, and that kunao trick was nice, but I know it didn't work. Kakashi watched, saying nothing, content to see how Suzuki would fare without his Sharingan. I could beat both of them in Kenjutsu alone. Tenten felt proud, finding comfort in her edge over the famed Uchiha. Petty tricks, Niji murmured. Come on, stop being a pussy and fight. You are better than him, Karui roared from the stands. Oh yeah, that will motivate him, Samui droned, rolling her shoulders and taking breaths. Come on, don't disappoint the cloud. Even her cheers were ice cold. Haha, no way he's losing to this Uchiha. We beat his ass in the forest. Kurotsuke laughed mockingly, like a hyena at injured prey. You shut up, bitch, or I'll cut your ugly face to pieces, as if your blade could reach me, weakling. She laughed more, almost causing Karui to rush over and fight. Ouch. Corresponding ouch rang out as both girls received chops to the head from their sensei, who simultaneously picked them up by the scruff of their necks like kittens and placed them opposite each other, out of sight. Panted, his clothes singed, still patting down burning fabric. He'd avoided the main blast but took some damage, the cut on his left shoulder aching. A bigger issue than I thought. He's been aiming for my shoulder joints or wrist. He's trying to stop me from using my sword. Saw the dust clear, sizing up Suzuki with a cold, calculating expression. The Uchiha is good, but I felt no chakra from his body, and he isn't using his Sharingan. Does he think I am unworthy? Bastard, I'll show him. Stood, falling into stance again. His arms shook slightly, apprehension and anxiety clawing at his throat. Lightning sparked off his blade, crawling up the weapon to cover his body. I can win. Suzuki's eyes widened as blitzed past him, opening a cut along his cheek. Suzuki turned, barely blocking a sword strike aimed at his left side. Crashed into him like a charging rhino, blowing Suzuki back several feet. Suzuki bounced on the ground, flipping out of the way of Amwa's fallen strike, then another and another. Suzuki was severely pushed back. He winced as Amwa landed clear cuts. If this continued, he'd lose. Ninja art, Tailafin. Amwa jumped, spinning down into a sparking death wheel. Suzuki dove out of the way, avoiding the attack. However, he wasn't prepared for Amwa's second attack. Lightning burst. Blue lightning rushed out in all directions at an alarming pace. Suzuki had no hope of dodging and was shocked by the pain. Suzuki's scream filled the arena as Amwa held the jutsu, shocking Suzuki repeatedly. Come on, Suzuki-kun. Get out of there. Sakura yelled in worry. Naruto bent the railing, gripping it so hard. He looked worried for his friend to escape and win. It's just a light shock Suzuki endured, Kakashi observed, not as worried, but still a little anxious. Yeah, cook him. Cool. Suzuki gritted his teeth, staring at Amwa. In the back of his mind, he felt a dark presence beckoning him, begging him to draw on the power. I won't use it. Despite his words, a black, flame-like pattern spread from Suzuki's neck. Instantly, Suzuki went from screaming in pain to silence. Everyone in the room felt the change as Suzuki unleashed a killer amount of chakra that washed over them. The lightning jutsu vanished without a trace. Suzuki's head slowly rose, his black bangs obscuring his eyes as he fixed a murderous, intent-filled gaze on Amwa. The Cloud Ninja recoiled, flinching heavily in panic. Goosebumps erupted across his body as a bitter chill washed over him. The young Suzuki radiated pure malevolence, his dark, ruthless red eyes boring into Amwa. Then, the marks on Suzuki's face faded, and he wavered. Pushing his hair back, he smirked at Amwa. Come on, you can still dance, can't you? Amwa remained in shock. This Uchiha truly lived up to his reputation. It was time to end the fight. Amwa would not be caught off guard again. His body glowed with lightning chakra, shining like a blue star. I had no idea you could use lightning like that as armor. But it's unrefined, patchy, and weak. I know I could use it better. A daring idea struck Suzuki. With a burst of chakra, Suzuki activated his Sharingan for a mere half-second, revealing an opening. Here I come. Amwa charged, intending to end the battle with a single strike. His sword pierced Suzuki's body. He was initially surprised, not expecting Suzuki to be hit so easily, having prepared another plan. So this must be. The Suzuki he struck was not Suzuki at all, but a grotesque, hellish sunflower. Its blood-red petals were riddled with holes, its stem long and black like a metal pipe, and pollen filled its center. The pollen blew into Amwa's face, clouding his vision and numbing his senses. He inhaled the gray fog, feeling its immediate effects. His body froze, and his vision vanished. Panicked and operating on pure instinct, Amwa swung his katana, praying to hit Suzuki by accident. His suffering ended with a forceful kick to the chin, lifting him off the ground. A barrage of kicks then raised his body further. Lion's barrage. Suzuki snapped down with a powerful leg drop, sending Amwa crashing to the ground, unconscious. He was out the moment Suzuki's leg landed on his sternum. Hayate re-entered the arena and approached the motionless Amwa. The boy was definitely out cold. Winner, Suzuki Uchiha. Hearing his name and being declared victor felt like a great weight lifted. Suzuki smirked, proudly radiating bravado. He coolly shoved his bruised, trembling hands into his pockets. The last Uchiha then ascended the stairs, lacking the energy to leap. At the top, he was met with mixed emotions. Niji gave him a blank stare, though Suzuki thought he detected a hint of respect. Tenten offered a thumbs up and a friendly smile, while Rock Lee's eyes burned with determination. What an amazing display of talent, Suzuki Uchiha. You used my move after seeing it only once. Only a genius of your caliber could do that. Lee clenched his fist, a challenging look in his eyes. Yosh, I will make it to the final so we can face each other again in an all-out fight. Prepare yourself. Because I won't lose again, Suzuki replied, his excitement almost breaking through his cold exterior, matching Lee's intensity. Ha ha, the youth radiate like the sun rising at the earliest hour. Way to go, young Suzuki. Guy gave a thumbs up and a brilliant smile. Suzuki, slightly unnerved by Guy, walked past him and noticed Kiba's smug expression. Good fight, I guess, but me and a Camaro could have done way better. Right, boy. Kiba's small puppy barked and wagged its tail in agreement. Shino remained silent and kept to himself. Hinata, barely audible, also congratulated Suzuki. GG, good work, Suzuki. Simply speaking to him made her feel smaller and shrink into herself. Suzuki didn't spare her a glance, walking past. Hey, you're not going to say anything to me, Kiba yelled, outraged at being ignored. Impressive, Suzuki. I can see you live up to your hype. Kurane mentally acknowledged Suzuki's skill. Familiar with silent kids like Suzuki, having one on her own team. Caught off guard, Suzuki was unprepared as Sakura launched herself at him, nuzzling his face. She squealed and babbled with happiness. Suzuki, hoping no one saw through Sakura, who blocked his face, was blushing. Suzuki-kun, you were amazing. I knew you'd win the entire time. Once she released him, Suzuki saw the mischievous look shared by his best friend and sensei. What did you expect? It was me, after all. Yeah, praise be to Suzuki-sama. Naruto said sarcastically, mockingly bowing to Suzuki. Talk it up now. I want to see how you'll fight. Wanna get back in the ring and I'll show ya. The two eternal rivals butted heads, radiating intense fighting spirit. Alright, you two, enough. Kakashi plucked both their noses with a bit of chakra. Good fighting down there, Suzuki. Way to use your tactical brain. But I do have a question, where did you get that flower? Oh, it came from the forest. Sakura was looking at it strangely. She told us that, what's the name of your blonde-haired friend again? Suzuki looked at Sakura, who chuckled at the question. How would the Yamanaka feel if she knew Suzuki didn't know her name? Ino Yamanaka. Ino, yeah, I remember now. She was quite persistent. Suzuki shivered. Anyways, Sakura had mentioned that Ino said it was super dangerous and could dull the senses and cause temporary blindness if the pollen was sprayed in someone's eyes. It's called blind sunflower, so you took it for future use. Very good, I'm glad my lessons on thinking ahead are starting to stick. Kakashi patted Suzuki's head and gave him an eye smile before becoming serious. Now quickly, let's go and deal with that problem. Alright. Suzuki nodded and was gone in a flash with Kakashi, who used body flicker. What problem? Naruto asked Sakura, who looked nervous. Then he thought back to the match and what he saw. Was it about those patterns spreading from his neck? Did something happen while I was away? Sakura bit the inside of her lip. Suzuki had asked her not to tell Naruto for the safety of their team and his own powerlessness in the endeavor. However, more than anything, she wanted to tell Naruto. She knew that if Naruto got involved, he'd do everything about it. Though she knew that's exactly what Suzuki wanted to avoid. He didn't want Naruto's help or to burden him or anyone with his own problems. My issues are mine and mine alone, so that's why I will handle my issues however I see fit. Sakura needed to come up with an answer, or Naruto would start to pick and poke at her for answers. I don't think it's that big of a deal anymore, Kakashi-sensei is handling it. But just know it's the aftermath of the fight with Orochimaru. What did he do? I understand you guys fought him, but did this lead to something else? Like I said, you can relax. Kakashi-sensei is going to take care of it. Down in the arena, Heiei began to speak again. Now it is time for the second match to take place. Once again, look for your name on the screen. Kitsuki vs Samui. Standing in the stands, Hiruzen watched with a gentle smile. Young Suzuki was able to force the mark down and win the battle with just his wits. He will go far in his ninja career. Hiruzen smiled down at this young generation of shinobi. He could feel great change coming to the world. These young kids of 16 and 17 already had good starts to their careers. Even still, amongst the batch of newly born leaves, four seemed particularly green. Naruto Uzumaki, Samui, Gaara, Kurotsuki. In these four, he saw future Kage or strong leadership roles. Throughout the exam, they had rapidly sparked Hiruzen's interest, their wits, leadership, dynamic, and team impact. Naruto was young and ambitious, far more ambitious than anyone from the Leaf had been for a long time. Currently, Naruto was improving himself to better suit his needs and achieve his dreams. And it was working. The blonde fell into all categories of what he was looking for. Samui may have been cold and cool as her name defined, but much like Gaara, the impact of her position could not go unnoticed. She spoke, and they became quiet to listen. She led them through the forest without suffering any damage. Her team even arrived only 10 seconds after Gaara's team. Gaara. Yes, he was unstable and feared by his team. It was that aspect of fear that kept everyone in line. As a cage, that fear needed to be submitted into the brain of your shinobi so they would remain loyal and obedient. All he needed to do now was cut back on his bloodlust, and open up a little more and the boy would be perfect. Kurotsuki was a mirror image of Naruto. Dye her hair blonde and draw whisker marks on her face, and you'd have a twin of Naruto. The aged Hokage shuddered at that possibility. Kurotsuki was ambitious, wild, and charismatic. A flaw of hers would be letting your emotions run your mind. But that was why these kids had a future. A bright one at that. The world was on the brink of turning into a new chapter, and it was a shame he'd not be alive to see it. Alright, to the battle we go. Kitsuki leaped over the railing and dropped to the ground silently. Go and show them your power, kiddo, Rieger encouraged, smiling at the girl. Samui moved and walked down the stairs instead. Go and reclaim our dignity, Samui. Karui glared at Amwa, who was still blind. So he didn't see it. Since he was lacking in vision right now, Karui was holding his hand so he'd not feel scared or lost. Sorry, Samui. The two girls met in the middle and stared at each other. Kitsuki had a small grin of anticipation on her face, ready to fight. Samui remained passive and unreadable. Though on the inside, Samui was itching to fight someone strong. And this girl just might give her what she needs. Kiba leaned over the railing. Two hot chicks. Rip her clothes off. Kiba yelled. Tackle her. Naruto yelled, getting excited for another reason. Are you two ready? Heiei asked. He received two nods of approval from the young Kunoichi. Then fight. Heiei faded back to his previous spot to watch. Samui was silent and pulled her katana from its sheath in one fluid motion. She lunged, aiming to end the match quickly with a single sword strike. Kitsuki reacted just in time to throw Samui off balance. Her demon wind shuriken clashed with Samui's katana. The stone Kunoichi felt the immense power behind Samui's attack, almost too much to handle. They sprang into action, orange sparks flying as their intense battle carried them across the arena floor. Samui attacked with pinpoint accuracy and quick precision, backed by hidden strength. The goal of this exchange was to bombard Kitsuki with relentless attacks, leaving her exhausted and on edge. Samui's blade arced in unpredictable displays that stunned the audience. I can't really judge how she's going to attack. This is my first time fighting someone using a sword. My other battles only gave me enough experience to counter and protect myself from harm. Kitsuki continued to be pressed, forced to play defense as Samui's attack seemed endless. Samui attacked low, forcing Kitsuki to defend low. Seeing Kitsuki fall victim to her setup, Samui channeled chakra into her mouth. Lightning needle. The blue needle-shaped chakra spat out of Samui's mouth like a projectile. Kitsuki shifted her head in time to avoid being shot straight through the head, but a cut opened above her left eyebrow, leaking a trail of blood. A fist slammed into her side, launching her back into the stone wall. Ah, my back. Kitsuki fell from the wall to her knees. The hair on the back of her neck stood firm, and she looked up just in time to see Samui, clad in lightning, ready to finish her. Kitsuki's hands and blood were already on the ground, so she didn't need to do much. The head of Red popped in front of her like a shield. He opened his mouth and breathed onto Samui, who was momentarily caught in the flames. She wasn't safe, and her cloak wasn't developed enough to negate the damage. The flames burned her skin and battled the lightning around her body. Samui retreated momentarily to a safe distance. Samui patted the fire out, biting back grunts from the stinging pain the fire left on her skin. This retreat, however, was Kitsuki's time to attack, and so she did. Demon wind shurikens came flying at Samui. Her ice-blue eyes took in the tools, and she dodged them. There were 2 at first, then 3, 4, and 5. Now, simply dodging wasn't enough, and Samui had to physically block them. Ninja Art Massive Demon Wind Shuriken Jutsu. The ninja tools grew to proportional sizes and spun rapidly. The weapons were launched at Samui, who widened her eyes at the oncoming attack. Chakra Burst. Samui used a jutsu of her own creation. It was a simple move anyone could master in use. The base of the technique was just channeling your chakra across your entire body to temporarily increase its capability in that short burst. With this increased movement, Samui was able to easily dodge. Quick as it came, the feeling was gone, and Samui took a deep breath to gather herself. How did you dodge? That should have hit you for sure. Kitsuki was left in shock and wonder. All she saw and felt was the burst of chakra from Samui's position. Did she launch some jutsu to allow her to escape? I'm pretty fast. Indeed you are. I wasn't holding back in that attack, I haven't since we started. I could sense how powerful you are. Kitsuki rolled another spare demon wind shuriken along her finger. She was showing Samui the courtesy of not holding anything back, unlike how she did in the forest with all the other genin. I never hold back, so you can take solace in your defeat to me, the future Reikage. Samui's body was wrapped in lightning again, and she used the jutsu of the fourth Reikage. Lightning armor. Samui's blonde hair began to spike up unruly. Their sensei Nando whistled. And this fight is over. Aw yeah, Samui. Kick her ass. Karui yelled. Man, she's so strong, we're going to need to train even harder just to keep up with her. Amwa, who could see again, started to shed tears at the future training. Hey, Nando. Looking over, the dark-skinned man saw Rieger looking at him. Is she being trained by the Reikage? Nando gave Rieger a smirk. Not telling you, outsider. This answer caused the stone shinobi to feel dissatisfied, but he already knew the answer, everyone did. Of course Samui was getting trained by the Reikage, how else would she know the jutsu? Should we be worried? The Reikage has already picked a successor. Perhaps his health is declining, or he just wants to secure the future. No matter, Kuratsuki is also being trained by Art Tsuchikage. I wonder if the Hokage has picked another successor. It could be his son Asuma or Kakashi. Thoughts for a later time, now he had to get ready to treat his students' soon-to-be wounds. Secret technique, cold stab. Samui, bathed in lightning, moved forward faster than the naked eye could track. Her katana extended in a stabbing motion, hitting home as it pierced Kitsuki's abdomen. The genin from the stone ran through before she could even see it. The only thing her eyes saw was an arc of blue light, and the next thing she knew was pain. Samui pulled her sword from Kitsuki, who dropped to the floor bleeding. She whipped the sword to the side, throwing her enemy's blood on the cold ground. The weapon went back into its sheath with a click. Winner, Samui. Samui didn't show her joy on the outside, but inside she was very pleased with herself. She managed to win without sustaining major injuries, plus, Samui was able to perform perfectly. But most of all, she was cool while doing so. Samui walked back up the stairs to her team, to be crushed in a hug by Karui. You were amazing, Samui. Yeah, great job. Amwa praised. You bring great pride to our village, Samui. I have no doubt you'll win and become a Chunin, Nando said, which made Samui almost giddy at the praise and acknowledgement. I will live up to your hopes. Over with Kitsuki, she had to be brought up by her sensei. She was carried like a bride until she was gently set on the ground. You're going to be all right. You had a good fight out there. Gager quietly hushed the girl, who was whimpering in pain. His hands lit to life with healing chakra. The green glow of his hands covered the wound, and she felt the pain wash away. The only thing left was the blood splashes in her green hair and orange hoodie. Even still, her beauty was still present and not stained by the blood. Don't worry, I'll go to the finals in your place. Even the loud Kuratsuki calmed down to check on her friend. I'll buy you dinner tonight to make you feel better, and then we'll train harder so this doesn't happen again. Nokomai took the chance to pat Kitsuki's head, which he knew she hated. Still strong enough to glare, Kitsuki sent one to Nokomai, who only sent an eye smile back as he kept rubbing her head. Thanks, guys, and I'm sorry for losing. Don't apologize for doing your best. That was a good match, she was just stronger than you. Okay, sensei, now on to the next match. Hey 8 yelled. The screen went through names until it landed on two Naruto knew very well. Tenten vs Temari. Alright, Tenten, do your best and show your youth. Her sensei clapped Tenten roughly on the shoulders, grinning. That's right. Show the efforts of your youthful training. Rock Lee, her teammate and presumably Guy's son, cheered. I will do my best. Tenten smoothly cleared the railing with a jump. Whoa, go Tenten. Show them your youth, whatever that is. Naruto joined her team in cheering. Lee and Guy continued their chants, while Niji remained stoic and silent, observing. Across the arena, Temari wasn't reassured at all. No one felt the need to hype her up, instead, they watched, already knowing the match's outcome. Tenten's abilities were unknown to them, yet they were certain of Temari's victory. Tenten watched Temari swing her fan down, creating a cushion of wind that rose, gently caught the war fan, and brought it down. The Jounin were surprised by the level of wind control. Tenten showed her shock, saying, wind nature chakra on that scale. The scenario quickly played out in her head. Temari could easily blast her away. Both were ranged fighters, and Tenten had already seen her weapons swept away like leaves in a storm. She trained with Naruto, who thought throwing strong winds at her counted as training. Give me a break. My battle strategy, gone with the wind. A chuckle escaped her lips at the irony. Relax, Tenten, we don't know how good she is yet. You might still have a chance, get the numbers, the distance. Are you two ready? Hayate asked, standing in the middle. Both girls nodded. Alright, begin. They didn't explode from their positions, nor did they exchange disrespectful words. Both seemed rooted, as if frozen by a genjutsu. If you asked Tenten, she'd say Temari made her slightly nervous. For some unknown reason, Temari was glaring daggers at her. Tenten searched her memory, wondering if she'd offended Temari, but came up empty. Temari wore a smug expression and opened her mouth to taunt. Are you waiting for me to go first? Why are you so scared to attack me? Temari stepped forward. I don't want this to end too quickly. The intent to fatally injure was as clear as the Suna sky. Hayate changed his mind. He thought it would be a quiet match, but Temari seemed to have other plans, lethal ones, if that look in her eyes was any indication. I wanted to let you show off a bit, so I was going to let you go first, Tenten retorted, a false confidence on her smiling lips. Temari didn't react, standing solid with her hands on her hips. If you insist. Kunao, sharper than sword edges, materialized in Tenten's hands and fell into her fingers. Tenten's custom weapons were magnitudes above average kunao. She hurled them at Temari, each aimed at a specific part of her body. Left shoulder, right thigh, right foot, behind the left kneecap, fatal wound, liver. That was just from her right hand. Tenten's left hand released more weapons with their own targets. They flew quickly through the air, and Temari didn't seem like she'd be able to dodge in time. Until she did. Or at least, it looked that way. Ha! I don't miss, Tenten said, stunned by her failure. Temari's expression didn't change, only growing in malice. Pathetic. What did you expect these toys to do? That's bullshit, I haven't missed a target in years. Tenten wondered what happened. The weapons simply clanked to the ground, useless in their new inactive state. She didn't want to ponder for long, or Temari would tick her off again. Tenten withdrew more weapons, this time more than just kunao. Shuriken joined the fray, attempting to nail Temari to the ground. In a different strategy, Tenten let the kunao fly, and when they appeared to be heading toward Temari, they were struck by the flying shuriken, instantly changing their trajectory. Ah, she just tried to bait me. I see, she's trying to understand what I'm doing. Temari shook her head, her bangs gently swaying. You are too weak, far too weak. Tenten didn't falter, her eyes sharpened like cold steel. Tenten's eyes locked onto the kunao that had been flying to the wall. Flicking her wrist, Tenten sent her shuriken out to deflect the kunao back to Temari. Temari. This is the girl Naruto said he was with. Is that why she's glaring at me? Does she like him? But she only just met him, Tenten thought, seeing her ninja tools drop to the ground again, just inches from Temari. The sand Kunoichi's hand was back on her fan, still on her back. I guess that's where her anger comes from. This isn't about Naruto, he doesn't matter right now. I can't hope to become a Sannin if I can't win here. A reset. Tenten dropped her guard completely and locked eyes with Temari, who was still clearly pissed. Let's be real, Tenten said, glaring at Temari. Temari understood the meaning. The blonde internally cursed her foolishness. I'm pathetic, getting mad over some boy from another village. What was I hoping for, a romantic getaway? It'll never work anyway. That realization, the understanding, made her even more rageful, resentful and jealous. Tenten was a lucky girl. God knew she wanted to keep the feeling Naruto gave her, to smile the way he made her, and to cherish the time. Damn it all. Temari pulled the fan from her back and unfolded it, revealing 2 purple circles on the white backdrop. Moon number 2. Tenten. Focus. Don't play into her hands. Lee shouted, growing aggravated. Come on, Ten-chan. Naruto shouted and clapped, wanting his support to be heard. He didn't know why Temari was fighting with such anger. He did know Temari was easily aggravated, a result of growing up with 2 brothers, he thought. That didn't stop his annoyance either, though. Even though they were from different villages, Temari wasn't being hostile with him, distant yes. So why did she glare so hard at Tenten? This fight is over, Shino spoke from within his collar. How so? Kiba asked. From what we've seen, they're both range fighters, and you know what happens when 2 long-range fighters battle? The better one wins. They all heard the understanding in his answer. Exactly. Come on, Ten-chan. I knew Temari was strong, but Tenten can't even touch her. Kankuro looked on and laughed. That girl is better off surrendering. It's not good to be on the receiving end of my big sister's anger. I could take her, Kurotsuka said. She was sure her fire was potent enough to cancel Temari's wind. Before Temari acted, Tenten was quicker this time. She threw up a half-ram sign. Blow. The weapons at Temari's feet exploded. Small enough not to destroy everything, but strong enough to shake the earth beneath them. Tenten didn't wait. She reached into her auburn pants and pulled out 2 scrolls. Fight wind with fire. Double dragon strike. From the scrolls, 2 fiery orange dragon heads rushed toward their target. This time, everything did shake from the explosion as the room heated slightly from Tenten's attack. Dropping back to the ground, Tenten saw nothing. Nobody, no fan, just empty air. Up here. Looking up, Tenten saw Temari flying on the fan. Temari dropped in front of Tenten and smirked. 3 moons, this is over for you. Not yet. Tenten started running. She pulled out 2 scrolls, unfurled them, and let the paper trail. It was marked with seals on every inch. A volley of all kinds of weaponry was hurled at Temari. Give it a rest. With a swing, Temari sent all the weapons back at Tenten, who now had to dodge the flying weapons. Wind Scythe Jutsu. She swung her fan again, sending a vacuum of sharp wind at Tenten, who couldn't avoid the attack. Tenten felt herself swept off her feet and sent crashing into the back wall. Her flight stopped by the cemented wall, which she hit with enough force to crack. The back of her head hit the wall and already felt swollen. Blood leaked down her body as many cuts opened, tearing into her clothes. Her vision blurred, and Tenten saw Temari and 2 more versions of her. I need to abandon my weapons and close the gap. And there's only one technique which will be fast enough. Hey-8 looked down. Tenten definitely had a concussion from such a strong impact to the back of the head. This fight was nothing but a slaughter from the beginning. He stepped up. Tenten, do you want to surrender? She will if she wants to stay a ninja. Temari mocked and clicked her fan back in place. Hold on, just another minute. Tenten limped out, back to the center of the arena. She reached into her ninja pouch and pulled out chains that clanked loudly. Chains? You'll never touch me with those, Temari said. Still, she put her hand back onto her fan just in case. We'll see, won't we? Tenten's vision focused. She needed full concentration for this next move. She sent chakra into her legs, as much as she could control in a burst quick enough to get from A to B. Briefly, Tenten was a blur to the spectators, or to those who couldn't see fast enough, mainly the Leaf Genin, except Niji, Lee, Shino, and Hinata. Temari's eyes widened as she was shocked. Tenten moved quicker than she ever had during this match. She didn't even have time to counter, and even if she wanted to, Tenten was definitely too close. All she had to do was look down her nose, and she could see Tenten crouched low to the ground. Leaf Rising Wind. Tenten landed her first solid attack on Temari. A high kick to the chin knocked Temari nearly to the roof. Moving again, Tenten capitalized on her opponent's surprise. My legs, it hurts. Tenten could hardly feel them. It felt like her legs were being stung by wasps while simultaneously dipping her legs in a crackling flame. But I've got to move while she's shocked, or I'll lose. Tenten jumped high and took place behind Temari's floating body. Tenten's arms seized up and reflexively moved inwards. She fought for control and threw the chain around Temari. Primary Lotus. Wrapped tight, Tenten spun down head first toward the ground, only for her to flip away at the last second. Tenten landed and immediately dropped to a knee. She was breathing heavily. That had to have knocked her out. The dust settled, and in the chains was just a large piece of debris from Tenten's weapons exploding. This revelation caused her blood to freeze and her heart to sink. Wind Scythe Jutsu. Tenten was picked up in the air and forced to endure the aggressive cuts made by the sharp wind blades tearing her skin apart. Tenten didn't know wind nature was so powerful. Temari's wind blades cut up her soft skin like cake. It was over now, her legs had lost feeling, and she was out of chakra. She was embarrassed and beaten at every turn. I'm so weak. Her last thought being self-disappointment, Tenten passed out. They all saw her body go limp in the air, and it finally satisfied Temari as she let up on the jutsu. She looked up and saw her weak opponent falling. Throwing salt in the wound, Temari placed her fan under the location where Tenten would fall right at her spine. Or would have. Tenten was caught by someone else. A teen in a damaged orange and black jumpsuit. He held onto Tenten tight, clutching her for dear life. Sakura turned her head, and so did all the genin. When did he move down there? Sakura blinked in utter surprise. Holy shit! When did Naruto get so fast? Kiba barked out a question. Don't know, but I didn't see him move, Shino said. Niji glared, while Lee had stars in his eyes. Though he was crouched over her and low to the ground, his presence felt looming and large over Temari right now. Naruto turned his head just a bit so he could look her in the eyes, and what she saw made her flinch away in sheer terror. His eyes, once kind, were now a raging blood red of violence and destruction. That was uncalled for, Temari. It was similar to Gaara. This same feeling of fear was inflicted on her. Naruto also had a demon in him. The 9 tails, he had the 9-tailed fox sealed within him. It had to be, that was the only tailed beast the Leaf Village kept. She had no response to his statement. Nothing she would say could calm Naruto down at this moment. Why? Do you feel strong now? Ha! Was there a reason you were trying to potentially paralyze my friend over a prelims fight? Naruto stood up, leaving Tenten on the ground now. Her mouth opened, but no words came out. Was he about to attack? He was, his eyes screamed murder. That's enough now, Naruto. A tall man in green got in front of him, a jounin by the look of it. I know you're angry and sad, but you need to settle, like a leaf on a river. Guy lectured, glaring down sternly at Naruto. The rage inside didn't just wash away. He took deep breaths and focused on emptying his mind. It took a couple of seconds, but it worked, and his eyes became blue again. Alright, I'm good. Now that your chivalry is done, the medic ninja can take Tenten away to be treated. You can check on her after. Guy followed Naruto back to Tenten being carried away on a stretcher. Naruto leaned on the rail, looking down at the floor. Sakura looked worried and wanted to say something, but she held her tongue, knowing words weren't what he needed to hear now. So instead, she just rubbed his back in a show of comfort. Temari stood next to her two brothers, hands slightly shaking in panic. She felt the cold rail and squeezed, trying to slow her racing heart. To the side, Kankuro looked at her worriedly. Sis, calm down. Deep breaths. Temari listened and closed her eyes and breathed. In and out. In and out, 2 more times until the shaking stopped for good. That short little blonde, I wouldn't have thought he'd be one, Kankuro said, also showing hints of fear in his eyes. Him, the silent redhead, Gaara, their little brother, spoke in a low chilling voice. Looking, they saw he had bloodlust in his eyes, and not just regular intent to kill. Gaara was on the verge of going manic as his teal eyes were completely locked on Naruto. Uzumaki will be the one to prove my existence. Their sensei, Beiki, hearing the intent dripping from his student, took on a stern voice. And no, Gaara. Focus. At least he tried. Like most people, Gaara terrified him. The redhead paid him no mind, simply looking at Naruto intently. Temari hung her head. Why was I acting like that toward the girl? Shit, fuck you Naruto. This is your fault. I will apologize later, to both of them. I'm better than this. Well, I'll be damned. Where was that power when I was whooping his ass in the forest? Kuratsuka barked out a laugh. He must have known it wouldn't be enough. You act like he didn't push you. I say Naruto did pretty well. Kitsuki gave Naruto his respect. Don't respect him, Kitsuki, she spun, glaring at Kitsuki. The girl looked sheepish and shrugged. You're lucky he didn't use that power on you, it would have been a different story. Rieger, their sensei, agreed with Kitsuki. That boy, who resembles the 4th Hokage, is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The Leaf Village's secret is out. Nando addressed his genin team. Listen, all of you, avoid fighting that boy if you can. Samui, depending on his control, you might be fine, but if he uses a tail, just run away. Understand? Yes, sensei. It was time for the next match. Heiei drew their attention to the large screen, which cycled through names. Many hoped it would be theirs, eager for their moment to shine and make an explosive debut. Naruto Uzumaki vs Karui. Naruto remained silent and unmoving throughout the process, so still he could have been mistaken for dead on his feet. Sakura observed Naruto, whose eyes were red and vicious. In a better time, Sakura might have thought the red looked good on him, making his blonde hair seem even brighter. But times were dark, and Sakura had never been as nervous around Naruto as she was now. It mirrored Sasuke in the forest, both seemingly harboring bottomless pits of hatred, waiting to be unleashed. You've got this, Naruto, Sakura said. He didn't respond, simply vaulted over the railing, landing on the ground, and walked to the center of the arena. Karui walked toward him. Just her luck, they discover who the Nine-Tails host is, and now she has to fight him. Amwa had told her to forfeit, but she refused. Nando knew this, so he advised her to be extra careful and use her head. The closer she got, the more nervous she became. Butterflies churned in her stomach, not of love, but fear. They wanted to burst and fly away. Once they were mere meters apart, Karui had no choice but to put on a brave face. I'm going to embarrass you. Silence, profound silence. It made her legs twitch. Naruto didn't blink, there was no word or shift of muscle on his face. Karui shook her sword at him, attempting to hide its severe trembling. Hope you've enjoyed your run. I'm going to dice you into pieces. I think something's wrong with Naruto. Sakura was worried. He was never quiet when people trash-talked him, regardless of who they were. Yeah, even Akamaru's shaken. The large white dog at Kiba's knees whimpered with his head down. Akamaru was no ordinary dog, he was a ninkin, an animal that faced death constantly. He was also large enough for a 16-year-old like Kiba to ride, yet he whimpered like a pup. Well, if I had to guess, Might Guy said, it was those two girls. A man cherishes women more than anything, especially a woman who has that man's heart. Guy looked at Kurane, causing all the Leaf Genin to look as well. What? She became flustered. Is that true, S-sensei? Hinata also stuttered, speaking shyly. It is, Kurane nodded. Which means Tenten's got herself a boyfriend. Gosh. The spring youth. Guy cheered. Wait. What if he likes both girls? That Temari chick is pretty hot. Kiba poked his fingers, and a trickle of blood escaped down his nose. I would try and get both of them. A giggle escaped his lips. Until Kurane hammered him into the ground. Are you two ready? Karui got into her stance and grinned. Go! Kurui slid her fingers down her blade, and it crackled with blue lightning. She ran forward and took some swipes at Naruto, who dodged with fluid ease. That was her first mistake. Stay still, prick. Kurui jumped to set up her next move. Lightning dive, and that was her last. Naruto was quick enough to dodge now. A month ago would have been a different story. Naruto was sure much of this exam would have gone worse for his team. Thankfully, he got his act together. So now, he wouldn't lose anymore. He was sick of losing, sick of getting beaten, sick of trailing behind, and sick of being utterly sick. It came fast, too quick for Kurui to evade. A punch to the gut, testing the durability of her ABS. They failed the check, and she paid the price. Spit and saliva landed on Naruto as he sunk his fist into Kurui. Next, Kurui's jaw was inspected. It rattled, and she could feel a tooth dislodging in her mouth. Her gums began to bleed from the constant abuse. Again and again, Naruto beat her all around the arena. Kurui couldn't dodge or even attempt to counter. Naruto swung at Kurui relentlessly. Kurui felt the top of her head being held. She looked to see Naruto's fist flying straight at her. Blinding white light and a loud ringing encompassed everything. Naruto's left hand impacted her cheek, and he delivered a right hook that busted Kurui's lips. The back of Kurui's neck was pulled down into Naruto's rising knee. It bounced her head up, causing her vision to swim. Then came a strong uppercut, lifting her off the ground. In the air, she was a sitting duck. Descending on her were clones, shadow clones that pulverized her midair with devastating combos. Naruto leaped up and delivered a leg drop to Kurui's neck, sending her into the ground. She was stuck, buried into the pavement as Naruto laid into her, just in this time. But to Kurui, it still felt like she was getting jumped. One punch felt like two punches felt like three. It was over, Naruto had won. But his fist didn't stop, and the blood never stopped flying. It became hard to watch. Kurui's face was swelling and covered in blood. Naruto's knuckles turned red as he laid into his enemy. He growled, eyes becoming brighter and angrier. He heard faint shouting but paid no mind, continuing to release his built-up anger, not caring about his boiling blood or that he couldn't think. All he could think of was, kill her. To kill this girl. His body stopped suddenly, no longer listening to his commands. Purple roses fluttered around him, dancing around his face and gently caressing his skin. He felt his mind relax and his rage quiet. Naruto's eyes fell heavily, and he dropped to the side of the unconscious Kurui. Kurone looked down at the blonde on guard. Even after attempting to reach him with words, he was too lost in rage. Sakura had been calling him along with the other Leaf Genin, so she acted before the Cloud Jounin did, potentially starting a war in the prelims. Kurone picked him up and flashed back to the balcony, where she gently set him down. He's okay, but I can't say the same for that girl. Looking at Kurui close up made her cringe slightly. My god. Sakura was over Naruto and looked disturbed. Kurui was rushed away by Leaf medics, who had the girl on a stretcher. They didn't want to waste time, fearing they might lose her. She was already lying in a pool of blood, and they could see her broken nose. Kurui's right eye was completely shut and already swelling black. Her entire face was bruised, marking her dark skin with patches of blood and open cuts. Her team, Samui and Amwa, showed fury. Nando managed to keep his feelings inside, but his facial expression remained blank. Outside, slight shocks and sparks of blue electricity sparked in the air. Still think he'd be easy. Instead of Kitsuki, it was her giant axe-wielding teammate Nokomai who asked. I do. Who the hell do you think you're talking to? Kuratsuke crossed her arms and turned her nose. Their sensei laughed. She's right, Kuratsuke is pretty tough. The strongest genin from our village and the world. She thumbed her chest, embodying arrogance. After the quick and bloody battle, it was time for the next showdown. The board began cycling through names. A bit of the anticipation faded, replaced by hints of trepidation. In the deep corners of the genin's minds, they wondered if their match would go the same way if their opponent might be out for blood. Kuratsuke vs. Shino Abarame. Alright, it's about time. Kuratsuke grinned gleefully. She teleported to the ground, landing with crossed arms. Shino stepped up, and his body disintegrated, replaced by loudly buzzing bugs that flew down to the ground. Behind his goggles, Shino observed the confident girl. Best to quit now and save yourself the pain, Kuratsuke said. Never underestimate your opponent. Why, you ask? Because even a small bug can kill a lion. His response was level and calm, unlike the chaotic teen in front of him. Oh, calling me a lion? Lion of stone Kuratsuke. Kuratsuke seemed to consider it. Could be better, but there will be time later. Proctor, I am ready. Shino didn't take his eyes off his target but spoke to Hayate. Same here, let's get this on. Begin. Immediately, the ground around Kuratsuke gave way, and she dropped into a deep hole of his special insects, the Kikaichu beetle. His plan was to drop the stone kunoichi deep enough and fast enough to catch her off guard by the suddenness. A girlish scream escaped the hole, and he knew the plan was working. Anyone would be caught off guard if the ground suddenly vanished and they were swarmed by chakra-eating insects. So much for being a lion. Shino almost sounded like he was mocking her, but his voice was so flat, no one could tell. That's when Shino felt his legs grabbed from underneath him. He looked down and saw Kurotsuke rising from the stone. The look in her pink eyes could have killed his entire clan. Her body looked like mud, seemingly fused with the ground, no doubt due to earth manipulation. Kurotsuke was propelled outward by the now hardened mud, which resembled a volcano top. Still holding Shino's legs, Kurotsuke rolled forward and launched him at the arena wall. The force was too great, and Shino couldn't evade, so he gritted his teeth as he slammed into the wall. Dazed, he looked up to see bright orange balls of fire rushing toward him. His bugs did the work, pushing him out of the wall and onto the ground. Fire style, volley flame. Kurotsuke shot the same jutsu at Shino again. This time, Shino was able to dodge it himself, moving to avoid the deadly balls of flame. Not a bad plan you had there. Had I not been an earth user and fire user, you might have won this fight. Kurotsuke gave Shino his due. Once she collected herself, she was able to escape. Your bugs aren't very flame resistant, you know. I know you Abarame need bugs to fight. Shino knew this, of course. When making the plan, he knew she might burn some of his bugs. The search for a flame-resistant bug or even crossbreeding to create such bugs had become a tall task in his clan. Your bugs work fast. While we talked, they moved underground. What a smart guy, Shino. Kurotsuke leaped into the air. A hole opened beneath her again. But you know that won't work twice. Kurotsuke then manipulated the earth, forming a stone pillar to catch her. This fight will be over shortly. From her high perch, Shino had to look up. Should I give up? I don't want to lose too much of my colony. No, hang on a little longer. Shino placed his hands inside the pocket of his green jacket. Kurotsuke flipped through hand signs. Earth release, earth shuriken. The stone transformed into weapons as it rose and shifted into sharp stone shuriken. Shino deflected them with his own shuriken as he began running. He extended his hand, and a wave of bugs rushed upward to Kurotsuke, who burned them with fire. It was a distraction as Shino used more bugs to quickly eat away at the stone pillar. It began falling, and Kurotsuke acted fast. Its trajectory became controlled as Kurotsuke began using her excellent earth release control to make it chase Shino instead. Before impact, she leaped off and let it crash. That should do it. Naruto opened his eyes slowly. He began blinking rapidly to gain focus. His head shifted, alerting Sakura, who was letting Naruto rest his head in her lap. Naruto, the blonde rose and rubbed his eyes. Where did the purple flowers go? He rubbed his eyes and even yawned. Naruto, are you okay? Sakura asked hesitantly. Everyone was tense, worried Naruto might explode at her. The Jounin Kurenai guy, and the now returned and informed Kakashi were ready, just in case physical restraint was needed. The genin held their breaths, afraid of the answer to come. They were still a bit shocked at seeing the always happy Naruto release such potent hatred and bloodlust. It scared them, plain and simple. Yeah, Sakura, I'm fine. You all don't have to be so nervous. Naruto answered in a low, steady voice. I'm not nervous. I just wanted to make sure you were okay, Sakura responded, not wanting to show how nervous she actually was. What happened, Naruto? They tell me you beat up your opponent pretty badly, Kakashi said, not at all beating around the bush. It was just the buildup of a lot of stress and anger in the forest. And seeing Tenten almost crippled was my breaking point. Don't worry, I'll apologize to that girl later. Done with his answer, Naruto looked at the floor to see Shino fighting but mainly running from Kurotsuke's jutsu. Not the answer I was expecting. I guess he really has matured. Kakashi was pleased. He wished the events could have been easier for Naruto, but that might not have led to the same results. And Naruto wouldn't have wanted that anyway. Ha! I wasn't nervous at all, Kiba came and patted him roughly on the back. But my mom says stress isn't good for the body. Have you tried? Yeah, no, polishing the kuno. He whispered the last part in Naruto's ear, afraid Kurenai might hear. I read it's a good stress reliever. No, I haven't, but maybe I will have to if it does what you say, Naruto whispered back, afraid Sakura might hear. The young Kiba is right, Naruto. You need to find yourself a girl and release all that youth together with her, Guy yelled. Is that true, Guy-sensei? Lee asked with wide eyes. Lee, would I ever lie to you? No, Guy-sensei. Kurenai bonked Guy on the head. I think your words are being received in a different way. She glared at Guy, who rubbed the sore spot. You need to be careful about what you say around impressionable children. I'm 16, sensei. I know what's good for me, Kiba replied. He quickly shrunk from the look she gave him. Or maybe your wisdom could still be passed down, oh great sensei. You all out of tricks? Kurotsuki asked. She tossed a pebble up and down in her hand, smirking at Shino. She has a lot of chakra, much more than I do. Even when my bugs took from her, she still has this much left. He remained silent to her question as he panted. Should be any moment now. Kurotsuka's hands blazed through hand signs. Earth release, devouring earth jutsu. The ground ripped open as stone jaws with rocky, sharp teeth formed. A giant jaw of stone that could reach the railings loomed over him. Now it's over, this won't kill you, but you'll be tossed around like a ball inside the mouth of stone. She was about to send the mouth forward until she froze. Shino watched the girl collapse, unable to break her fall. Her body went limp, and she crumpled to the ground like a puppet with cut strings. He began to walk towards her, dragging his left foot. He was injured, his hive significantly diminished. Yet, he pushed through the pain, forcing his body forward despite his screaming muscles. Quiet now, aren't you, he said, standing over her. My bugs injected you with a paralyzing poison. Its speed depends on your chakra levels and how quickly you used your jutsu. I assumed you were a ninjutsu or taijutsu specialist since you had no visible weapons and a developed physique unlike a genjutsu user. Heiei approached, waiting to see if Shino had anything more to say. Once you fell into that hole, I had already won. It was just a matter of time. Shino allowed a smirk to play on his lips. The winner is me. Kurotsuki exploded upwards with a stone-covered uppercut, increasing its force. Shino was lifted off the ground, unconscious before he even landed. Everyone was shocked, except the stone ninja, who merely smirked. Ha ha, nice try, but it'll take more than some poison to keep me down. Kurotsuka's veins burned red as she knelt in pain, her blood steaming internally. I channeled fire chakra through my bloodstream, specifically to the poison area. It burned the poison right out. The downside was the lingering sensitivity from the intense heat. Winner, Kurotsuki. She laughed. This exam is getting quite entertaining. She walked to the railing, raising the earth beneath her, then stepped off and sat down, leaning against the wall, her body steaming from the heat. Good job, kiddo. Very crafty. Rieger ruffled her hair, and Kurotsuka smiled. Thanks, sensei. We knew you had this from the start. Kitsuki congratulated their strongest team member. Nokomai nodded in agreement. The next match was announced. Niji Hayaga vs Kankuro. Niji and Kankuro stood in the arena's center, facing each other. Niji's expression was calm, radiating silent confidence. Kankuro smirked, an aura of arrogance surrounding him. He was completely sure of his victory. Are you two ready? Your clan doesn't matter. You can't defeat a puppeteer like me. You Hayaga are close-range specialists, Kankuro said, crossing his arms. Which makes me your worst enemy. Niji's pale eyes scanned him thoroughly. Despite 5 days passing, Kankuro's clothes were in far better condition than his own. Niji's brown kimono was covered in dirt, scratches, and dried blood. His pants felt too tight, even his underwear was uncomfortable. Niji was exhausted, the forest had been brutal, filled with endless problems. All he wanted was some well-deserved rest. But he had energy to spare for this arrogant prick from the sand. Niji would much rather fight a cloud ninja, hoping to unleash some anger over his father's murder. Niji scowled in anger and annoyance. You lowlife. Hold your tongue. Genma's eyebrow twitched. These genin were starting to grate on his nerves. Begin. Lowlife, am I? Kankuro pulled the massive bandages from his back. Says the fodder Hayaga. Niji activated his Byakugan, his clan's prized dojutsu. He saw through Kankuro's tricks, wasting no time as he dashed across the stone floor, closing the distance in seconds. Kankuro dropped a smoke bomb and barely evaded Niji, disappearing into the smoke like a phantom. Niji was left in the smoke, annoyed and angry at himself for not being fast enough to stop him. Now, Kankuro was out of his range. Niji ducked as a dozen senbon flew over his head. Again, Niji dodged more senbon. The smoke might as well have not been there, he could still see perfectly. For someone who acted like you knew how to win, you're foolish. Don't you remember what the Byakugan is capable of? No response came, but it didn't matter to Niji. What a joke, just like you and your pathetic skill. The next attack wasn't senbon, but a body. Niji caught the arm, quickly shattering it at the elbow with his right hand. It snapped like a cracker, echoing loudly throughout the arena. The smoke cleared, revealing Niji holding Kankuro by the arm. You're dumb, Kankuro said, unfazed by the snapped arm. The clothes and skin on the arm dissolved into sand, revealing a non-human, puppet arm. It was human-shaped but had 3 eyes, 4 arms, and 2 legs, with spiky brown hair, covered by a baggy brown cloak to hide its numerous weapon compartments. You used substitution jutsu to switch places right before I grabbed you, Niji explained, sounding bored and annoyed. Elementary. Niji looked up at the ceiling, where Kankuro was safely piloting his puppet, Karasu. Yeah. Who's trapped? And who's not? Kankuro mocked. Trapped? You think too highly of yourself. Kankuro commanded the puppet to attack, sensing something coming. Karasu's 3 arms spread as if to hug Niji. Razor blades popped from thin openings on its arms. It was going to squeeze and cut Niji until he surrendered or bled out. Gentle fist technique, body flow. A light emitted from Niji as chakra gathered on his skin. It exploded, momentarily blinding the onlookers. Gentle fist 8 trigrams air palm. Using his Byakugan and the gentle fist, Niji condensed a regular palm thrust into a vacuum shell cannon. After using body flow to blast the puppet off him, Niji cocked back his right palm. Once extended, the air palm of the condensed gentle fist technique traversed the air with lightning speed, blasting Kankuro directly in the chest and knocking him down. Kankuro fell to the ground unconscious, his internal organs damaged by the devastating might of the Hyaga. Winner, Niji Hyaga. Naruto silently praised and respected Niji. Tenten was right, Niji was stronger than him. There was a significant gap between them right now. Niji was headed to the finals, just like him, and their fight would come. So far, Naruto had been taking mental notes on potential opponents and his chances of winning. First was Sasuke, who was no longer a problem. But that didn't change Sasuke's incredible potential and prodigy status. Given time, Sasuke could surpass him again. Samui was also very talented. His history with Kenjutsu users wasn't good, Tenten always beat him when training with various weapons. However, Samui was a lightning user, and he had wind, making Naruto superior affinity-wise. She would undoubtedly be a tough, challenging fight. Tamari. There was also a gap between them. Unless he could get close, there was no hope of beating her. So far, Naruto knew he could only defeat Sasuke and maybe Samui, leaving Kurotsuki, Nokomai, Tamari, and Niji out of his league. After this, Naruto would train harder than ever before. Now was his chance to make a name for himself in the village and gain a reputation beyond being a knuckle-headed ninja. I guess the Hyaga live up to their reputation, Sakura said in amazement. They're touted as the strongest clan in the leaf, after all, Kakashi said. And I hear Niji is said to boast the most potential in the entire clan's history. That's right. Niji is my destined rival, to whom I have devoted myself to defeating one day, Lee declared, backing up Kakashi's statement. And how's that coming along? Naruto asked. I haven't beaten him even once. They all heard the bitter sadness in his voice. It didn't last long, however, as Lee quickly grinned. But with each battle, each time I face him, the gap closes, and I land more punches and kicks. It won't be long now. All my hard work will eventually lead me to victory. The green-suited teen was fired up, seemingly ready to fight right then. Sakura, Naruto called to her. Yeah, do you think Sasuke can beat him? That question caught her off guard, as well as Kakashi. Sakura fumbled over her words, pondering. While she thought, Naruto turned his quizzical look on Kakashi. His brain worked faster than Sakura's, and he had an answer. Depending on how Sasuke plays it, I have no doubt he can win. Anyone can beat anyone if the circumstances align. They both show excellent skill in their preferred fighting styles. Aha! Naruto smirked. Now, do you think I can beat him? There wasn't a quick response this time, from either of them. Naruto just smiled and shook his head gently. Yeah, of little faith. Even after I already beat Sasuke. I know you can't beat him, Sakura spoke up. And you do too. So don't try to throw some trick questions at me. She glared at him, clearly unhappy. Naruto still smiled. It wasn't a trick question. I just wanted to make sure we thought the same thing, that's all. Naruto, listen. You underestimate your own intelligence at times. You are tricky, quick-witted, and amazingly determined. You have your own talents that you excel in. You've done a great job of covering your weaknesses over the past weeks. But, no buts. Kakashi looked down at his book. Keep growing, the path to being Hokage is a tough road. Niji came back up the stairs and walked past their team. Naruto followed his every step with hungry eyes. The Hyaga didn't even spare him a glance, not acknowledging his presence. He's got that look in his eyes. He's thinking of winning again. Sakura smiled, her anger dissipating. I could learn a thing or two, I should be more like him. Laughter escaped her lips. Sakura never thought she'd say that in a million years. There are strong people here. Samui eyed the others. Worried? Nando asked with an amused smile. Not one bit. You may be pretty, Samui, but you have a weird smile. Amwa rolled the lollipop in his mouth. But I agree, I didn't think there would be this many challengers here. Kurotsuki had finally healed and was no longer in pain. She turned toward Nokomai and grinned. I've got a feeling your turn will be coming soon. I need to hurry, I'm ready to eat something. Think you'll lose? She challenged. You're funny. All right, we will move on to the next match. Hayate announced, and everyone looked at the board. It cycled through and landed on 2 names from the same village. Sakura Harano vs Kiba Inyazuka. Kiba sucked his teeth and shook his head in remorse. Let's not make it personal, he muttered in dismay. Kiba and Akamaru were already down first, waiting for Sakura. Do your best, Sakura. Naruto slapped her back and gave her a small grin. I will. Sakura took the long way, intent on buying herself as much time as possible to think. Now, Hayate got between them. Are you two ready? As I'll ever be. Kiba crouched low, resembling a predator ready to pounce. Sakura created space between them, looking nervous and afraid. I am. Hayate wondered if he should pull her back. But from the looks of it, she needed this advantage. Begin. Once the match started, Kiba launched off like an arrow from a bow. His clawed hands were open, ready to swipe at Sakura. If he landed, his claws would dig into her, trapping her in his immense grip. Even with the distance, Sakura barely managed to roll out of the way as Kiba bulldozed over her. He still nipped the top of her left shoulder, and she could already feel the bitter pain. She rolled up and faced Kiba, who had landed on his feet again. Nice dodge, Sakura. Thanks. Well, maybe I shouldn't say that, as he pointed behind her. Sakura turned around too late and was slammed into the wall by a spinning drill-like shape Akamaru using fang over fang. The spinning stopped, revealing Sakura embedded in the wall and a panting Akamaru. Good job, boy. Kiba ran over to congratulate his dog. She seems okay, that wasn't a full-force attack. And just when all your students were about to make it to the finals, Korone teased. I know, such a pity. The sarcasm was brighter than the sun, and Korone couldn't hide from it. Sakura puffed into smoke, replaced by a log. Substitution jutsu. Kiba fumbled in surprise, looking for Sakura. Not quite. The log shifted forms again, revealing a smirking Sakura. She acted faster than Kiba in that moment, throwing wire around Akamaru's thick body, wrapping him tightly. Sakura took the chance to land a blow on Kiba, but he managed to gather his wits in time and react. Instead, his claws tore into her. She grabbed Kiba and kneed him in the gut. She then quickly moved behind him and placed him in a chokehold. Oh, she's got him. Naruto smiled giddily at the match. Oh my days. Sakura has such strength. Lee shouted, bug-eyed. Kakashi turned a lazy eye to Korone, who didn't respond verbally but sent him a glare. Damn, girl. Why is she so strong? The shame. Kiba would never lie this down. Here he was, struggling to release the grip of dainty Sakura. To the onlookers, they clearly couldn't feel the strength he felt in her arms. Just like Naruto said, under the chin, hold him behind the head. She held on tight as Kiba clawed at her arms and shook. Akamaru howled in his bindings, violently thrashing. Come on, it has to be now. If he fights with Akamaru, I'll lose for sure. Kiba fell to the ground, and Sakura would have cheered if she hadn't seen the stance he was in. It was too late, and Kiba was off, using his clan's jutsu. Fang over fang. They crashed into the wall, shaking the arena. Not once, but 3 whole times. And with the way Kiba performed the move, Sakura suffered the brunt of the attack each time. So, in the aftermath of the last one, she dropped off his back and fell onto the ground. Kiba panted, rubbing his neck. Damn girl. I see someone has been in the gym. Despite laughing, he felt embarrassed and dumb. Sakura lured him in with her frightened attitude and got the upper hand. Sakura lay on her back, taking deep breaths, her small chest moving up and down. Can you just quit for me? Not a chance. Come on. On your feet, Sakura. Who's gonna carry the boats? And the logs? She knew who that was. And Sakura smiled. Naruto was always there to slap her back. She got to her feet and wiped the blood from her lips. I've got more for ya. Kiba grinned. Really? He launched himself at her again, swiping and narrowly missing thanks to Sakura's evasion. Damn, now we've switched sides. Kiba stood where Sakura had been, back to Akamaru. He quickly pulled a small brown pill from his pocket and gave it to his ninkin. Akamaru's fur turned blood red, and he grew in size. His newfound strength easily snapped the wire restraining him. Alright, time to end this, Kiba declared, tossing a smoke bomb. Sakura tried to escape but was shoved back by Akamaru's hind legs, taking a kick to the gut. 2 aggressive growls made her freeze. Then, a wet, yellow, and toxic-smelling liquid hit her body and clothes. Sakura was furious, one of them had peed on her. Wipe that look off your face, Kiba laughed. If it makes you feel any better, it wasn't me. Sakura vowed to choke him out again. I've got one more trick. Sakura quickly performed the necessary hand signs. 2 drills pierced the smoke, and she narrowly dodged, maintaining the ram sign. Kushinada im. She poured all her stored chakra into the genjutsu. The spinning Kiba and Akamaru froze, then felt themselves pulled elsewhere. The area was completely dark. Kiba looked around, seeing only a dark wilderness. Akamaru barked, grabbing his attention. Huh? Kiba looked down to see them sinking into a dark river. You're not fooling me, my sensei is a genjutsu specialist. He placed a hand on Akamaru and made a half-ram sign with his free hand. Genjutsu release. His heart skipped a beat when nothing happened. Okay, so she put some muscle behind this one. They continued to sink, the water now at their knees. It's all in the mind. Thanks to my training, I know how to fight even when trapped in a genjutsu. As long as I've got my senses, I'll know where she is. In the real world, Sakura limped out of the smoke, grinning. That's the strongest jutsu I know, my very own genjutsu. I crafted it hoping to overcome the Sharingan. It failed, sadly. Sakura dropped to a knee, still far from Kiba, keeping her distance just in case. However, it's more than enough for someone without a Sharingan. Kiba and Akamaru lay still on the ground, having crashed into the walls. Hayate waited a few seconds to see if Kiba would break out. Seeing nothing, he jumped back onto the arena floor, ready to declare Sakura the winner. Suddenly, both Inyazukas shot up and began sniffing. They sniffed until they caught the scent of Akamaru's piss. Sakura's eyes widened in horror. So that's why he did that. To mark me with a smell. But how is he moving? The genjutsu is still in effect. Sakura got up, ready to move. They didn't speak, simply launching into their jutsu, which Sakura was quickly tired of. But she couldn't move, her body collapsed. All she could do was grit her teeth, bracing for the pain. The arena shook again from the force of the tag jutsu. Everyone watched Kiba and Akamaru stand, sniffing the air for Sakura once more. Winner, Kiba Inyazuka. Hayate held the girl up on the giant stone hand signs. With the match over, Korone flashed down and released Kiba and Akamaru from the genjutsu. They blinked, ready for the match to continue. Korone had to admit, it was a strong genjutsu for a genin, capable of even trapping a chinin. Perhaps Korone could take some time to teach the girl something. That's enough, you two, the fight is over, you won. Korone congratulated. Kiba pulled down his fur-coated hood and grinned at Korone. Ha ha, alright, we made it to the finals, he howled loudly in excitement. Great job utilizing our training, you've done me proud. Hayate flashed next to Team 7 and released Sakura to her team. Sakura's head sagged as she passed out from chakra exhaustion. Sakura needs medics. I'll take her. Naruto gently picked Sakura up and quickly headed to the infirmary, where he could leave Sakura and check on Suzuki and Tenten. Sounds like a plan. Kakashi barely finished speaking before Naruto rushed off with her. When he turned back, he saw Korone grinning. Congratulations. It was sassy and half-hearted. Korone, it seems you fanned your students' flames. As a new Jonin sensei, you have one of your students going to the finals. Celebration is in order. Guy gave her a thumbs up. Tonight, I'll buy us all drinks. All for it. Kakashi turned to Hayate. Thanks for saving her back there. The man coughed. Just doing my job. Hayate nodded before moving on. That girl is outshone by her two teammates, but she's just as strong. Sakura Haruno will be someone to look out for in the future, Kitsuki noted, respecting the pink-haired girl's skill. Their team as a whole. They will undoubtedly cause a ruckus in the future, Kuratsuki added. Should we kill them now? To put an end to powerful shinobi while we still can. Are you thinking about it, Kuratsuki? About killing them while you still can? That's how a Kage thinks, eliminating potential threats that could cause harm to the village. Rigueur eyed Kuratsuka's contemplative expression. He knew she wouldn't act on it, she didn't have the heart for it. Rigueur himself knew Team 7 would grow very strong, especially with Naruto being the Nine-Tails vessel. The next match was about to begin. With only 4 more people, the anticipation was palpable. The random name generator began to spin. Hinata Hyuga versus Nokomai Tadabaru. Face to face, Hinata was more than intimidated by Nokomai's presence. He was tall, strongly built, and carried a large axe. If you're anything like that other Hyuga, then I won't need to hold back. Nokomai gripped his axe with 2 hands, ready to fight. I'm not nearly as strong as he is. Hinata averted her eyes and nervously took her stance. Hayate signaled the start and Nokomai moved in quickly. Hinata reacted, chakra coating her hands as she parried the murderous weapon. Hinata played defensively, attempting counterattacks when possible. But Nokomai adapted, shifting his body at the last second to avoid the precise pokes of the gentle fist. Her pale eyes were unnerving, adding a slight fear factor. Whether it was intentional or unintentional, Nokomai didn't know. But he bet on it being unintentional since this girl was as shy as a button. Even in her fighting style, Hinata didn't take risks. Even now, when he swung wide, leaving his entire left side open, Hinata didn't bite. Nokomai knew she saw it, she had to have. The Byakugan is also known as the all-seeing eye, and even a blind man could have seen this opening. What the hell is he doing? He should have beaten this girl in seconds. Why is he playing around? Kuratsuki raged from the balcony. It's not every day you get to fight a Hyuga, Kitsuki said. Maybe he just wants to fight one for a bit longer. Hey, Hurry up already and beat that weak girl. How unusual for him, Rieger softly muttered under his breath. Hinata flinched, and because of that, Nokomai caught her in the nose with the butt of his weapon. He noticed her reaction and showed disappointment. Are you okay? Hinata was taken aback by his concern. He'd been relentlessly hitting her for 5 minutes, yet this was the first hint of concern. Looking into his dark eyes, she could see bare hints of compassion. Why yes, I'm fine. Hinata nodded. You shouldn't worry about me. We are enemies. Nokomai cracked a smile. Just because we're fighting doesn't mean we're enemies. I have no ill intent towards you, Hinata Hayaga. Neither do I, but I must win. She became firm and sprang into action, dashing at him with greater speed, now on the offensive. The sleeping lion awakens. Nokomai easily fended her off. Don't listen to what that tomboy up there says, you're doing just fine. Hinata's cheeks flushed as she tried to focus. She attacked swiftly, making more offensive moves this time. The chakra burst came before it hit Nokomai. On her fingers, the chakra visibly shaped into a sharp point. Hinata followed a string of movements that would end with her final attack landing. After quick exchanges, which left Hinata's left shoulder hammered after a poorly executed dodge, the final step had come. Sorry. Nokomai grabbed Hinata's arm, and it quickly hardened as stone began crawling up her entire body. Her movements halted completely as she became powerless, every part of her body turned to stone except her head. Hinata, if you had followed through with your other arm, you could have struck me and prevented the jutsu. Why didn't you? I don't know. Nokomai walked up and pinched her nose. Yes, you do. I could read your movements from the flow and sensations of your chakra. As a Hayaga, you know emotions are closely tied to your chakra. Your Byakugan makes that all too easy. You can predict how a person moves from the flow of chakra and muscle. Hinata's face went red from the public embarrassment. Why hadn't Hayate called the match already? Once this was over, she would hide inside her hoodie forever and never come out. Winner, Nokomai. He released the jutsu, and Hinata glared at him before running off. As she ran, Nokomai didn't take his eyes off her. He paid close attention to her, but in those dark blue pants. A little baggy, but he could still see its shape. What a peculiar girl. She's very sad. During battle, and if close enough, Nokomai could sense a person's emotions. He was a talented chakra sensor, even praised by the Tsuchikage. She is also very pretty. Nokomai returned to his side of the arena and was met with Kuratsuka's glaring eyes. Did you want a nose pinch too? He reached out to pinch her nose, but she swatted him away. Why did you go so easy on her? Now the others will think you aren't that strong. Look, I already beat the Uchiha. That will carry along on its own. My strength is already set in stone. He grinned at his pun. Kitsuki and Rieger chuckled. Kuratsuki rolled her eyes. She barely touched me, Koro. Anyone with eyes could see I was just playing around with her. Fine, you're right about that. But in the finals, you better blow the other person out of the water. She let her fury go and turned back to the floor, ready for the next match. Rock Lee vs. Gaara. Before Naruto pulled the blanket over a snoring Sakura and closed the blinds to her room, he double-checked the bed and looked over her. She was still a bit dirty, with flakes of dirt and even dried blood staining her face. He sighed at the medics, they could have at least washed her face. He licked his thumb and rubbed the blood off, pushing into her cheek. It didn't work as he thought it would. The blood smeared and mixed with the dirt. Now it looked like she had swirls on her face, like Koji, but of blood and dirt. Maybe I shouldn't have used my saliva. He wondered how Sakura would react. He envisioned Sakura blowing up and trying to attack him for rubbing his stupid saliva on her. Justified. But he shrugged and made a dopey face. She'll be alright. He didn't do it again, though. He smiled gently and ran his hand through her hair. You've changed, Sakura. I don't even recognize you from the academy anymore. That nerdy girl I had a silly crush on is gone. Who would have guessed you'd be passed out from chakra exhaustion? He was interrupted when she snored loudly. You cut your hair, something fierce, I'd say. But I'll miss your long hair for sure. Naruto couldn't resist the temptation. He frazzled her hair, causing it to sprawl across her forehead. It made him chuckle a bit. I know someone will like it, though. You've become a stronger person, we all have, a change for the better, I'd say. I still care deeply for you, Sakura, and love you with all I have. Just not the way I thought I did. I didn't need a girlfriend, I just needed a friend. It may have been one-sided at first, but once we got put on a team, I vowed to protect both of you with everything I have. To protect the bonds we created. Naruto rolled his eyes as he left her alone. He didn't mean to ramble, it all just came out as he kept speaking. I just wanted to say good job, you're doing great. Naruto left the room and gently closed the door, leaving Sakura to snore softly, having heard not a single word. Stopping at the door, Naruto peeked through the window to see Tenten up and reading a book in silent sadness. His face split into a happy smile, and he quickly opened the door. 10. She was in his arms the next second. Tenten didn't even have time to drop the book as she was already being squeezed in a tight hug. Her face was pressed into Naruto's shoulder from how close he held her. Tenten could smell blood and sweat on his clothes, and that strong earthy scent from being outside. Hey Naruto-kun. Still, she smiled at the feeling. How are you feeling? Tenten was released and gave a forced smile, which caused Naruto to frown. Okay, I guess. What's wrong? I'll go get someone. No, it's nothing serious. Just that stinging sensation you get from being cut. I know it all too well. Tenten closed the book and set it on her side table. So what's wrong? Naruto sat on the bed and rubbed her leg from atop the blanket. Tenten smiled in appreciation. Naruto was touchy and expressed emotions through physical touch. His love language was, without a doubt, physical contact. I don't know how to say it. Naruto took his eyes off her for a second. No, I think I know what it is. Tenten gave no response to what he said. You're displeased with how your fight went. Tenten balled her fist. I'm pissed, sad, hopeful, regretful, and pissed off all over. She slammed her fist into her lap. Her face morphed into anger and gut-wrenching sadness. I embarrassed myself in front of everyone. I felt so damn weak and ing pathetic. Naruto didn't interrupt the girl as she vented. He just squeezed her leg harder. I spent years perfecting my style, learning dozens of weapons, never missing a single target, ever. All my plans, everything just blown away. I was totally outclassed, and all my life's work became pointless in that instant. I get it. You trained so hard, worked harder than your opponent, just to lose at the snap of a finger. Completely destroyed in minutes. Naruto laughed bitterly. I understand how you feel. She finally looked at him, seeing the understanding in his eyes. Tenten saw the world blur and the inside of her throat tighten. However, she would not cry. So she grabbed Naruto's hand and squeezed. I want to be strong. I don't want to fail at accomplishing my dream of being a Sannin, Naruto-kun. Her voice cracked, and Naruto could see the tears she fought back. I don't want to feel like this ever again. He moved closer, grinning. Then we train. Naruto cupped her cheek, feeling its warmth, and brushed her face with his thumb. From sunup to sundown, from the birds' chirps to the wolves' howls, we'll train so intensely you'll piss blood for a month straight, he said, determined, his eyes burning so brightly she wondered if she'd go blind. It's about those boats and logs. Who's gonna carry the logs? Damn right. You won't fail on your dream. I won't ever let you quit on yourself, okay? Okay, I understand. He smiled again. I've been here before. I lost 100 times before I won once. We'll get stronger together, just like we have been. Naruto pulled their heads together, his forehead touching her metal protector. Naru, thank you. He opened his mouth to respond but was cut off as Tenten silenced him with a heartfelt kiss. It was the best thing he'd ever experienced, the softness of her lips, the wetness, and the jolts of love coursing through his body. They parted lips, but their eyes and foreheads remained connected. Was that also a thank you? Naruto asked, feeling like looking away and blushing. It was. Was that okay? Tenten felt the same but resisted the urge and continued staring into his ocean blue eyes. Can I expect this all the time as a thank you? She smiled and laughed. Don't get your hopes up. Tenten pulled her head back. Now go. Go back and tell me who's going to the finals. She pushed him off the bed, wanting privacy now. I am, so make sure you scream my name loud. Tenten's face heated up at the implication. Ugh, I give you an inch and you take a mile. Naruto stood at the door, laughing. I'll come over to your house tomorrow morning for training. We've got a long day. I'll be ready. Alright, see ya then. Naruto returned to a silent arena as the others had lined up on the floor. He saw it was all the winners of their matches. Oh, there you are, Naruto. I was just about to come get you, Kakashi said. Now, hurry and get down there before they take you out of the finals. Naruto nodded, jumped down, and stood next to Kiba. What did I miss? Only that Rock Lee totally kicks ass. And that guy from the sand some kinda demon or something. Kiba shivered, remembering the feeling. He had now witnessed Gaara fight and inflict a brutal injury on his opponent twice. He also released some chakra that oddly felt similar to Naruto when he fought Karui, but Kiba would think about that later. Demon, huh? But now we're seeing who we're going to fight in the finals. Alright, listen up. Hayate explained it to them, and shortly after, they all drew random numbers from a hat. Everyone had drawn and been branched up with the following number. Naruto couldn't see him, which meant the guy couldn't see the grin forming on his face. The very first match of the finals would be Naruto against Neji. The rest went, and Hiruzen kept talking, but Naruto tuned him out and was already thinking of what training he'd be able to do to close the gap between them. The fight bracket was set up and scheduled to happen in 1 month. Naruto vs Neji, Samui vs Nokomai, Sasuke vs Gaara, Temari vs Kiba. and Kurotsuke fought the winner of the first match in round 2. Then it would be winner versus winner until there was only one shinobi left standing. Are you serious? I have other matters to handle. I don't have time to train with you, Naruto, Kakashi said in his usual bored and lackluster tone. So you get this guy? Konohamaru's trainer. Naruto pointed towards Ebisu, who looked angry. I was personally asked by Kakashi-sensei to help you this month. You would be wise to show a little gratitude, brat. The icy stare he received shut him up, causing his blood to freeze. You're going to train Sasuke, aren't you? And you want to keep your prized student under wraps. Naruto figured it out. From the very beginning, Kakashi had always favored Sasuke, but Naruto never called him on it. It was only logical. Sasuke was the best on the team and most advanced, so of course, Kakashi would show him a bit more attention. But wouldn't that just mean he should have worked with Sakura and him more? They came from Wave, and Kakashi had actually stepped up and started being worthy of the name, overseeing their training, giving helpful insight, and providing vital information that would advance them in their studies. TCH, that's scummy. Naruto turned on both of them. You better train him well. Because I just took that very personally. I know you think Sasuke will win, but he won't. His silent steps seemed to boom through the hallway as he walked away, mindset. Ebisu was about to follow, but Kakashi stopped him. Never mind. Sorry for the trouble. The Jounin then headed to Sasuke's room, prepared to take him out for a month's training. As Naruto wandered through the street, letting his anger pass, he just so happened to see Temari and her two brothers. Gaara noticed him first and turned to stare blankly in his direction. Naruto approached them, uncaring of Gaara's hostility. The other two siblings noticed Gaara no longer walking and could feel the tension growing in the air. Temari turned and nearly gasped as Naruto was only focused on her. Hey, Temari, can we talk for a second? And why would we let you alone with her, brat? Kankuro stepped in front of Temari and held a hand on his puppet. Want me to get Niji? I'll kill you, little bastard. Stop it, Kankuro. Move out of my way. Temari shoved him. Really? What if he's up to no good? Kankuro protested. Like what? Is he going to kill me? Temari stepped in front of her two brothers. Come on, let's talk. She left them with Naruto and began walking around the fence. I don't like how chummy she's being with him, Kankuro grumbled. What about you, Gaara? It doesn't matter. They didn't start speaking right away as silence still gripped them. It felt like Naruto had a school of fish swimming around in his gut. Temari had a similar feeling, but she looked to be handling it better. At least she looked to be. Being so close, he realized she was actually pretty tall for a girl, but she was a year older than he was. He knew it was thanks to those long legs she sprouted, supporting her tight frame. You wanted to talk? Or just stare all day? She snapped slightly, but she was secretly proud of how she captured his attention physically. Sorry, Naruto mumbled. For staring and about what I did earlier. Temari kept silent and just kept walking forward. Was that Tenten? The one the ramen chef mentioned? You remember that? Naruto sounded so stunned. I'm a shinobi, I'm expected to remember everything I hear once. Well, yeah, it was. And I just got a little angry, and you didn't deserve that. This is the life we chose. I can't get mad and blow up on someone every time someone hurts my friends. Naruto took a deep breath and sighed. I'm sorry, Temari. She looked at his face, the regret clear. You're too honest and wear your heart on your sleeve. Haven't you heard that shinobi are supposed to be masters of deception? He made a face. I said sorry. She smiled just a bit. It's fine, and I'm sorry too. I took things too personally with her. How? You don't even know each other. That's for us girls to worry about, Naruto. I'll apologize to her when I see her, Temari said. Oh, don't worry about that. Temari could see his grin and knew there was something mischievous he was planning. Just give her a month, and she'll challenge you for a rematch. Temari frowned. Next time they fought, it wouldn't be some watched-over match for entertainment. It could be a death match to protect her village from being destroyed. Naruto misread the frown for trepidation. Don't worry, it will just be a friendly spar, and maybe you and I can fight. It won't be easy. She gave him a challenging grin, hiding the pain behind it. Tomorrow, do you want to go out again? Ha! Naruto. She was surprised. Just to get ramen again, or something else if you'd like, Naruto asked, feeling incredibly nervous. So much so that his legs felt weak. Yes, that's fine. She wanted to say no. She was supposed to decline. Yet, Temari agreed. And I'll pick. Yet, she kept adding on. She was being selfish. Just for a little, Temari did not want to give this up. Was it okay if she could enjoy this for a while? Alright, meet here again tomorrow, say, 7? At the hot springs, Naruto? It's just a meet-up location. Want to come to my house instead? Naruto pinned her with a credulous eyebrow. Temari sucked her teeth. Here it is? She gained a teasing glint in her eyes. Since you are so eager to keep taking me out, make sure you show up on time or I'm leaving, understand? You're bossy, yeah, know that? She turned on him. Excuse me, if you can't handle it, just let me know. Naruto rolled his eyes. Where were the quiet girls? All he knew were bossy women who were extremely attractive. No, I don't. It's who you are. And you've got spice too. He stepped a bit closer to Temari, who was still glaring. I like it. Naruto held eye contact and smiled, dissolving Temari's anger. Aha! She crossed her arms, loving the feeling of Naruto staring into her eyes. It felt so good to go back and forth with a boy who wasn't her brother. She knew this was dangerous, but Temari was developing strong feelings for the blonde. Damn, he's so hot. I want to kiss him. Temari didn't act on her thought but took advantage of the close proximity. See you tomorrow, Naruto-kun. She hugged him, placing her chin on his shoulder so he could not see how her cheeks tinted red. Naruto hugged her back and smiled. She pulled back and quickly left, speed walking away. Once she was gone, he grinned and began walking, glad that it went well. That was when he saw a man on a toad with long spiky white hair. He was dressed like a hermit in red and green robes. He also had a large scroll similar to Tenten on his back, but he was peeking over the fence, spying into the women's bathhouse. Oh, Naruto would ruin his day. Peeping Tom. This old man is spying on the women.